action resumes. It's match number 69. We've got Manila Digger and Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. Will Digger carry on, of course, its form? Or will Valenzuela PB or will they get that upset? We are going to find out. We are coming to you from the Rizal Memorial Stadium. Glad to have you with us as always. This is Clara Manzano alongside Jamer De La Cruz. David and Goliath matchup, as we mentioned, Jamer.
Well, Manila Digger FC have some catching up to do in terms of the games played here in the Philippines Football League because of their AFC Challenge League assignments, but they haven't been away that much from the Philippines Football League. They are currently third in the league standings, the only team that is undefeated so far in the Philippines Football League, whereas you look into Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, one of the other teams that have already won a match in the league but still hasn't made a mark. So it's going to be interesting if we're going to see some upset or if it's going to be an all-out goal fest coming from Manila Digger FC.
To be precise, Manila Digger are actually in 4th place. But with their catching up, they could jump up to as high as 3rd. That's essentially with a win today. So that is the situation in the standings. Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, when you look at the standings, actually only 1 win. So it hasn't been a convincing season. Year in, year out, it's been a struggle for them. So it continues to be questions that need answering for Valenzuela PB. But let's get over to the starting 11 here. Let's dissect our respective squads. It is the usual names for Manila Digger because yes, we're already coming off the holiday break. They still got some additional rest. So it is a 4-3-3 that will be on the roster for Coach Kim.
Well, one thing that's interesting with the starting lineups of Manila Digger FC out here is the appearance of Charles Dabao III, one of the players that they have signed. He came from Malaysia after a stint in Malaysia, had a bit of rest, and then now he's suiting up for Manila Digger FC and also part of the starting lineups as well. Michael Asong, former player of Valenzuela PB-Mendiola FC back when they were Mendiola FC 1991. So he will be quite familiar with how Valenzuela PB-Mendiola FC plays in this game, but still, there's 90 minutes between us and there's 90 minutes between the two of them in terms of how they're going to make up in terms of the games that they've missed in the PFL. And, we're looking for quite a surprise here coming from Mendiola FC.
This is going to be the debut of Ralphie Dabao because he was already with Digger last game, but he was watching the game in the stands. So he is going to be playing at the left back position. But when we talk about players to look out for dito sa Manila Digger, syempre si Superman Sekou Cisse, 10 goals so far in 9 games. Quite an average, pero alam natin kung gaano kataas yung standard dito kay Sekou Cisse because they are ramping up for their next set of games in the AFC Challenge League. Naka-advance sila sa round of 16, so that is why it is essential that they continue to go and come up with these performances week in and week out. So with that, of course, with Manila Digger, let's take it to our coach interview.
Hello everyone. Yes, I'm Basilio. I'm head coach of the Manila Diggers. Yeah, after the winter break transfer window, we have 5 new players. So for them, this is the first match for them. So for us, it's how to make them to join the team, how to make it a better chemistry is our topic. I know Mendiola is also a good team. They also has a lot new players. So, but we're training very well, especially in recently 3 weeks. So we already prepared very well. Not just only this match and the rest every match. We already get ready. Thank you.
That is the hands-on assistant coach of Manila Digger, Boss Bass Liu. Often patrolling the technical area. Manila Digger, put a check mark there. Lipat naman tayo dito sa Valenzuela PB-Mendiola FC. As we've mentioned, they have a lot of work to do, a lot of catching up. There are many different ways that you want to phrase that. And with that, it seems that they are going to have a few more players than usual on the bench. So that is a timely boost for them, especially it is go time now. They really need to start catching up in this one kung gusto nila maka top 6.
Well, exactly. 1 win in the league so far is something that you have to really work on. At given that there are many players that are missing in terms of the squad dito sa Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, you have the likes of Francis Tacardon being transferred over to a different team, Alexander Mahendran as well, and Isaac Ano. So yun yung mga bagay na mami-miss out nitong Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. But bilog ang bola gaya nga sa nang lagi nating sinasabi, and we do expect some sort of a firepower as well coming from Valenzuela PB-Mendiola coming up against Manila Digger FC.
Yun nga, Jamer, you also mentioned off-air na wala si Balak Doktora ngayon for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola because he is the leader for them on and off the pitch, locker room presence, and is able to score goals. And the player that we can look out for here for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola will be their goalkeeper in Ali Poralayar because he has that tough task of stopping Super Seiko and the rest of the superheroes sa Manila Digger if they want to spring an upset here.
Well, if you're a goalkeeper suiting up for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola FC, it's always going to be a huge task against any team in the league. Given that you haven't had any win so far, or there's only one win that you've had in the tournament, so talagang mahihirapan or magiging challenge dito sa goalkeeper ng Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, which is Ali Puralaya.
And we got to look at Arjun Lasco there, who is the backup actually. And we are going to take it to the pitch now. Time for teams to take it to the pitch. Nearing kickoff, it is your Philippines Football League 2025-2026 season. Manila Digger powerhouses squaring off, you could say, with Minos Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. Will it be the expected result, or will Valenzuela PB swoop in for the upset? We've got 90 minutes to figure things out.
And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Let us welcome the teams of Manila Digger Football Club and Valenzuela PB-Mendiola Football Club.
Jimson Cristal will captain Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, and we have Noy Felonco to captain the squad as expected for Manila Digger. We head over to our match officials. Si Singuto Saluria III ay ang referee natin. Ang kanyang assistant referee sa Silarelli Balila at Hamid Pasion. Si Meriton Pelayo ay ang court official. Si Mr. Roberto Hernandez ay ang referee assessor. At si Gina Bella ay ang ating match commissioner. Manila Digger will be in yellow. Valenzuela PB will be in red and black. Coming off a break, Jamer, with these teams, siguro may konting rust o kalawang. But let's find out. Let's take it now to the starting 11 of 4-3-3. And we do have Asan Badji, who will be dictating things in holding midfielder.
Well, dyan iikot kay Badji yung magiging laro nitong Manila Digger FC. We know that both teams are coming in from a break. Pero yung form, hopefully for Manila Digger FC is still there coming from their AFC Challenge League journey and yung continuation nilang ngayon dito sa Philippines Football League. And let's see kung talagang mabibigyan na maayos na bola nitong si Baji dito sa gitna. Itong mga attackers nila na nasisisi, of course, na kung nga pangalawa dito sa top goal scorers dito sa atin sa Philippines Football League.
Through the toughest of tough times for Valenzuela PB, on the other hand, they continue to have those holdovers year in and year out. You got the likes of Aningalan, Manlapas, Soberano, Cristal, Escosora, Razonable de Edulan. The last four names I mentioned, the back line, sila bahala rito if they want to spring up that upset. They can bank on that familiarity of theirs as we are about to kick off our match right here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium. All eyes are on Sekou Cisse. He did not go home during the holiday break, Jamer. Sabi niya, ensayo mo na daw.
Grabe, working hard for Manila Digger FC and it really shows for dito kay Sekou Cisse being one of the top goal scorers for Manila Digger FC as they now start to play coming from left to right.
That is Manila Digger, whom you're referring to. That's yellow and black for them. Ng Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, red and black. They are behind the ball. They are playing from right to left. This one went past the touchline. Valenzuela PB will get their first spell of possession. They bring it forward through Embida. They've listed him as that man up front for them. It's the feeling out stage, Jamer. Let's see who will settle down first para mawala yung gigil, as we would also describe it as.
Yun yung pinaka-importante sa dalawang teams na to. First 15 minutes is about feeling each other out, checking the spots, the holes in the defense of your opponents. Makikita natin dito with the Mendiola trying to move forward with the pass pero makokoberan agad sila ng Manila Digger.
Not a problem. It's into the safe hands and gloves of Mike Asong. Hanggang ngayon, kahit established na si Mike Asong sa Digger and he even had a stint with Stallion, he went abroad. Di ba ako sanay pag hindi siya naka-Mendiola uniform? You get what I'm saying?
Parang naging synonymous na yung pangalan ni Asong dito sa Mendiola outfit. Being from San Beda himself. Doon niya na-discover yung footballing career niya and now in the Philippines Football League. It's really difficult to separate Asong from the identity of Mendiola.
Sino pa? He's not here with Mendiola, Balot Doctora with Stallion, but he just transferred, of course, to Valenzuela PB. As we mentioned, Joven Bidik Sakaya. Sino pa? Let's add some names there.
You would like to have Finn McDaniel synonymous
Oh,
with
of course,
Stallion,
yes.
Laguna FC.
Yes, our top scorer in the league. But this one was stopped well. Teamwork here. Defending as a unit. Noy Filonco, dangerous ball. Couldn't connect with Sekou. He terrorizes opposing back lines in the PFL. They absolutely respect him. I'm still thinking of names, Jamer. Yung mga legendary, sa mga sariling shirt. On to the right now. Mauro Mane. That's Babu Cartore, sorry. Donning number 11. Both dangerous attacking players. And no avail there. And it is a stop for Alayar. He has to play a perfect game if they actually want to spring up an upset. Just to add sa kwentuhan natin right before this game.
The earlier play, makapapansin mo, dalawang beses yung cross na yun coming from Shermer Filonco, trying to find the people inside the box. It's quite dangerous if you allow Shermer Filonco on that right side to just easily pick out yung teammates niya dito sa box.
Digger will string something here in the midfield. They're being patient, but as you see that, they are pushing down this Valenzuela PB block bit by bit. Well, patience is key here. Aningalan lost it getting forward. Modo Mane. And with the games being played, actually, and with this one, we're exactly at the halfway point of the season. Pero wag kayo mag-alala, with the games on hand or matches on hand here and there, lalo na yung Manila Digger, those games will even out. Mag-even out yung mga matches. The reason behind that, of course, was Manila Digger somewhat took a break in the Philippines Football League, or they had no PFL matches scheduled because they had to play in the AFC Challenge League group stage last year. Maganda yung pinakita nila. That is why they are going to be playing in the knockout stages. And the game will be played here in the Philippines. Do wait for official announcements. And as of late, with International Philippine Football Games, ang sagot dyan, Rizal Memorial o New Clark City Athletic Stadium.
Naging cathedral na nga ng football itong Rizal Memorial Football Stadium. But with regards to some changes in terms of the ruling, being some of the games played on natural grass, napunta tayo with the New Clark City Stadium. But, you know, something to look forward to for the fans. A trip up north dyan sa NCC, it's quite an experience for those who would like to catch some action out there at the New Clark City Stadium.
Iba pa rin yung vibe, di ba?
Of course.
Cross. Papo Harture's ball is stopped, but they have a corner kick. But going back also, because it is the AFC Challenge League, there's the chance that the game will be played here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium. So that is being sorted out. Ang Dewa United magiging kalaban ng Manila Digger in that AFC Challenge League knockout stage. So magiging double-legged yan. Mag-home and away. Tapos ito total nila yung scores dun. Kenji Nishioka gives us an outswinger. They place this one over the bar. It's a stop for Valenzuela PB.
An outswinger there from Nishioka, finding his teammate inside the box. Medyo malakas lang yung header, going over the bar and going over Ali Uralayar. Medyo pinaparamdam nitong Manila Digger FC yung scoring prowess nila dito sa Valenzuela PB-Mendiola.
Flexing that high-octane capability of theirs. Si Ali Uralayar is their goalkeeper again. And he is from Iran. Only 20 years of age. Batang-bata pa. So he worked his way up the youth ladder of Iran, his home country. He played for Tractor in particular. One of the big clubs actually dun sa bansa nila or in their country.
Naging familiar na nga itong mga Iranians dito sa Philippines Football League. You have the likes of Hamid Hajimadi, who has been a staple name dito rin sa Mendiola FC in the past. At nakita ko on the sidelines, I think Medi Sultani is still part of the coaching staff of Valenzuela PB-Mendiola FC. So, you know, yung identity ng Iranian football players dito sa Valenzuela PB-Mendiola is still meron pa rin silang presence dyan. And this time around, it's not infield but more of in between the sticks for Layar.
Kahit wala na si Hamid sa Valenzuela PB, diba? At lumipat na sa ibang team. Si Mr. Half Man, Half Amazing. We actually count Hamid as Filipino already because he's been here for quite some time. Kasama na talaga sa community o komunidad natin dito sa PFL.
Kung nahanap ka ng taong makakausap in terms of the PFL, kahit foreigner, si Hamid yung go-to guy mo when it comes to those kind of conversation.
Kaya Half Man, Half Amazing ang tawag sa kanya. Lalo na pag naka-goal. They're bringing it in behind Modumane. Has the license to roam. Swap places with Papo Cartore. Kaya nalito ako kasi parehas din delikado humiscore.
Modumane with the left foot there. Medyo nasa loob lang ng boots yung kanyang strike. Dahilan kung bakit lumabas yung bola. But the target is there. He was aiming for the goal. Just not the right place of the footing para kay Modumane.
Pero kung dito naman tayo sa Manila Digger, yung influence nila, of course, there is the Chinese influence. As there's a promising long ball. Aningalan couldn't play this one in an ideal fashion, but you love how they're refusing to give up on the play behind their attacking line. Nearing the 10-minute mark already. But just going back dito sa Manila Digger, so there's the Chinese and Gambian influence. Yung Chinese influence with the managerial perspective. The Gambians, on the other hand, are their players on the pitch. A great number of them. Seiko Cisse leading the way for them. Kita na natin, Jamer, nag-warm up pa rin yung offensa ng Manila Digger. That is why it is going to be a goal kick back to Ali.
10 minutes into the game, pinapakiramdaman pa rin itong Manila Digger FC kung saan na ba yung weak spot nitong Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. Earlier as well, there's a play coming from Aningalan papunta rito sa kanilang forward na si Embida. Medyo napalakas lang yung through ball, but here's Aningalan once again trying to wriggle his way past two defenders.
It is going to take a lot of persistence. Yan ang salita for Valenzuela PB to spring up something here. Here comes Troy Limbo. Recently became a father. Congratulations to him and his family. Will he break down the defense with his creativity? O didiskarte ba siya? Taking his time with the ball. Papo Cartore took a fall. Modumane, Kenji Nishoka, yung Filipino-Japanese midfielder nila, tried to sneak one in. I speculated he was going for the assist sa sitwasyon na yun.
It was a good one too with Papo Cartore in the middle. Napaganda yung opening na binigay ni Ture dito kay Nishioka. It's just that fizzing past the left post.
Check natin, Jamer.
Look at that one too. Try to get it past the defender. Hoping for a touch from Cristal. Turns out it was just out swinging ball from Nishioka. Bigger na naman na magdadala. Oh.
Ricocheted off the defense, and Jimson Cristal just got the job done. It's those fine margins.
Cristal being the heart of defense para dito sa Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. He's been with the team for quite some time. Players come and go, sabi nga nila, pero Cristal remains the same for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola.
Ayun nga, may core of players sila who still remain, so that is what they can use to get far. Jimson Cristal's a long ball was sent to the side by Papo Cartore. There, the 15-minute mark already. Still goalless, but it's more aggression from Manila Digger. Jarvis getting a stop for them. You do see Mendiola getting forward from time to time, and they will need to improve and fine-tune things, of course, as is the case with Manila Digger. And with that, Valenzuela PB-Mendiola have something in this attacking chance. We also got to look at the weather right before this game. Weather's been pleasant, of course, right here in the Philippines.
Hindi masyadong kainitan, but the sun is out. So perfect weather when it comes to playing football at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Taken low. Just gifted to the defense. Here's Noy Filonco to bring it for them. Modo Mane. Not on the same page as Troy Limbo in the attack. But speaking of the weather, tandaan nga natin, ready din tayo para sa summer. One of the most challenging times to play football when it comes to weather.
Especially dito sa atin na pag sinabi mong summer, diyan talagang kainitan ng panahon. And that's why our referees impose a mandatory cooling break. Kapag sobrang init, I think there are 2 cooling breaks given on a 15-minute interval. Kung hindi naman, they do it almost at the halfway point of each half para mabigyan ng refreshments itong mga players natin under the heat dito sa Pilipinas.
Tama. Those are actually determined right before the game. Yan yung nakakaaliw. Hindi lang basta-basta compete ng mga referees natin. There's the protocol that they would follow. You see the attacking intent. Field players of Digger all inside the attacking half. Paji chipped it. Babacar Torre could not get it to Noy Filonco as he was surrounded by the defense. Somehow they get it back now. There's Filonco splitting the defense. Came off a defender in Jimson Cristal. Corner kick ulit dito.
Cristal proving to be that wall for Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola for the last 16 minutes na umaatake itong Manila Digger FC. He's been in the thick of action at siya rin yung inaasahan itong backline nitong Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola to usher out yung mga dangerous balls coming from Filonco from the right.
You could just see also Mike Asong going to the half line to return the ball to his defenders. Johan Renya got the stop also. One of the promising defenders for Valenzuela PB when he is in the starting 11 or the roster. It's Jarvis and Modu Juve. That's the top level center back pairing for Manila Digger. Chance now to pounce. Home run ang tawag dyan, Jamer, as it is way off for Modo Mane.
Naramdaman mo yung giggle from Modo Mane to take a strike in front of the goal. And why wouldn't he? It's an open goal, almost an open goal for Manila Digger FC. Just so happen na napalakas yung sipa nitong si Modo Mane.
Goalkeeper Ali is favoring his right leg.
Almost making the most out of the scramble inside the box. Itong si Modo Mane. So take a look into that again. He tried his best to make up for the mistake from his teammate. I think that was Psycho Siseng who had a touch of the ball. Pero napalakas itong sipa ni Mane.
It's about challenging the defense again, making them work, making them uncomfortable. Dun sa mali o miscommunication ng depensa. And that is where the attacking team is going to pounce. Ali unable to get distance on that goal kick. Kasi halos dito sa mga 11 side, dapat yung mga goal kick abot sa half line, di ba?
Should be beyond the halfway line if you can. Especially kapag gusto mo talagang umatake yung teammates mo and bigyan sila ng opening sa harap.
On to the left wing now. Corners on the right earlier. Ngayon sa kaliwa. Kenji Nishoka really the designated corner kick taker dito sa Manila Digger.
Didn't work with an outswinger earlier. Nag-corner dito sa kanan. So we'll try on the left side but try to play it short.
Tandaan nga natin, no? Pinoy si Kenji Nishoka. May passport siya. A save here forced by Ali Polayar. First legitimate smell of danger from Manila Digger.
What a save from the young goalkeeper of Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola out there, showing shades of kung naabutan mo sa Bagar Marudi from Kaya FC in the past. One of the Iranian players as well. Outstretched, making sure to punch that away from danger.
Corner on the other side. Will return to Nishoka. This is in play already. Susoli na lang niya yung bola. Miss hit here by Babu Cartore. That was always going to be tough. Kasi volley.
Really have to time it well when it comes to volleyed shots. And that time, Ture didn't time that perfectly. The power was there. Just the accuracy was missing.
Always a challenge today, yung mga ganun, as we know. But with the opportunities that you get, you need to use them. Of course. Tapos bonus kung pasok kasi baka maging highlight goal, di ba?
Screamer. Ang mga tawag sa mga ganong klase ng goal.
Sigawan. Tama ba?
Tama.
Baka may mas okay pa na translation pa dun.
Papasigaw ka talaga kung ganong kaganda yung goal eh.
On with Jarvis. Juve. Mane. Oh, Troy Limbo couldn't keep it in. A quarter into this game already, Jamer. At kita natin, hawak talaga ni Manila Digger yung momentum ng game.
Possession-wise, you could really give it to Manila Digger FC. They've been making use of the possession really well, trying to find the open spaces, switching the plays from left to right. But give credit where it's due. Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola is filling in those gaps to make sure na hindi sila mahihirapan when it comes to defending itong Manila Digger FC, given how plenty of goal scorers ang meron dito sa boys in yellow and black.
Yan yung upside dito. Mendiola is able to get the stops. They need to do that for 90 minutes. They need to play a perfect game, as you said. Hindi lang yung goalkeeper nila.
That's a great way of you pointing that out, because putting in the stops in the first 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the game wouldn't be enough. You have to get it across the line. You have to make it to the finish line and make sure that your defense stays intact for the entire 90 minutes.
A fighting spirit yan ng brave men of Mendiola, as they are called. Babu Cartore still can't connect. Some of the nerves now piling up here for Manila Digger. I'm not in Jamer concerned yan sa Manila Digger in their attacking perspective. If they cannot get these and they can't score a goal now, it's going to get even more difficult over the course of the game.
Well, by the way, how the goal difference goes for Manila Digger FC, 22 minutes into this game and still waiting for their first goal. Medyo concerning nga yan for Manila Digger FC, but one would even ask if they're just taking things slow, trying to get the rhythm again. Given how they've been away from the Philippines Football League for quite some time.
So there's actually a two-week break also in this new year for the PFL, not just for Manila Digger, but the entire league. So if there is rust, they need to shake that off. But we did see PFL teams play friendlies here and there. Parang mga tune-up game. Mauro Mane. He's the man who's got clipped. Has to give it now. Babukar missed the far post. Well, he had runners in Troy Limbo and Seiko Sise to send that home best case. Didn't work out.
For what it's worth, Manila Digger starting to figure things out in terms of where they have to attack. At mukhang they're favoring this right side. Itong Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola, most of the balls or most of the attacks are coming from the right side para dito sa Manila Digger FC. So let's see if they can make the most out of that pocket of space dun sa kanan.
We'll need the creativity to break down All that space that we've been talking about. That's where their technical ability and physical prowess will come in handy. "24 minutes in. Baji to Mane. This is essentially a 5-4-1 for Valenzuela PB on defense. And they see the space. They will push. See some changes on defense. You see their wingers or wingbacks drop down. And Ali will get it again. But he appears to be in pain. Now it's the head that he is favoring. They will call for medical attention here for our goalkeeper. Any hits to the head, Jamer, have to be taken seriously.
Of course, we have the concussion protocol implemented by FIFA all throughout any tournaments or any leagues or competitions. Nakita na natin dun. There was a bit of contact coming from Ali's teammate. That was Aningalan who had the last contact on Ali. So while this is all happening, it would allow our players to have quite a break, talk things through on how they would like to attack.
Essentially, this is allowing them to gear up for the last 20 minutes of the first half. Cooling break now. It's Coach Niboy.
Our opponent is coming from the AFC also, so we have to really work hard for this game. So mental toughness is needed. Okay, we need to be more physical to bring up the game and to prepare also our team in building up, especially in defending to attacking.
That was our coach interview, actually, from the start of the game, when we referred to Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. Physicality, they did say. They're going to look to match the physicality of Manila Digger, who actually set the bar sa aspekto na yun, or in that aspect when it comes to the entire Philippines Football League roster of teams.
I also like how Coach Jayco Aikong of Valenzuela PB-Mendiola FC pointed out the mental toughness na kailangan nila dito sa ating game against Manila Digger FC. Of course, the only team so far, kung di ako nagkakamali, who's unbeaten in terms of the Philippines Football League.
That is correct.
So yun yung gusto nilang ma-achieve today. Either take a point away from one of the title contenders, or pull off an upset and score all 3 points in this game.
6 wins, 3 draws ang Manila Digger. In the standings, here they come now. Keeper to beat. There is the breakthrough goal. Babukar Torre shakes the chains off here. Shakes off the rust. 1-0 Manila Digger.
Napaganda pa nga yung cooling break, or yung naging break nung binigyan ng medical attention itong si Ali. Might have still been shaken from that contact with his teammate, but Babukar Ture Getting in the scoring sheet for Manila Digger FC, making the most out of the mistake from the defense, and finally getting a score for Manila Digger FC.
Goal for Manila
Goal
Digger
number 7
FC.
for Babukar Torre
By player
in
number
this
11,
season.
Babukar Torre.
And Torre is in the top 7 when it comes to scoring. But the leaders again are Finn McDaniel and Sekou Cisse with 14 and 10 respectively. Sekou Cisse could add to the tally also here. But it's Modo Mane who missed once more for Digger in that last play.
Great idea from Mane to take it first time. Just that napailalim lang yung shot nitong si Mane, sending it out once again for a goal kick.
Things getting already physical here at the half line. Mbida shows that he is okay. They play quickly. Numbers do not favor Valenzuela PB here though. They'll still need to bring it up. Whipped in. Asong punched it out. Kept inside and it's outside.
Great idea to play it quick from that free kick after Mbina getting fouled. Nakita natin na there was an opportunity inside the box, pero Michael Asong always alert to the possibility despite not having much of the action on his side.
Challenging kay Michael Asong. Of course, you like that you are not having to work as the goalkeeper and that you are controlling the game. But you have to stay in tune, you have to stay warm and in rhythm. Ali gets intercept again.
Good coverage from Mendiola. Almost shaping up to take a shot, pero yung last man nila was able to cover itong si Ture.
Noy Filonco did intercept the ball meant for Mbida. They'll bring it to the right. Nag-swap wingers yung Manila Digger. Troy Limbo on the right. Played it through to Sekou Cisse. That was clearly to no avail. But again, it's good defense there from Valenzuela PB-Mendiola.
Limbo almost catching Valenzuela PB-Mendiola by surprise nung nagpalit yung wingers nila.
Molo Juve being solid as usual. Throw and taken well. Quite some distance from Jimson Cristal, the captain. "13 minutes remaining until additional time." Also follow us on TikTok _WeArePFL_. You're catching this one on the Facebook and YouTube pages of the Philippines Football League. Carmen's hand here alongside Jamer de la Cruz. It's been mainly Manila Digger. Valenzuela PB-Mendiola have been making them work though. The brave men have been putting quite a stand on defense. One goal to show though. Babukar Torre did get to sneak past the back line. That goal was scored only about 4 or 5 minutes ago. One here now. And Mendiola pay an expensive price, but the flag is raised here. So the assistant referee is saying it is offside. Referee Segundo Saloria is going to have a word. And referee Segundo Saloria confirms the goal. Hindi offside, or it is not offside in that position. He is allowed to overrule that as the lead referee.
Well, if you look into this one, it would be surprising if you're going to give that as an offside because it's not a pass coming from a player in yellow. It's more of miscommunication from the back line of Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola, and Ali, giving them the goal. Psycho Cisse scoring his first goal in this game. I think that puts him up to 11 goals, just 3 away from Phil McDaniel in the top goal scorers
That's
list.
a goal for Manila Tigers.
Superman
By player
Sekou
number 10,
Cisse.
Saiku Cisse.
That is actually his first goal of the year. And Digger were held to a goalless draw versus Aguilas-Umak earlier or weeks back. That was quite an effort. I haven't seen a team really put the fight to Digger in some time. Because that was a goalless draw. Siguro there's that sigh or sense of relief now, Jamer, na umi-score ang Manila Digger. They want to make it 3, of course.
Parang ano yan eh, if you see Manila Digger scoring 1 or 2 goals in the first half, things are going back to normal para sa kanila. Because the first 20 minutes or the first 15 minutes of this game is a bit shaky for Manila Digger FC. We're not saying it's not that shaky for Valenzuela PB, but focusing more on the attacking prowess of Manila Digger FC. You would think that they would try to get their first goal in the first 15 or 20 minutes of the game, but took them a while. Took them almost halfway of the first half to do so.
Sa perspective nila, na-delay lang konti. But you have to credit Mendiola for putting in that effort in the first 28 minutes or so. They did concede in the 29th. Yan yung mahirap, Jamer. You have to do that for 90.
And to do it against elite players in Manila Digger FC, it would be really challenging, of course, especially with them having that exposure or having that exposure in the AFC. Meanwhile, Mendiola hoping to get there sometime soon.
Mane from Cisse. Babukar. Kay Kenji Nishoka daw sana. They still keep it in play. Ralphie Dabao trying to get involved. Wanted to connect with Troy Limbo, who almost won it back inside the goalkeeper box. Defense. We have Mbida and Obi, who are the players up front for Valenzuela PB. You're hoping to lead things up front for them also, or spring up a goal so they could get a lifeline in this game. Mane left-footed. There's Kenji Nishoka and Sekou Cisse going for it. A player down for Mendiola. That is the reason why play is eventually stopped. 8 minutes remaining, Jamer, until additional time. Tapos sa halftime na tayo. Ralphie Dabao in his new colors. Yan yung isa din na sanay ako naka-Cebu uniform si Ralphie Dabao. But he did play in Malaysia right before moving to Manila Digger.
Yeah, having a stint in Melaka. In Malaysia, it's quite a journey for Ralphie Dabao. Of course, he's back in the Philippines Football League. Pero yun yung isa sa mga bagay na ikatutuwa mo when it comes to the Philippines Football League. Our homegrown talents, our players here in the PFL, getting the opportunity to be scouted by teams abroad and having the chance to play abroad as well. Yun yung hinihintay natin from years back.
Let's look at the replay. This was what paved way to make it goal number 2. At ngayon lang yung Happy New Year greeting ni Sekou Cisse.
Masasabi na ni Saiko na I'm starting the year with a bang, literally. After making Cristal pay for his mistake.
Pero February na, Jamer.
For what it's worth, I think Chinese New Year is just around the corner. So,
Ayan pala yung hinahabol niya.
baka yun yung hinahabol niya.
May Chinese influence din yung Manila Digger, di ba? Paji from Nishoka. Now they're getting Ralphie Dabao more involved. They started off playing more through the right wing. Nishoka showing us the moves. Sent it in well. Not just inside the goalkeeper area. Mendiola get the much needed clearance. Well timed also. Noifilonko naman daw. He'll take on Cristal. But it's solved here when you talk about the defense.
Good effort there from Cristal to just cut the angle for Troy Limbo to get the cross in. Sabi nga natin kanina pa, the right side. Dito madalas dumaan yung bola coming from Manila Digger FC with Noy Filonco and even Limbo switching from left to right. Nakikita na nila yung space dito sa right side ngayon.
Azad Nuran hit the pitch. Five minutes remaining, Jamer. Expectations heading into halftime.
Well, we'd expect that Valenzuela PB-Mendiola will just hold on to this margin. It's a welcoming margin for them. Of course, let alone be trailing by 3 goals going into halftime. So just keep it at the scoreline that you have right now. But for the side of Manila Digger FC, you want to score more, especially that you're trying to shake off the rust from the break. And you're trying to get yourselves back into form dito sa PFL.
Kejin Shoka's shot was blocked. They'll recycle. This is what you want to see if you're Valenzuela PB, getting up slowly but surely. Ralphie Dabao wins it in a Ralphie Dabao fashion. Shot from distance. Bounced off of Ali. Dangerous now with Babacar Torre. Valenzuela PB escaping by the skin of their teeth. They're able to hold on with Yuan Norenia.
You would love that from your defender, Yuan Norenia, being the last man between the sticks, as we could see here. Ali was forced out of his box. Norenia was there to make sure to kick that ball out for a corner.
Dabao was able to shift quickly. Another player takes a fall. Nagsasori si Ralphie Dabao. Now it's Jarvis who'll get involved. He can play that full-back position too. No angle. Oh, would have been cheeky if Digger got to connect. Fancy. But that was the route you had to take there, Jamer. If you're Modu Mane and you wanted to get the ball in from an awkward spot or position.
That was the only route Mane found nung nandun na siya sa loob ng box, trying to go for the bicycle kick. You don't need that much power inside that box. Placement was what was needed from Mane, and sadly, placement wasn't there for him.
2-0 again is the score, thanks to Babacar Torre and Seiko Sise. They scored in the 29th and 34th minutes respectively. Later we have Maharlika and Kaya squaring off before we have our third game also, Stallion and Aguilas. Less than 2 minutes remaining until additional time. Will Digger sneak another one in? Or will Valenzuela PB spring up and get a lifeline? We saw Victor Felicia, who was trying to get involved actually in the midfield. They try to sneak it in now. Sekou Cisse did not hit the crossbar or the post. That is actually one of the posts for the net, Jamer, sa labas ng goal frame.
Medyo kita natin yung frustration doon ni Sekou Cisse. He thought he was brought down. But even so, even going down, he still managed to pull a shot off against Ali. Sad to say, it was not hitting the right part of the post, but more of just going out for the number 10.
Ali resumes play.
There will be a minimum
Kenji
of
Nishoka
3
naman daw.
minutes of additional time.
Sekou Cisse can't get it. He was covered by Cristal, and Ali did charge off his line well. 3 minutes of additional time as we got to confirm. If things remain status quo after additional time, Digger will continue to be happy.
Of course, if you have Sekou Cisse getting his scoring boots back into his foot, matutuwa ka talaga. Especially that you now have a 2-goal advantage over Valenzuela PB-Mendiola after quite a slow start in the first half.
It's more of relief that in their perspective, that they are leading.
Of course, kasi sabi nga natin, pag nakascore ng Manila Digger FC, it's more of a back to a normal basis for them. Gawa nga ng sanay tayo na maraming gumiscore itong Manila Digger FC.
They mean business, of course, every match day. This one is out for a goal kick. That's been the ebb and flow of this game. If Digger don't score, Valenzuela PB are given a goal kick. So far, so good. Dito para kay sila Coach Kim. Up for grabs in the midfield. Sekou wants his brace. Inches off here though.
Sekou Cisse came close to getting his brace. But what a threaded pass from Mane. Trying to get it past 2 defenders. Finding the open space for Cisse to take. Napasobra lang yung blessing, kung tawag nga nila sa billiards. Yung tira niya.
Valenzuela PB did get to escape, but it's Troy Limbo once more. But it ends up as number 3 here at the death. And Babukar Toure gets it. He gets his brace.
Right place, right time for Babukar Toure. Troy Limbo with the cross after dispossessing Jameson Cristal. As you take a look at that again from the right side, they've been looking at this play since the start of the game, and they finally make something out of it. Babukar Toure just putting a foot out and scoring his brace in this game.
Troy Limbo with the assist here. Right place, right time, Jamer. Right time na talaga kasi that was right before halftime here. 3-0 Manila Digger lead Valenzuela PB courtesy of Babukar Toure's brace and the goal from Sekou Cisse. We'll see you in a bit. Halftime at the Rizal Memorial in your Philippines Football League action. And it is Manila Digger dictating things so far. And Babu Cartore with the opener eventually got to settle for a brace before the halftime whistle. Sekou Cisse with a goal of his own. 3-0 over Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola. That's been the flow of this game right here. It's the favorites who are prevailing. Let's take a look at the numbers, Jamer.
Well, we could see how Manila Digger has been making most of the possession that they have. 59% of the time they have the ball. 20 shots on goal, 11 on target, 3 of them making it into the back of the net for Manila Digger FC. It's been an eventful first half for the title contenders out here in the Philippines Football League, and they're showing for the squad that they have, and they're making sure that they're being felt well by Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola.
I look at the highlights, of course. They started things off early, needed some fine-tuning, syempre, Jamer.
Well, they had to find the open spaces early in the first half. For first 15 minutes has been finding where the gaps are. They found that it's on the right side, and also they're making most of the mistakes that Valenzuela PB-Mendiola has been making, particularly this one from Jimson Cristal. You wouldn't expect that from your back line, but unfortunately it happened. Nagkaroon ng konting commotion because it was almost called as an offside, but the first referee making sure that he has his judgment well on that play, giving the first goal for Cisse in that play.
Kung tama tayo, Jamer, because it was not a pass from a Digger teammate to another. Na-intercept ni Sekou Cisse yung back pass, when I recall also.
Yep. It was a pass coming from Jimson Cristal. It was supposed to be a back pass towards Ali, but Cisse was just quick to intercept and was able to get his goal. And towards the end of the first half, you have Ture putting an exclamation point on the first half for Manila Digger FC, thanks to a cross as well from Troy Limba from the right. Nabanggit nga natin na it's been the right side yung in-exploit nitong Manila Digger FC, and so far in the first half they were able to do well in that department.
We are going to see some changes at the half here for our two squads. Balik tayo sa statistics nga, Jamer. So, sa nakita natin, Digger, yes, they're in the lead and have committed more fouls just to show that they are in control. Sometimes you'll see a struggling team or a team with their back against the wall, ginagamit yung fouls. Pero sa itong sitwasyon, it's Digger.
Well, it's about imposing your will on your opponents, be it physical or mental. Having those fouls, making sure na nararamdaman sila nitong kalaban nila, itong Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, and sometimes physicality is a bit too much for the boys in yellow and black. Their fouls on the other side for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, if the other side is committing more fouls than you, that means that they're showing more aggression when it comes to the attack. Kasi if you're the defending side, you would only rack up the fouls if you are making mistakes in terms of your tackles, if you're late on the tackles, late on the challenges. Those are where the fouls are coming from. But in the case of Manila Digger FC, it's coming from the aggression of trying to score more goals against Valenzuela PB-Mendiola.
Look what we have here when you look at the half line. JB Berlongan is also going to make his debut for Manila Digger. Jumping ship from Cebu. Entering alongside JB Berlongan, we got Mustafa Halaw. For Valenzuela PB, we've got Malik Powell and Elijah Razonable, who also checked into the game. But those subs are made official right at kickoff, actually, dito na ang ating second half.
Interesting for Coach Kim Versales and Manila Digger FC resting two of your top players. You have, I think it was Cisse who was subbed out for Halo, and then you have Troy Limbo being subbed out for JB Borlongan. But still, you have quality players coming in at the half to get you across the line. You already have a 3-goal margin. You would like to extend that to a bit more.
Let's see also if they will take some calculated risks. Ayan nga, Jamer. Troy Limbo and Sekou Cisse. Starting off early here, but we have a foul committed already.
Mustafa Jello.
We're in the process of confirming the subs.
For Valenzuela PB
And Manila Digger came close to scoring already within 20 seconds.
Is replaced by player number 45.
Well, we talked about Manila Digger making the most out of the mistakes of Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. That time they were almost paying for it with Nishioka trying to break the lines after the interception. Lucky for them, there was a foul called on the number 14.
Rafi Davao just showed us, of course, what he brings to the table. Slid to get that stop, pero nasa Valenzuela PB pa rin yung bola. It is Digger in yellow and black. Here's a run now. Wembira misses here. Asong, though, I'm sure wanted better from his back line. And it is Valenzuela PB in red and black. They are playing from left to right. They just put up that shot. Sadly, off target for them.
Fizzing out wide for Manila Digger that time. But Asong, like what you said, will be asking more from his back line, because that's the last thing that you want to see from them, allowing a player like Mbida just get a clear shot on goal.
Bachito Felonco. Borlongan his first touch here as a member of Manila Digger. That's something also here dito sa team in yellow, because they still have the knockout stages of the AFC Challenge League coming up. They were able to retain their roster and also sign players such as JB Berlongan, Ralphie Davao. Here comes JB Berlongan. Shot taken by Babo Carture, denied. Berlongan naman daw. To the right, Manny, denied by Renya. Only half cleared up until this point. That's why they're trying to pounce. And just like that, it is another goal for Manila Digger, but their first one in the second half. Pablo Carture and company just kept the pressure. They kept the ball in the area of the penalty spot.
Pablo Carture already on his hat trick, getting his third goal in the match. Just making sure to slot that past the substitute goalkeeper Arjun Lasco.
That's right. They also did make a goalkeeper change with Lasco coming off for Ali Poralayan.
Goal for Manila Tigers by player number 11.
Here they go again.
Babukar Ture with his hat-trick. And that goal he scored is their 37th goal of the season. Lumalapit na sila sa 40-goal mark. But Digger are actually number 3 on offense when it comes to goals scored. They have a man down. Juan Taguig with 47 goals scored so far in the season. AGFC with 46. Later on, you have FC-Iloilo and Maharlika who will square off. So Michael and Eric Esso enjoying the tunes here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium Grandstand.
Napapasayaw pa nga sila kanina.
Yan hindi ko na nakita. Nagtago ata sila. Pero binati pa ako. Yan yung sinasabi natin, JM. Iba yung vibes talaga when you're at the stadium to catch a game, yung atmosphere. Kita mo rin yung mga idols mo up close and personal.
That's what makes the Philippines Football League quite unique from all the other leagues in Southeast Asia. Medyo intimate yung relationship when it comes to the fans and the players. Kasi you would see some of the players sa grandstand where most of the fans are also watching the game. And you could even have a chat with them before the game. If they're not laser focused on their next game, you could even approach them, have a bit of a selfie or whatnot. Just check them out. Kamustahin sila, and gano'n talaga ka-intimate yung bond between players and the fans here in the Philippines Football League.
Tapos pag may mga players na walang laro or off-duty, some of them would catch the games here. Siyempre may Nano Amita when there is no game. He plays for Aguilas. Pag wala silang laro, nandito pa rin siya. Also, Sekou Cisse. He adds to that list now. They'd hang out here. Panoorin nila yung mga may ibang games. That shows their passion. At the same time, inaaral din nila yung mga kalaban. The PFL legend, BNV Marañon. He actually came to the Philippines, played for the UFL, which predates the PFL. I remember he said he'd take the taxi 2-hour ride or so, even on a Friday. Panoorin daw niya yung football action. This one lacked power. It's a much needed stop for Lasco and Valenzuela PB. Going back, inaaral daw ni BNB Marañon si Chiefy Caligdong on how to adjust to the Philippine or the ASEAN style of play. BNB Marañon eventually force in the PFL.
Gusto show na nami-miss na rin natin si BNB, not only in the Philippines Football League but also with the Philippine men's national team. I mean, it's gonna be a question.
And it is an easy one here on a silver platter for Digger. Mustafa Halo gets one in. 6 minutes played and he has 1 goal to show. New spark plug here in the building.
Seems like Arjun Lasco doesn't have the ears of his backline as we take a look into the strike from Halo. Good pass though, coming from Ture. Naiwanan nitong si Halo dito sa left side. They were asking for offside, but backline isn't there to cover Halo for that goal. Kaya nga na sinabi ko, he doesn't have the ears of the backline yet. They might have been following the commands of Ali in the first half, so it's gonna be a challenge for them to adjust to their substitute goalkeeper and where he wants them to be and when they want when he wants them to be on that spot.
I believe here that Powell had some jewelry on him and he had to head to the side. He handed it over to referee Meriton Pelayo, who is our 4th official. But at this rate, it's going to be number 6 here. But you do see that Lasco's able to do enough to challenge the attack. And I just wanted to point out also with that, Torre has an assist now to add to his hat trick. One here now by Babukar, all over the place. Azad Noran. They need to get their act together now. And thanks to Eric Manlapas, they carry things on now. It is Adobe. Tokon Ralphie Davao, Mike Asong was there to clean up at the back. Off we go. Intercepted well. That was by Elijah Razonable. Azad Nuran. 2-on-1, it stays with them. Hassan Baji poked that out of his feet.
These are the times that you would miss a vital figure inside the field for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola FC. Back in the days when they were called Mendiola FC 1991, you have Hamid Hajimadi in the middle of the pitch, almost doing everything he can to keep everyone in line. And earlier in the season, you have Ruben Doctora as that talisman for their side. But right now, they're the leader for their side.
You remember the 2024 season where we actually had 15 teams? That was like an expansion season. And only the top 10 were retained into the next PFL season. 11 through 15, you can see were excluded or not retained. As it's goal number 6 now for Manila Digger. For them, or oftentimes you say the sky is the limit, but for here, they just continue to dig deeper and deeper. It is now 6. They made it 2 goals in this second half. It is a goal for Amoru Mane.
Mane has been looking for that goal since the first half. Good pass once again from Torre. Another assist to his name. A hat-trick and a couple of assists for Torre. But Moru Mane being at the right place at the right time for Manila Digger FC. And I love how you pointed out that they keep digging a hole in this pocket of space for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. Now we're at 6-0.
Well, if they keep on digging, they are going to be on the other side of the earth.
You would love to have Psycho Cisse inside of the field when you have those kind of commentaries, Claro.
Of course. Well, a couple of times I did say Psycho Cisse and the Avengers. Sinasabi ko yun kahit tawag ko sa kanya Superman. Maayag siya sa pangalan na yun, Superman, I will say. Nung una medyo nahiya pa. After a while, okay bro. I like the name.
But he lived up to it. But that's one of the things quite unique with Manila Digger. As you can see, they're moving forward again with Mane on the right.
Oh, the turn here and the goal once more. 7-0 here. They bagged number 7 in this afternoon. Mustafa Halo gets his brace. That is a brace in 11 minutes.
Coffin class now in full display between Manila Digger and Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. You can see Arjun Lasco trying his best to go down and save that ball, but pass was just faster than Lasco could go down the ground.
And you see that turn there with the ball, of course, showing us the skill, the technical ability. The floodgates have opened. Davao, Nishoka. Nishoka, I believe a shin guard also flew off his. Yes, that was a shin guard. That came off his sock. One here just like that. Goal number 8. Manila Digger putting up a clinic.
You'd be concerned for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola FC with the change of
A hat-trick, Jamer. That is a hat-trick from Mustafa Halo. So Torre with 3 and 2 assists.
Goal for Manila
Mustafa
Tigers.
Halo
By player number
with 3 goals.
99, Mustafa Jello.
The emphasis there on the hat-trick of
Substitution
Mustafa
for
Halo
Manila Tigers.
from announcer David
Player number
Humor.
11, Babukar Torre, is replaced by player number 77, Sudiao. And player number 29, Noy Felonco.
Babukar Torre will call it a
is
shift
replaced by
alongside
player number
Noy
22,
Felonco.
Ziggy Taninco.
And they are bringing in Su Diao and Ziggy Taninco. Ziggy Taninco, one of the top playmakers last season. And it was essential, of course, that he was retained in this squad with his ability to contribute. Here comes Kenji Nishoka. And that may be one of the fastest hat tricks also. Scored in 14 minutes. Mustafa Halo. They knocked it back. Nishoka Su Diao. When Diao scores also, his goals also just give you the biggest bang here.
Kaya nung isa-sub na si Sujo kanina, nagsigawan itong fans ng Manila Digger. And he's one of the most colorful players in this Manila Digger side out here.
As it was a looping ball. And Mustafa Halo wanting number 4. But in this situation, there's no instance of being too selfish. Because his teammates set him up for that, for goal number 8.
Gotta love how Manila Digger FC has been stringing passes out here. Couple of players on a hat trick with Babukar Ture and Halo getting his hat trick in the second half. That's quite fast for a player to achieve, and you could really feel that they're on the same wavelengths right now. As another shot,
You could say it stopped here to the relief of Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. Unfortunate because they did have a strong start and held Manila Digger goalless for 29 minutes until Babukar Ture fired what became his first of 3 goals. "30 minutes remaining right here, plus additional time. Now we are going to see another change. Kevin Theodore Skinner is going to enter. He's the man in the number 2 jersey pictured. It's Eric Manlapas who is exiting. Tough day here for the Brave Men.
well, Manlapas had a decent first half himself, being in the thick of the action, helping out in defense
Substitution
for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. But Coach Jake Claico may have seen something different, that he's planning to, or he planned to shuffle the cards out here by having Kevin Theodore Skinner.
At this point in time, though, it's more of damage control already for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. But the goals are coming from everyone here. I mean, yes, Seiko Sise and Babukar Ture are very dangerous attacking players. But you see that they do not just rely on these two men. Yes, sabihin nga natin, they're the main men really statistically, but you can get goals from everybody, A through Z, top of the bench to the bottom of the bench. Borlongan couldn't send that one in. The defense was able to stop him.
When you mentioned that, Claro, Manila Digger FC really have a lot of options to score a goal for themselves out here. You've already seen earlier, before the start of the game, we had Psycho Cisse as the man to watch for Manila Digger FC, but Torre stepped up, and even Halo himself have been trying his best to get his double brace in this game. So it's a good problem for Coach Kim Versales and the rest of the coaching staff for Manila Digger FC if you have plenty of options on the bench or even on your starting 11.
Yes, and Mustafa Halo came close again to making it number 4. So he cooled off a bit already after that strong start. Some people believe in the law of averages. Some do not, based on my conversations with people who take part in high-level sports. Nakakaaliw, no? Some believe in it, some don't. At the end of the day, they're out to do the same job. Mustafa Halo, who has a hat-trick now, is 21 years of age and is also from the Gambia, just like the likes of Modo Mane, Usman Gai, Hassan Badri, Sekou Cisse. Almost became another one here. Arjun Lasco entered in halftime, is shaken up. It seems like Babukar Torre also going back, maybe a favorite to be man of the match. He has 3 goals, a hat-trick, and 2 assists. So he is involved in more than half of the goals here. But this was the last stop that they got. Awkward landing for Arjun Lasco after he got the stop.
That's going to be a concern for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. He's the only goalkeeper on the bench for Coach Jake Waikong and the Valenzuela PB-Mendiola FC. You already have Ali in the first half getting hurt. And now Lasco finally getting back up to his feet, but you have to question if he's going to be fine for the rest of the game.
$8-0 is the score. Hat tricks again from Halo and Babukar Torre. Time continues to tick here. Manila Digger, 41 goals scored in this season and counting, thanks to the 8 that they have right now. And you can make that 42 now for the team in yellow. Kenji Nishoka gets the goal he deserves here after driving the midfield. Siya yung bantay dito sa bench who are coming off. He's ensuring that they have that. Oh, sorry, I don't think it's Kenji Nishoka. He's celebrating it though as if it's his own because they are in absolute.
You can see here it came from his attempt. There's a question whether Jarvis got a touch to it. But I think that's going to be credited to Nishioka.
Goal
We
for
are hearing it
Manila
here.
Digger
David
FC
Umar is in contact with
by player number
our team on the
14,
ground.
Kenji Nishioka.
Here's a touch. So we're hearing it. It is Nishioka who scored. Manila Digger fans are saying kay Jarvis daw. But the info that we have is what came from our fourth official. So what we saw, Jamer, Kenji Nishoka sent a cross in. It ricocheted off a Valenzuela PB defender. And there's that chance, as we saw in the replay, that it came off and deflected off of Jordan Jarvis. But nonetheless, Digger have a goal to show once more. So the referees are confirming that the goal is for Kenji Nishoka. We had to think twice also, Jamer. Well, we got to confirm it with the officials. If you're Kenji Nishoka, ano ba kukunin mo? Assist o goal?
Well, you'll take the goal all day.
Let's say both. Pili ka dyan.
You'll take the goal all day. But if that ball has just brushed off Jarvis's mullet, could have been a goal counted for him.
Because it still comes off of him in that instance. There you go. 9-0 is the score. Two players with hat tricks to lead the way. 5 different goal scorers here in this afternoon so far. Here's Su Diao. Goes left, goes right. Takes it, but it sails over the bar. They were anticipating that one. He was anticipating it. It's explosive when he's able to score, as we know. And with what we were saying, I'm sorry if I have to say this, but I think he is now the new fan favorite of Manila Digger and replaced Daiki Jahana from the 2024 season. Tandaan nga natin si Jahana yung fan favorite, or he was a fan favorite in Manila Digger for the longest time.
Su Jiao, whenever he comes off the bench, he provides us with those theatrics, those kind of dribbling, as well as the goals.
Spectacular yung mga goal niya, di ba?
But what the fans are waiting for most of the time is not the goals, but the goal celebrations themselves. Because you could even see Su Jiao sometimes hitting that Cristiano Ronaldo celebration, that Su, because of his name.
All in the culture. And remember, no goal, no celebration. And with Valenzuela PB looking to do damage control, they will definitely take this opportunity to spoil the clean sheet of Mike Asong, Ralphie Dabao, Modo Juf, and Jordan Jarvis, of course, to the back line also. He's been one of those strong players for them. We are also expecting another change here for Digger. Let's hold on, of course, until we'll make the sub official. Yuka Watanabe is waiting on the wings. Jamer, ayaw ata lumabas si Modo Mane.
Parang ayaw pa.
No, he just took his sweet time given the circumstances. Opted not to take the long walk to the half line, but headed off here by the goal of Mike Asong.
This is one of the new rules that I've been loving when it comes to football nowadays. In the olden days, kapag may substitution, really have to go out from the center field. But this time, you could actually take the long way route behind the goal posts or behind the goal.
You normally see that for a team that is trailing in the game so that they could save as much time as possible. And Ralphie Daba has a dream start and debut so far in his spell with Digger. 4 goals. Mustafa Halo, now the top scorer in this afternoon. Digger's bench loving it.
Seems like the substitute goalkeeper Arjun Lasco already knew what's going to happen when Halo touched that ball. If you look into this replay,
May player number
After that good
99,
first touch, bringing it down, Arjun Lasco's body language says, I'm not going to bother anymore, it's going to be a goal.
10 goals here. This is slowly creeping in as one of the biggest winning margins in this season. One Taguig, for the record, did defeat Army 13-0. But Digger piling up the goal difference that may help you in the event of any tiebreakers. Let's remember the tournament format here. Teams will figure in a double round robin, and then the top 6 will figure in a championship round. All the results will carry over. Balik tuloy pa rin yung round robin in that instance. Manila Digger favorites to make it into the top 6. And with this impending result, they are going to move to number 3. But if the Cebu Gentle Giants win in their game later this afternoon versus Philippine Army, Digger will slide back to number 4, but are closing the gap now to the teams ahead. And despite of Manila Digger being in the middle of the championship round rankings, let's say, they have this opportunity to dictate the pace because they have matches on hand. Kenji Nishoka. His ball hit Sudiao. They were trying to go for the East Asian connection. Chance now on the breakaway. Here comes Powell. And it is a yellow card that is given. They did stop a clear-cut counterattack. $15 minutes and change remaining. And Manila Digger on the verge of getting another big W. How do you keep going, Jamer, in a situation like this where it's going well if you're Manila Digger and it's not going well, of course, for Valenzuela PB?
Well, if you're Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, you have to, still fight despite the scoreline, because at the end of the day, getting a goal in gives a bit of a boost to your side. Powell came close from that free kick, but if you're Manila Digger FC, you want to score as much goals as you can, because like what you mentioned with the format of the tournament, goal difference are still some sort of a tiebreaker in those kind of situations.
As that free kick earlier from Powell was no good, the man from England and the Cayman Islands. But here comes Yuga Watanabe. Stopped well by Renya. Blasco also covering that quadrant. Kenji Nishoka on the verge of playing a full 90 here. They give it back to him. Cross again. We'll go on the right now. Moru Juf even joining the attack. I had to double check that, of course.
You could see the entire infield squad of Manila Digger FC inside the half of Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. Kulang na lang, pumasok na rin itong si Michael Asong dun sa side nila.
Kulang na lahat. Kulang here. Don't be surprised if all their field players get inside the goalkeeper area. Tapos sa half-line si Mike Asong. Juf got to thread the needle, channeling the playmaking center back in him. Gets it back. He has essentially become their central midfielder here. Oh, a nutmeg here to himself with Skinner. It has been a difficult day for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. That spell just summarizes this game for them. Watanabe calling for it. It was denied by Elijah Razonable. But we have a call here that is going the way of Valenzuela PB. We are also expecting the entrance of Salar Nezamika, or that is Neka Mikha, to be precise. Also, Ali Gamlouche is set to enter, who has been with the team already for some time. He is from Lebanon. Time continues to tick here. 12 minutes remaining until additional time. Later on again, the defending champions, Kaya FC-Iloilo, are going to square off with Maharlika. Kaya, not just the defending champions, but going for the three-peat. But it is a much more difficult task up for them. They're that unfamiliar territory now. They need to finish in the top 2 if they want to play overseas for another season, which is a very long spell or stretch actually that dates to the last decade.
Fans often see the Philippines Football League being a 2-horse race, a 3-horse race, but this season has given them something different. You could see a lot of teams really moving up the ladder, moving up the table. You have Maharlika FC, who has been a threat for most of the teams who are wanting to be at the top 6 for the championship round. And this time, they'll be facing the defending champion. So it's going to be interesting how that matchup is going to fare off later on after this game. And it's an unfamiliar territory for the defending champions.
You named the top 7 now in the standings. And the reason why I say top 7, that is what my basis here to say all of these teams, or point out all of these teams in the championship, or are in the race for the championship round. There's Taguig, Kaya, Tigger, Cebu, Aguilas-Umak, Maharlika, and Stallion, all in the running, as they could not play this one to Sudiao, who was looking to make a run to split the defense. No good on the recycle, a rare offside here versus Manila Digger. Just a few times that they put a foot wrong. Ten minutes remaining here.
Substitution for Manila Digger.
Dylan Mamba Tafem is also going to enter.
Is replaced by player number 5, Tidane Wamba Tafem.
New year, new hairstyle dito para kay Dylan Mamba Tafem. Dreadlocks din ata ang tawag doon sa buhok niya dati.
Clean look to start the year off, I should say, for Dylan.
.43 goals and counting now for Manila Digger. That's another rare instance where Digger put a foot wrong. Jarvis sent his apologies to Mike Asong. You often do not see that from Jordan Jarvis.
Rare opportunity for Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola through a corner here.
It's Ali Gamlouche, the sub, coming in. Or he sent that in, rather. Asong wanting to resume play with that sense of urgency, even if they are up 10-0 with less than 10 minutes remaining until additional time.
Well, they're hoping for a better scoreline. We say better scoreline because last time that Manila Digger has won this big against Valenzuela PB-Mendiola was last year when they won 10-0 against Mendiola FC 1991 back then. You have the substitute Dylan Wamba Tafem as the hat-trick scorer that time. You also have Saiko Sise as the brace and Kenji Nishioka. So usual suspects from last year being in the scoring sheet for Manila Digger in this game.
Ball in. Going for number 5 here when you refer to hollow. Powell got it up slowly but surely. Some life now here for Valenzuela PB thanks to their subs. Neza Mikha couldn't get it to Ali Gamlush. Dylan Wambatafem easily cleaned it up. Here we go on to the right. It's JB Borlongan. Will they cross? They do as expected. That was stopped. Nakainisyoka ulit. Just splitting the defense on his own. Number 11 this afternoon. That's a brace for Kenji Nishoka.
Just like last time that they faced back in August last year, Nishioka getting his brace in this game, just threading the needle past Arjun Lasco. And now they have the biggest winning margin against Mendiola.
And it's also hard to believe here when you look at the stats. This is only going to be the first clean sheet of Mike Asong in this season.
Kenji Nishioka.
Masasabi mo bang full circle moment yun para kay Asong? Being the custodian for Mendiola for many years, and even back in his college days with Senbed, and now that he's getting a clean sheet against a team that gave him the pathway towards bigger things in the Philippines Football League.
It's actually been a while since Mike Asong has been with, or it's actually been a while since Mike Asong departed Valenzuela PB. Jimson Cristal needing some assistance to get off. Valenzuela PB having to kick off this game for the 11th time. Mike Asong, his clean sheet under threat. And they barely get the stop here. Smiles from him after they get it. That would have been a disaster though, as we know, if they conceded the goal in their perspective.
Even Juve was laughing with Mike Asong there. It was like Juve was begging for him to just take the ball away from the attacker.
Does he like that fine line between the laugh and the disaster? As Amika is playing on the left now. Both teams clearly unloaded the bench given the circumstances. Digger did so as early as the start of the second half. Up next again after this one, Kaya and Maharlika will square off, and we have Aguilas and Stallion to wrap off the day here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium. But over at Cebu, the Gentle Giants, the home side, are going to host Philippine Army FC. And Cebu also need that win to stay above Manila Digger. So the pressure is on the Gentle Giants to grab the W because of the massive win here of Manila Digger.
Well, they'll be hoping that the physicality that's going to be shown by Philippine Army will not get to or will not get to them mental wise, because kapag binabalya ka talaga ng kalaban mo, mas nagiging gigil ka sa laro, and pag nagigigil ka, mawawala ka sa laro mo eh.
Here's another one. Renya gets to clear it off. It's always different when you play against the armed forces, as we know. Talk about defending your country. Cross once more. That was denied by Cristal. That's a bit of a good sign that he is able to resume this, given that he had to be helped off the pitch earlier. Jarvis from Nishoka. Over to Dylan Wambatafem. Sa kabila naman daw, sabi ni Nishoka. They go for the back post. And it is 12-0 there. Thanks to Dylan Wambatafem. Also gets a goal of his own off the bench.
What a play from...
He can't pick what celebration to do, ends up doing two. That's not normally how it works, but okay, he pulled it off.
Pulling off the Cole Palmer celebration. But what a play that was from Manila Digger FC. That started from Nishioka.
Player number 5,
Getting the cross in. Opening things up for Dylan. Feeling ko parang gusto niyang sumayaw kanina eh, pero he opted for the Cole Palmer celebration instead.
Hiya siya bigla. Siguro nalaman niya na nandun yung camera sa kanya. Goal scorer naman eh.
Katutok pala sa akin. Sige, ganito na lang.
12-0. This is tied with the second biggest winning margin in this edition of the PFL. Sudiao, one of the many players who came off the bench in this massive win for Manila Digger. 4 minutes of additional time as confirmed by Meliton Pelayo, our fourth official.
Additional time, 4
Do continue to
minutes.
stay with us because we have FC-Iloilo and Maharlika who will play in a bit. Watanabe knocked it back. Ziggy Taninko to Jordan Jarvis. Was confident there despite of the pressure. That's what Ziggy does well. On to the right, Borlongan. Doing what he does best also. Left foot, right foot for JB. Still same good old quality.
Davao trying to go for the spectacular there from way outside the box. I mean, he has the license, but wasn't able to get it on target that time.
Thanks to this impending result, Manila Digger are only 3 points adrift. One Taguig and Kaya FC. One Taguig and Digger with 10 games played each. I'm already... In this instance, you assume this 10th game is all over already. They are a team that plays in the AFC Challenge League for a reason. Less than 2 minutes remaining until this result is put into the books. Victor Felicia also close to playing the full 90. Let's remember Victor Felicia, one of the few Manila Montet survivors, playing here in Valenzuela PB-Mendiola.
I've been meaning to talk about Felicia, one of the remaining players or the remnants of Manila Monte, part of the expansion squad in the Philippines Football League last time around. That's one way of making your way up the professional ladder.
Time continues to tick now. Valenzuela PB will be stuck at second to the last on the table. Manila Digger will move up to third provisionally, but if Cebu do win, Digger will go back to number 4, but then again to have a match on hand as compared to Cebu. What is quite spectacular is that it's one Taguig who top the table and have a match on hand. Here comes Dylan Matafem once more. Oh, but Su Diao mishitting this one. I think he did not have the best angle also, because the defense got to do their job. It will be a corner kick though. Kenji Nishoka, the designated man. Yeah, as we were saying, right, he's eligible to play for the Philippines. That is his dream, after all. And he was born here in Quezon City before growing up in Japan. And given that, of course, that is where he spent his formative days learning football.
Hoping to follow the likes of Daisuke Sato and I think in the same position that he's in, Hikaru Minegishi, who used to play for the Philippines.
That is correct. Here's Taninko. Watanabe knocked it back. Su Diao dribbling through. Almost gets his goal here for the road. But just with the way the first half ended, or similarly, Digger scored at the end of the first half, right before the halftime whistle. Almost the case here. This 12-0 result made official. And we did get a hat-trick and 2 assists from Babu Karture. Halo made it 4 of his own. Bagged this hat-trick actually after about 11 minutes. That's all for the opening game today, Jamer.
Well, you got to feel for Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. They had a decent first 20 minutes in the game, but Manila Digger just steamrolled past them.
Congratulations to the winner.
Hat-trick from Ture and the double brace from substitute Mustafa Hachalo really makes it up for this game. Claro, I mean, a force to be reckoned with here in the PFL is Manila Digger FC.
And we did say it was going to be Giants versus Minnows in this game. And we say that because Minnows always have an opportunity to pull off an upset. But it is the Giants here who pulled that one off without a doubt of Manila Digger. This is Clara Manzano alongside Jamer De La Cruz. The score once more 12-0 for Manila Digger over Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. We'll sign off before we carry on, of course, with this broadcast. But as we always say, we are PFL.
Ladies and gentlemen, that ends our first match in our Wednesday triple header in your Philippines Football League 2025 to 26 season. Our next match will be between the defending league champions, Kaya FC-Iloilo, going up against Maharlika FC. Kickoff is at 5:45 in the afternoon.
Kenji, congratulations. Today you got man of the match. What did you think of your performance today?
最終間試合の中で厳しい試合だったんですけど勝ててよかったです。Going into the match, we kind of like heat up. Going into the match, we had a little bit of heat up in the first half and everything went okay. But eventually, second half, nakapag-adjust kami.
Last game it was a draw against Aguilas, but this time it's a win. What was the message from the coaching staff?
たくさんのサポートありがとうございました。次の試合に向けて頑張るので、アギラスのやつ引き分けだったんですけど、それに切り替えて次の試合頑張ります。
First of all, thank you for all the fans who came here to support us, and we are looking forward to the next match. As for the Aguilas match, it was a tough game and it was a learning experience.
Congratulations, Kenji.
Salamat.
Isang araw nagmamaniw sa kubaw ang nakibaba.
Cross into the box, that's headed away by the returning Demiroglu. Turkish defender has grown somewhat synonymous with the Cebu Football Club. It's good to see him back in a familiar setting.
Very iconic, especially with the air.
But he's been closed down quickly here by our possession. Lifted over the top. White shirts making their way into the box, and that will be a save for Mark Anthony Badia.
And again, it's the denial of the area that's really lacking for Army right now. They have quite exposed themselves early on this game, that little gap on that right side, and Cebu will not hesitate to take advantage.
Unable to keep that attack alive. Skilio gets his head to it. Demiroglu launched that one instead of using the goalkeeper. Managed to keep possession here. Looking for the run. Connection not quite there yet. And Glenn, napag-usapan natin that daming movement ng squad ng Cebu FC. Isa sa mga players that perhaps will benefit from the many departures is Leo Makiling, who's looked promising this season, although he hasn't had many minutes. Although when he is on the pitch, he's showcased on quite a few occasions that he is a potent weapon para dito sa koponan ng Cebu.
And that is a good chance for him. I mean, if my numbers are correct, he's currently got 4 goals this season so far. And despite the limited number of minutes, he usually comes in as an impact sub. So that could mean a lot.
Another opportunity for Cebu, but it is offside. See the intention. Philippine Army opting to play a high line these days. Cebu more than willing to take advantage every chance they get.
And considering that they are using a 4-5-1 formation, meaning they really want to have a lot of people inside the middle of that box to give them problems, but at the same time pushing them up forward, that could create problems for themselves in the counter-attacking sense.
Semblante gets another touch. It's been brought in from Loyola alongside John Clyde Vitualla, mga bagong recruits ng Cebu. It's all looking very fluid at the moment. Also got a new defensive midfielder in Willie Edgar Kapawa. Great pass forward. Opportunity here. Flag is up. But it's looking very dangerous early on here, Abu C.
And again, it's that space on that right side that they are really taking advantage of. If I'm not mistaken, there's this little space that you would see between Palacio and Soriano on that right side where there's this avenue, ang lawak ng pagpapasahan. DC.
Certainly some adjustments needing to be made here for Army. Being carved open with regularity here in the early stages. Kapawa. Villanueva has his head up. Vitualla. Into the box it goes. Abu C is gonna lift that over for Cebu's second goal. A brace now for Abu C. He's done it in a hurry.
And that is no easy goal by any means, but you really have that instinct to know that when the keeper is really close to you and you have that chance to just lift the ball with just the right amount of power, that should do the job. And Abu did that perfectly.
Quality work from Abu C, who's enjoying his return at the tip of the spear here for Cebu, and he's lifted that one ever so delicately over Bedia to make it 2-0 for Cebu. Philippine Army looking shell-shocked at the moment. They're gonna need to dig in here.
A rare opportunity for Army to push forward. For Palacios, who was nowhere near that pass when it happened.
For space on the right side. Unable to deal with the danger this time. Bedia will launch it. Square pass. Flirting with danger. But it makes its way to Villaseñor. Soriano. Better spell of possession here from Army.
It's a boost midfield that's really giving them a hard time to break through that half of the pitch.
Senor getting it forward. Ariola has peeled out wide. Opportunity perhaps to pull the trigger here. Trying to wriggle his way through, and it's going to be a foul. Edge of the box. No hesitation from the referee. Jesus Abogado calling for a free kick here in favor of Army. But he's called it for an infraction outside the box, not inside.
And that was just the slightest of margins there. One more touch and that foul inside the box and the penalty.
Measuring our two options, Nico Palacio and John Celis. 5-man wall for Cebu. And that is blasted wayward. Nico Palacio will be hoping he gets that one back.
Well, you'd really want to have a lot of that to make that spin, but if you don't know how to really aim for that sweet spot on the ball, you're likely to blast it in the sky.
Yeah, looking to go long. And rev all the way back. Demiroglu spotting the run on the left side. Vituala. He's going to put in the cross. It's going to go out for a corner kick. The 26-year-old from Cebu, John Clyde Vituala, to take this one. Left-footed delivery is a deep one. Cushioned in, and it is almost a third for Cebu. Doktuk Demiroglu right in front of goal. Actually, I think it's going to be counted.
Yeah, from the looks of it. I mean, I think everybody got caught ball watching there while Cebu was making the most of the little spaces wedged in between.
Wow. It gets from bad to worse here for Philippine Army. Conceding once more here in the 14th minute. It's coming from a corner kick. There's a nice centered header from the deep delivery on the corner. Demiroglu, the player most alive inside the box, able to bundle that one home. And what a return to Cebu on the score sheet already early on here.
Plus, he has that height advantage as well, that he towers up above the defenders. And for Army, that was really a big ask.
Finally, a touch of the ball there for Reno Gautier. He's returned now to the fold here in Cebu after a lengthy layoff due to injury. Also left the club momentarily, but now he's back. He's going to be a big addition for them in the middle of midfield. Bedia. It's been a rough start to this game, and he's trying to dribble away. No whistle, and it is a goal for Abu C. Mark Anthony Bedia extremely upset. But it's a 15-minute hat trick for Abu C.
I really thought that was going to be called a foul because Abu C was really roughing up Bedia back there.
Mark Anthony Bedia opting to play with fire, and he certainly got burned on that play. He's trying to shield the ball on Abu C. The Senegalese striker accepted the invitation, applied the bit of pressure, and he's gotten his just rewards. Let's have a look at it here. He's dilly-dallying Bedia. Puts his body in the way. He says he got clipped. It might have been contact initially, but when he did fall, it looked like he had just lost his balance. Assistant referee, as well as the main official, uninterested in his tumble there. That's the reason why you see that number on your screen. It is 4-0 to Cebu. Although there's going to be a conversation here between the officials. Soriano here is going to get booked. This is foolish from the veteran player. He's gotten physical with our referee. He's definitely going to get booked. The question is, what color is he going to receive?
And from the replay itself, it really did look like he clipped his own leg, Bedia, there when he was already on his way down to the ground. The C was a bit with a distance between the both of them, so I don't know why they are still fighting this over.
Jesus Abogado is being generous here. He's been shoved twice by Baking Soriano. Now, only a yellow card given to the defender. And perhaps he's showing a bit of sympathy here given how much of a disaster this start has been for Cebu. You should imagine that Jaso Soriano needs to be very careful here. An interesting moment there, Glenn, as it definitely looked like there was contact with the goalkeeper, but it was the timing of his fall. After the contact happened, and he was making his way into space, tsaka siya nahulog at tumambling.
And I think that's what they were trying to argue there. Na there was contact indeed, and you would have to agree that there was a little bit of contact there. But 50-50 says that that could have been a fair shoulder to shoulder.
So here we have it. That has to go down as one of the fastest hat tricks, or earliest hat tricks you will get in a game. Abu C managing something incredible. Meanwhile, for Army, they can be upset by that last sequence. But more so, they should be upset with their performance. It hasn't been a good start at all, but they could change things here. Chance for Army, the rebound is in. Game on.
They might be going down, but looks like they're going down fighting there. Oh, I think Cebu was waiting for that whistle, but that shot came out, and they were just not reacting as quick as Ariola there to just tap that in.
Let's take a look at this. Nico Palacio was able to unleash sting in the gloves of Jesse Semblante, who has been denied a clean sheet here. Jimwell Ariola, alert and alive, picks up his second goal of the season. Mukhang nabuhayan dito ang Philippine Army.
And you know how dangerous momentum can be in football.
Another opportunity. He's taken a snapshot there, and Palacio has missed the target. He's arguing it took a touch. Referee disagreeing with him. Still a commanding lead here for Cebu, but you can sense a change in demeanor here from Army. Knock on to Kore. Moves it on. Abu C will make his way into the middle. Makiling delivers it. It's perfect. Abu C makes it 5-1 Cebu.
And this time Army was not in formation, unlike the earlier goals, but still, you know what happens if you just allow that counter to flourish like that. Look at how much space they've given Abu C right on that center area, and then he just had to control it. He could have taken a couple more touches, but he didn't need it.
Put on a plate by Leo Makiling. It was a lovely ball to get in between the two defenders, but in the end, so much room for Abu C to control, pick his spot, and fire it into the back of the net. If his hat-trick was not completed in record time, I think this might be a first for 4 in a game, and we haven't even made it to halfway in this opening period. Incredible stuff from Abu C. And the troubles continue here for Army. They've just conceded. Now it looks like they might be losing their captain, Jamar Cortez, who is seemingly struggling with something with his hamstring.
I think that could have something to do with going full out on Abu C like that, despite Abu C getting the better of him several times this outing. But you would really have to ask the question there, where were the rest of the defense when Abu C was seemingly already on his way into that front area of the goal? So no one was, you could not even see a shadow of a defender that was closing in on him at that time.
At siguro ito yung medyo frustrating para sa mga sumusunod dito sa Philippine Army. Of course, it's a team with an incredible legacy in the top flight of Philippine football. It is a club that used to be synonymous with quite a bit of success. Times have changed for them, but perhaps what is most frustrating is the lack of cohesion, the lack of fight, and the lack of intensity that would have been synonymous to this team in the past. Sa ngayon, medyo hindi natin nakikita ang mga characteristics na yan. And, you know, you could talk about tactics all you want and technique of the players, but without those basic things, it'll be very difficult to find success in this league, particularly against a strong side like Cebu. Miller Akiapat entering the fray as Cortez is forced off with injury.
Replaced by player number 23, Margarsen Esorio.
And also, it looks like Renz Gumban has been replaced by Boogie Margarse, the veteran former national team player, an Army legend, has entered a little earlier than he is used to. Normally comes on in the second half. Of course, is a little bit advanced in age now these days, but they need some sort of stabilizing force in the middle. We're going to see how long Boogie Garcia can play in this game.
Replaced by player number.
Again, Army is really just... It might not be the same long ball principle that we're used to, seeing the ball hoofed out from defense all the way to the front, but the mindset is, well, they kind of reverted back to that same one, trying to hope that somebody was making a run for it without actually seeing if someone was making a run. Army just hopes that somebody would be in front when they pass the ball.
Will be a corner kick.
Wednesday, Philippines Football League action continues. We've got FC-Iloilo in Maharlika squaring off match number 61 at the Rizal Memorial Stadium in Manila. A big thank you for joining us. Cara Manzano here alongside Diego Cordero. And we are coming off, that's a light break right here. When we refer to the PFL as a whole, how do you expect these teams to get up and running in this match?
It's going to be an interesting one. So these two teams actually played last weekend, and they played in that middle of January period, so they're match fit, and it's going to be interesting because they actually played very recently, in that January game. I'm expecting a lot of, desire from both teams to get that win because of the way the table is lining up. Both of these teams will really want to get a good result because the table is so tight. Any bad result, even a draw or a loss, could mean that you could get leapfrogged by the other teams all around you. So for Kaya, if they don't win today, they have a chance to lose ground against the likes of Manila Digger, Cebu, Taguig. And the same for Maharlika. If they don't get the win today, and they've already had 2 losses on the bounce, they'll lose ground on Aguilas and Stallion. So there's a lot of incentive for both of these teams to get 3 points this afternoon.
So essentially, it's A-OK already because they got shake off that rust from that one game. As we look at the standings, it's the top 6 again who will make it to the championship round. And it's been looking good, we could say, for the top 7 when it comes to that race to make it up there. Tuloy FC, you could say, also in the running given the recent results. Well, we got number 2 Kaya, Maharlika. It's a must win for Maharlika because they're Laguna, who are right below it. Point behind, 2 matches on hand. There you go. That is the situation. These things. Let's see how things will change actually over the course of this match day, because we also have Cebu FC and Army who are squaring off over at Dynamic Herb Stadium. Let's take a look at the previous match here when we refer to Kaya and Maharlika, because you were saying, Jago, they squared off recently. Kaya actually did get a 2-0 win here versus Maharlika.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't commentating this game, but I was in the stands. And you know what really struck me from this match was it was a quite even match for the first first part of the first half. You know, both teams were scoreless, but then eventually, you know, two mistakes actually from Maharlika gave Kaya the advantage. And once they went 2-0 up, it was only going to be one winner in this match. It's actually a similar story for Maharlika in their match against Wantegig last weekend. You know, they played well, but, you know, in the crucial moment, they fell asleep. They don't want to repeat that against Kaya, who are coming off this win and a really good win against Don Bosco last weekend. So form-wise, one would favor Kaya, but again, as evidenced by previous matches from Maharlika this season, it can be a bit of a problem for the biggers.
2-0 result, as we mentioned, Martini Ray came away. The game was played approximately a month ago. That was the open, and because took advantage of Maharlika napping in that spell, because the goal of Martini was in the 24th, the goal of Maikot was in the 26th, and then it was just a close one all throughout. I look at that goal in our Quad Vision replay, brought to you by Upstream Sports TV. And it is essential for Maharlika to get a result here if they want to get some sense of comfort in the situation in the standings. But for Kaya, you could say they are punching there and at the top of the standings. Let's take a look at the lineup, Jago, of Coach Yu Hoshide.
Yeah, a lot of usual suspects, but there is an obvious missing name there. It's Kaishu Yamazaki, who's not even in the whole squad itself this afternoon. But nevertheless, you know, you have quality players there and thereabout. Starting from the back, you already have Dator returning, but you also have new signings in the two center backs for Kaya. But then you also have that wonderful debutant, Julius Mierbach, who's going to start once again. I think all eyes, or a lot of eyes rather, not all eyes, will be on the new signing, the new center back, Pathy Malunban Soko, who will be making his first start for Kaya this afternoon. He already played against Don Bosco, unfortunate injury to Casambre, but did good in that game. Actually comes from the transfer window, so Kaya were productive in that period. And based on my research, he's come from a very, very high level of football. So he's played in Europe, even played in the 3rd division of Italy at one point. So that's how high he's reached in his career. Being Kaya for this season, and exciting to see what he can do for this match against a better opponent, with all due respect to last week's win over Don Bosco Garelli.
There you go. That's the situation for Kaya FC Iloilo. And you were highlighting, of course, the player to look out for in Pathy Malunban Soko. Reinforcements at the back and up front for Kaya FC. Let's take a 2-hour coach interview with the defending champs.
It's a really tight schedule for us, but players are doing really well. So I hope we will win this game as well. So keep 100% with our team. Thank you.
Always straightforward whenever you get to Coach Yoshida, whether it be in a pre-game interview, a rival interview, or press conference. That's how Kaya FC Iloilo will be attacking this one. We'll be giving you some updates also on their situation with their roster later on. But let's head over to Maharlika FC, the challengers, you could say. They are going with the 4-4-2, and there's Kenry Balobo to man the posts here. But there's a lot of interest, of course, with this squad.
Yeah, it's a squad that has been renewed over the transfer window, similarly to Kaya. They lost some key players actually in the January period, so no more Uzoka. He went over to Thailand, and yeah, they've had to adjust a little bit, you know, to keep their top 6 aspirations alive. They did do that, so they have new signings in there. A lot of them played against Wantegig. Maybe couldn't say that it was their best performance, but actually one of those was Haran de Gracia, and he played really well against Wantegig. He's straight out of the Tuloy program, and he's starting right away for Maharlika as their center back, not even as their right back. Let's see if that's going to change today. But what can't be denied was he was very impressive against Montague, against the likes of Raishel and Hiraishi. He stood his ground, to be fair to him, despite his modest height. So definitely a player to watch is number 27 there for Maharlika, Haren De Gracia.
De Gracia in the first part of the season, right before that winter Christmas transfer window, was still with Toloy FC. So he is that mid-season move or acquisition for them. And you will have the Koreans as expected here to bolster this squad of theirs. They'll be in the 4-4-2 formation. And with that, of course, for Maharlika FC. And going back with that recent match between Kaya and Maharlika, what was interesting, right, with you saying also is that the game was about a month ago only. So there's a bit of that recency here, of course, and that helps if you want to do scouting in that perspective. But we're going to take it to our Maharlika coach interview.
Today we play Kaya again. We played them a few weeks ago. And I think if you look at our fixture, it's a really tough fixture. We played Kaya, we played one Taguig, and we play Kaya again. And then we play Stallion again. And I think the fixture itself, because it's tough games, I think it's toughening our boys and we're gaining experience, which is good. And today's game, as I always say, there's nothing back. We're going to go for the win. And hopefully I can get the first win and boys can get the first win for the club against Kaya.
That is the situation pictured by Maharlika FC coach Moon Hong. And in that last meeting of theirs, it was Mike Ott who was named man of the match, not just because of his goal, but with the way he actually influenced that contest. It's match number 61 right here. And with the situation in the table, not comfortable if you're Maharlika FC and wanting to make it to the championship round, but being in the middle sure beats being in the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, that's for sure, Claro. Maharlika will feel a little bit threatened though because of the fact that, okay, they have more points than Stallion, but Stallion actually have 2 games to catch up to them before they've played the same amount of games. That means that, assuming Stallion win their games in hand, that they would actually be above them in the table. Maharlika have a direct hand in that because one of those games is against Stallion for Maharlika, but nevertheless, the table is so tight that, no one can really be comfortable even if you're in the top 6 race or even if you're in the championship race. And I think for a neutral, that makes the league very, very, very entertaining.
We're looking back at highlights again from that game between the two teams. We've mentioned Kaya and Maharlika. But speaking of the situation of Kaya in the standings, you could say they are roughly where they want to be, which is earning a spot to play next year when it comes to international football. But Kaya under the threat of the likes of Manila Digger and Cebu, to be precise. When you look at who's exactly below the table, a win for Cebu in the simultaneous game again that is being played at Dynamic Herbst Stadium will continue to keep the Gentle Giants within striking distance. So pressure here is on Kaya to get the win. If Kaya actually do get the W in this match day, they will go to the top of the table over one Taguig. But Taguig will hold some matches on hand.
Yeah, it means, no one can be comfortable. It means that any match they can actually, see teams leapfrogging each other. Could see you either gain a place or maybe even lose a place. That's how tight the table is. It also means that, this season, the way it's formatted, it's going to go down to the wire with the rate that we're going. And that's very entertaining for the neutral. Of course, we still have a lot of games to be played. We still have the whole round 2 and even a round 3 for anything to be, precisely changed. But at the way the league is currently going, teams have been beating each other that have also lost to each other. The only undefeated team is Manila Digger, but they're not at the top of the table. So there's a lot of interesting, permutations as for the title race and even the top 6 race. And it just means that, the script, no one really knows how it's going to end.
With that, actually, you mentioning the format of the tournament. So whoever makes the top 6 will make it to the championship round, as we know, but results will carry over. So the higher you finish, you will hold that advantage heading into that final round. Because in the championship round, top 6, whoever that may be, will square off against each other in a single round robin. So that's where it really, really matters, of course. And it's perfect to get a head start in that situation. Match number 61 is up and coming right here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium. In your 2025-2026 Philippines Football League season, we'll catch you in a bit. We are just awaiting our players to take it to the pitch in tune to the Philippines Football League anthem. Continue to stay with us.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Let us welcome the teams of Kaya FC-Iloilo and Maharlika FC.
Let's get to it here with our match officials. Si Chris Melcayabab ang referee natin ngayon. Ang kanyang assistant referees ay sila Ismael Pasion and Ronelo Ugetigan. Ang fourth official ay si Michael Barajas. Ang referee assessor ay si Mr. Alan Martinez. Ang match commissioner, Ms. Ira Ilan. Your respective skippers here, Jan Meliza and Henry Balobo. Closing in and kicking off this match. A light moment here between our officiating crew and our team captains. Smiles will turn to game faces soon. Will it be a reality check for Maharlika? You could say similar also to Kaya, who still have work to do in the standings, given that they are the defending champions. And you could say this is the most difficult campaign when it comes to their title defenses. Here's the starting 11 once more.
Yeah, once again, Kaya will really feel that they want to prove themselves because of the fact that, you know, other teams are proving to be a real title contender. You have the likes of Manila Digger, who won the gig, even Cebu, who are all, you know, vying for that championship spot. Kaya, they want to go for that 4-peat. They want to, keep their crown, and it's up to them, to win all these games, win the games that they would deem winnable. Of course, they already have to make up some ground because they lost to the likes of One Taguig and Manila Digger. But for Maharlika naman, they want to prove that they still belong in the top 6. So they beat Stallion that one time, but all the other matches against, the teams in the top 6, they couldn't convert. They'll be feeling that it's about time they have another result, that proves that they actually really do belong at this level in the top 6 of the Filipino Football League.
That is how things are set up here, as it is going to be the second round encounter between Kaya and Maharlika. My God kicked off this game. Kaya playing it long quickly. As much as they have a great number of reinforcements or new signings, they're also missing a great number of players. And that revolving door of personnel can actually be difficult. Here's an early foul that will go the way of the defending champions. Kaya in all black. Maharlika in pink and white.
When Maharlika played against One Taguig, they didn't make that good of a start. They actually conceded a lot of chances. In particular, in these types of scenarios, they can't make a similar start this evening. Otherwise, Kaya are a team that will most likely punish them from these scenarios.
Former Kaya coach Vincolina already in the stands. Again, he's now handling Aguilas-Umak. They will be playing later on versus Stallion Laguna. Only a minute in, and there's a chance now for Ot and Kaya. Balobo office line, they need to clean up. Kaya want to pounce.
Maharlika passed their first test in terms of a set piece to defend. It's actually not the tallest of defenses for Maharlika, and you see the likes of Toyota and Pathy for Kaya. They're giants really, so they have to be careful, Maharlika, when they're defending and attacking set pieces, because a lot of height is on that Kaya team. Also have the likes of Mirbach in and around the penalty box, as we see. Is that foul throw?
Yep. Play of intensity foul there. And Maharlika, you could say the way this is being played, I'm saying this as much as we're only 2 minutes in. The momentum from that last meeting of theirs, or the advantages you see, are carrying on to this second round game. On to the left. And this one heads out. Kim Jian had the intention of chasing it down, but there was also Mardiano's presence. We're back with their not-so-new striker, because it is already his second game.
Yeah, just I was saying, Mirbach, he's going to have his work cut out for him this afternoon, because he's up against, Menzi, who's been one of the best center backs this season in the PFL. And in that first duel, it was actually Mike Menzi who got the better of the striker.
Here's Data, who collected now and denied that Maharlika bid to get the ball inside.
Very interesting. Maharlika are going to keep that tactic they did against Kaya the first round, which was high press and going man-to-man.
Off we go now inside the area. Almost 1-0 there. Balobo got the stop. Mike caught. Couldn't come to the rescue.
Just as I was talking about Maharlika going high, pressing aggressively, they forget that, the danger with that is that you leave a lot of space behind you. And that means a player like Shuto Komaki, who is rapid, can run into that space. And Mirbach, he'll be feeling that he should have scored. That's a type of chance he did score against Don Bosco. And even Odd actually will feel that he should have at least got this on target. It's a bit of a warning sign already this early on for Maharlika. They can't concede too many of those types of scenarios, otherwise there's only going to be one winner of this match.
Yes, it is early on, but you want to put things away ASAP. So you still got to be clinical with your chances, whether that's early in the game or not. It is also a battle of the Menzi brothers. There is Mike for Maharlika, there is Odi for Kaya. Once upon a time, they were also teammates together for Kaya FC. Eric Eso was trying to take on Park Gun-so.
Yeah, Eric Eso has to prove himself a little bit, because he didn't start against Don Bosco So he didn't necessarily feel that, you know, he's a starter in this team. But today he has been given that trust. It's up to him now to repay it. Coach Iwashides. We see another mistake there from Maharlika.
Shuto Komaki is continuing his return from injury because he played that opening game of Kaya. That was last year, of course, or the first half of the season. Suffered a foot injury versus Aguilas. We did not see him for the rest of the calendar year. He did not play a single AFC Champions League 2 game. And that game of Kaya last time around marked his return. It was a 6-0 win for the defending champions over Garelli last February 7, right here at the same venue, the Rizal Memorial Stadium.
Komaki, you know, he's such a problem for opposite defenders because, you know, as well as you can play, you know, Komaki has the ability to just pull out a moment of genius, either with his skill or with his pace, and you know, it's a really problem for opposite fullbacks to deal with.
Here's an attack that Mardiano stops. Denied Kim Jin-yon. There's Korean influence in Maharlika. You could also say there is the Japanese influence in Kaya. Korean coach versus Japanese coach. Whenever it's an East Asian battle, there's that extra intent. Off of Shuto Komaki. And to shield it well by Mike Menzi.
And again, you know, it's Komaki and his pure running power that is causing a little bit of a problem for Maharlika because all you have to do, send it over, send it long, and you know, he will always have a chance on getting to that first because of his pure pace. You know, I'm curious to see actually if Coach Moon Hong is going to make any adjustment later on in this first half as to how to deal with the pace of Shuto Komaki.
One here at the back by Toyota, and yes indeed, Maharlika are actually playing Kaylan McLeod in an attacking position. We say this because oftentimes he is played at the back.
That's an interesting one. Just looking at McLeod now, he's glued to Eric S. So this is something Maharlika do against opposition teams. If you recall, when they played against Stallion, they had players glued to Schrock. Last week they tried to do it as well against Schrock once again, although he ended up scoring. But you know, it's a tactic that they want to improve upon, but they show some promise in. It looks like McLeod is going to be in that position just so he can break up attacks and use up his physicality. Interesting to see what his role will be actually when Maharlika's going to have time to attack.
I'm speculating that he has experience playing that position. But you often see moves like that pulled off in the UAAP level, where they put a defender up front, maybe as that in physical presence, as you said, or to be the target man. And with Shuto Komaki, he really filled in those shoes vacated, figuratively of course, by Daiso Horikoshi. Kaya still winning, of course, in spite of the departure of Daiso, and Shuto Komaki just stepped up well. Not just him, of course, but everyone else. Hit out to the right wing by Kim Jin-yon. He was playing in the center. They'll cross this one in. That cross was courtesy of Ferrer. There is a diving header from Eric Eso. A little more evident than the usual subtle Eric Eso who gets the job done without necessarily screaming. Referee says, get up here. No penalty. Clear and good. Shuto Komaki gets to dribble through. Eventually there is the whistle that he was asking for. He stopped before the whistle. Oftentimes you hear play to the whistle. Nothing there, says our referee. No doubt about it.
Yeah, good tackle from Menzi. Again, Maharlika doing a little bit better in that spell of play just to get into the penalty box. But again, it's Komaki and the counter-attack is causing problems for, you know, the pink shirts.
Poked away from the feet of Maikot, but cleaned up easily by Shuto. Throw-in was taken quickly, but the other ball is still on the pitch. Those are breaks of the game sometimes. It's looking good, but hold up, we have to stop play because there's a foul or a situation like that. Coach Moon Hong, his usual self in the technical area. Very interesting because as much as our coaches are from neighboring countries, Coach Moon Hong is the outgoing type. Coach Yu Hoshide, he doesn't even smile when they win.
Yeah, two coaches that are fun to follow in the PFL. Of course, more fans will be familiar with Coach Yu Hoshide because of his success at Kaya. But Moon Hong has been an interesting personality to follow. You know, he's a fiery character in the touchline. Actually got a yellow card last week. But he's definitely added something to this Maharlika club that, you know, wasn't competing at this level until this season. So a lot of that is credited to Coach Moon Hong.
My God, once more, he did give a free kick from that side also earlier in this game. Eric Esso gets it with Shuto. A bit of the chaos again, given we are coming off a free kick. Ott got beaten by Ferrer. Park Unso pushes it. Couldn't get it to Owano. And the reason with Eric Esso, as we know, having to be a bit more loud figuratively in this game is because there's no Kaishu Yamazaki to bolster things in midfield or at the back. Yamazaki is listed as not playing, along with the likes of Arboleda, Casambre, Cortez, Baten, Cisse.
Yeah, they're actually losing a lot of depth at the moment, Kaya, for this match. Whether it's down to injury or something else, we won't know fully. But for this match, they don't have much options on the bench either. So I count 1 goalkeeper and 5 subs. A lot of them attacking subs. So a little bit concerned actually for Kaya if they're forced into a change.
6 subs only on the bench of Kaya. They'll hit it to the right. Park Jae-yeon, Ferrer eventually. Dato says nope. McLeod trying to get into the head of Patrick Dato. That is the last thing you want to do. Try to imagine these players were mic'd up.
Yeah, a little bit of a few words exchanged there between Dato and McLeod. But again, speaking on McLeod, it looks like he's going to be an aerial target also. Maybe that cross wasn't that good of a cross, but you know, when Maharlika have the chance to pour it into the box, he'll be one of the options there as one of the taller players from Maharlika. But a bit too close to Dato at that period.
But going back to what we were talking about with the subs of Kaya. Just Jason Pepito on the bench. Well, here comes Kaya. Melisa appeared to mishit that, I think. Did not get the ideal contact on the ball. He received that one from Mirbach.
Yeah, I think if Melisa gets a better contact on that, it's a very good shooting position actually. Maharlika a bit lucky that he mishit it. But Jan, you know, he's not the type of player to make many of those errors. Maybe perhaps just shaking off a little bit of that early game rust.
And then snap your fingers, put him in a late game situation. He's gonna pull off something for you. Kim Jin-hyun, Harin de Gracia telling them, let's play it back. What they get it to McLeod, showing us a bit of his touch. Eric Esso just had to boot it high. That one ricocheted off of Angeles. Right place, right time for him. And you see that it's a clear foul committed on Mirbach. They may have been holding on to him on that run.
Yeah, I think they're just acknowledging that, you know, Julius Mirbach has bags of pace on him. So once he gets running, despite the fact that he's a tall player, he's rapid. He scored his first goal against Don Bosco, running in behind, couldn't be caught by any of the defenders. I think that's just Mike Menzie acknowledging that he's not going to allow him to sprint away that easily. No card for him, so he gets a bit lucky there. The previous play actually, again, it was McLeod, long ball into McLeod, and he gave a good battle against the center backs there. I'm really interested to see how this McLeod experiment as an attacker continues in this match. But so far, there are some promising signs.
He just tayo Toyota. Give possession back here to Maharlika. It's Eso cleaning up with Martiano. Also along with Maluman Soko.
Maluman Soko and Toyota, two new players. But Toyota actually played against Filipino opposition already, even before signing with Kaya. So I believe he played against Manila Digger in that AFC campaign because Toyota was part of SP Falcons, the Mongolian team that Manila Digger beat 2-0. So he has a bit of an idea already what it's like to play against, teams from the Philippines, especially top teams from the Philippines.
I don't know why. We're always fascinated by situations like that. If you get what I'm saying, you have like the Premier League stars or Korean Premier League stars who eventually end up playing for K-League clubs, and then they play against PFL teams in the ACL too. Moments like those. Maharlika negotiating a tricky spot, but it was eventually cleared by Kim Jin-yon. Maluman Soko gets it to Shuto. Michael knocks it back. Tayo Toyota to chase and secure.
Just on Maluman Soko, I heard somewhere also, and it looks pretty clear to see that he's actually two-footed, so he doesn't have a weak foot. That is why he's playing as the left center back. Very interesting that Kaya have signed this type of player. He can just fill in both center back spots. A bit of a shame really that they lost Casambre to injury last week. He was stretchered off actually. But Maluman Soko does look like a good player.
You also recall Bugas. He get injured also. Quite tough here as of late for Kaya. But going back with the situation of Kaya on the bench, Jason Pepito is their backup goalkeeper. As there's a low cross. Missed here by McLeod. Not missed, but could not reach the ball.
And yeah, that chance came all from a long ball played to McLeod. He won the header. It put Jin-Hyun Kim on a one-on-one, and he made the cross, and he got on the end of that cross. So McLeod, despite the fact that he's played center back most of this season, looks like there's something to this experiment. I would say though that, if he was a pure out-and-out forward, he probably makes a better connection on this chance. He's showing some promise as the auxiliary attacker.
Because I will say, with the way he moves, you see he has it in him. He doesn't move like a defender or a guy who's out of position. Like, yes, he was late or off by just a bit, but you see the familiarity with him nonetheless.
McLeod as well. Interesting. He's not listed as one of the foreigners on this Maharlika team. So that means that there is some Filipino descent in there.
Yes, Filipino.
Not sure which side, but it's there nonetheless. Commits a foul there though, it looks like. Looks like Eso and McLeod, that's going to be a duel for this whole match. And it's quite even at the moment.
$18 minutes done and dusted already. We're glad to have you with us. Also give us a follow on TikTok _WeArePFL_. You're catching this game on the Facebook and YouTube pages of the Philippines Football League. Do like, share, and subscribe. These are moments built for Jan Meliza. Not this instance. Shuto Komaki sends that out and about.
Another good example there of set-piece defending from Maharlika. And yeah, Komaki was forced into a shot that's not that favorable for him. Interesting here that Maharlika are going to do what they did against Montague last week. So they're going to play out from a goal kick. And what they're going to do actually is going to give it to the goalkeeper, and they're going to lure out the pressure of Kaya. This is what they did against Montague. And they're doing it once again against Kaya. It's a style of play that takes a lot of practice on the training ground. But, this team has been together for some time now. So it's clear to see that there's a style Coach Moon Hong is trying to implement.
Because effectively, it opens up the back a bit because the players are all moving forward. So if you have the technical ability to negotiate from the back, of course, and the confidence with the ball, voila, what you just mentioned.
And also at that, Haran de Gracia, it's that similar style of play that he was already doing in Tuloy. So he's been given the chance to do it for a bigger team. Another foul by McLeod, it looks like.
Ferrer doing Ferrer things here, getting into the head of Maluman Soko. That is how he says, welcome to the PFL. But going back with Kellen McLeod, we also did mention earlier in the season, he also, other than his Filipino citizenship, he has citizenship with England. He was actually born in Manila though. They boot this long. Yano couldn't really get the ideal intention because he was dealing or dueling with Kim Jin-yon. Physical here between Melisa and Kim Jian.
It looked like a clear foul. Actually, a chance now for Maharlika to go on an attacking set piece. And they have the target of McLeod. But the two strikers are also there. Kim, both of them actually, Kim Jin-yon and Kim Jian. And looks like Mike Menzies will send this long.
Most free kicks going the way of Maharlika, or Kaya rather. Let's see how Maharlika will deal with this chance. But it eventually becomes a day-to-goal kick. "21 minutes done and dusted already. We are still goalless."
I do wonder also if it will become a factor in this game that, okay, both of these teams played last Saturday. They played 90 minutes. But actually, Maharlika's game nearly went on to 100 minutes. And it was a game that was, 0-0 until so late. While Kaya had theirs, had their big lead already early on. So Maharlika probably spent more energy that evening. I'm just curious to see if it will affect them tonight.
It was Shraki magic that allowed Wantigig to get that W over Maharlika, and that is the reason why Maharlika are in a precarious situation in the standings. Yes, again, they are inside the top 6, but they are under threat from the teams below. Stallion Laguna watching this one intently because they are that team directly below in the standings. Here's one forward. They tried to send behind Kim Jin-yon. He's been looking to influence this game actually. Mirbach also helping out here. Ball goes to Diano. That may have ricocheted off a man.
Yeah, Mirbach hasn't been all that involved so far in these 22 minutes. But, I mean, a sign of a good striker is that they don't have to be too involved in a match, but once they get one opportunity, they're able to take it clinically. Kaya will be gambling on the fact that he will get 1, maybe 2 or 3 opportunities tonight. You'd imagine you'd rely on him to convert at least 1.
And we've been mentioning the recency of that last matchup between Kaya and Maharlika, but the thing here is that personnel in particular, for not just Kaya but even Maharlika, did change. So it's not essentially like for like, same players from the last game.
Of course, the transfer window means that every match day is a possibility. We can see different squads. We've actually been told that the transfer window is still going to go on for quite some more time.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to double check with you actually. You were emphasizing when we were speaking off air. Data will send it back. This ping pongs around. Shuto Komaki couldn't get it. He was up against Nicolas Ferrer. Ivan Owano, unfortunately unsuccessful on that spot. But the run of Shuto Komaki is stopped because there was a foul.
I believe it was out already, but the last touch was a Maharlika player.
That's a situation where Shuto wanted to keep it in, of course.
For Shuto Komaki, even with just an inch of space, once he accelerates, very hard to catch. At the moment, though, I think they've done a little bit better, Maharlika, just to stifle the constant attacks of Shuto Komaki, because there was a moment in that first 5 to 10 minutes, every attack was going down through him. And here it is again, the build-up play of Maharlika.
Maharlika were actually showing promising build-up in their last meeting with Kaya. When you see how there's really that fine line, or one mistake in that process can punish you, that's why you're emphasizing that there's that high level of technical ability that is necessary. I think they possess that technical ability. But it's still easy to make a mistake, as you know, especially with the way the level has gone up. Mistakes in the PFL could be really costly. You'll pay a high price.
Yeah, if you're a team like Maharlika, there are some games in the PFL where you could probably get away with 1 or 2 mistakes, but against the elite teams, even one mistake is already too much.
Like half a mistake.
Yeah, in that first game against Kaya, it was a throw-in actually.
Exactly.
That was what opened up the floodgates. Simple switching off from a throw-in, and they've couldn't recover from that.
Kaya showing us the level of this game, right? Because Maharlika switched off once, even if they were playing well, but it's that one moment that defined that game or set a domino effect.
The last thing you want to do is go behind to Kaya. Such a hard team to recover against if you go down a goal. And even with their lighter squad this evening, I'm sure Maharlika are very wary of that.
"26 minutes, done and dusted here." Still goalless. If I recall, Jago, more of dangerous chances, not essentially shots put in target.
I struggle to really recall if either goalkeeper has had to make any good save so far. I don't think so. So, yeah, neither side really just taking full control of this match yet and really testing the opposite goalkeeper.
And earlier today, you did see a masterclass from Manila Digger. They did put in a hefty number of goals versus Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola, 12-0. That actually ties the second biggest winning margin in this season of PFL.
Yeah, and a lot of eyes will have been on that game from Kaya. They'll also have eyes on the current Cebu game, which is still ongoing, but at the moment, Cebu are winning that game 6-1 against Philippine Army at their home stadium. For those of you who are still not aware, great atmosphere it looks like. Cebu are going to make another step.
I can vouch for that atmosphere over at Cebu. Secured here by Mirbach. He thought he was going to lose it. And Jan Melisa is furious. His former college teammate and former Kaya teammate Mike Menzi having to pacify him. He is a soft-spoken guy. But if you get a reaction like that from Jan Melisa, yep, clear and evident from Kashiwabara.
Yeah, I think a yellow card is warranted there. Studs showing against the Jan Melisa. It's just a pure 50-50 duel, but it was in the favor of Kaya and Jan Melisa because of the speed of that collision and the aggressive nature of both players involved.
Nagsorry na si Kashiwabara.
I think he's just saying that he didn't mean it really, and probably that's why it's nothing more than a yellow card.
Better look out. You should never mess with a former current FEU Tamarao, I will say. A lovely flick back here from Kim Jan. I don't know if that was too fancy there. Showed us his technical ability though, but couldn't find the teammate. Gave it back to Kaya, the defending champs in black.
This also means now also that Kashiwabara, who's playing as a left back, one more foul and he's up against good players. One more foul could put him in trouble.
So they'll have to be careful. They'll tread the fine line. USS actually. Yes, Dean Ibarle is on the bench. He's established himself as the holding midfielder here for Maharlika. But he can play the fullback position also. Maharlika also have an attacking option. Fami Ibrahim was on the bench. Maikot looks on. Gives us an in-swinger. Gets it to Balobo. Great volley here. What a better stop from Eric Queso. And there's the shove him out, Menzi. We also mentioned there's the battle of the Menzi brothers. We will only see them when they're set pieces or free kicks. Melisa to Komaki. Read well by Ferrer and cleared off by Oano.
Maharlika have just dropped slightly deeper these past 1 or 2 minutes. Give Kaya a chance to control the game once again. Make that slow build-up play. Well, at the moment, there's not much space for Kaya to operate in when Maharlika are in this shape.
Shuto hit the gas. Cut it back. Oh, defense got to clamp him down though. Ito's Kashiwa Bara. Oano, can he get it forward to Maclau? That is the case. Surrounded by 3 players. And went to a brick wall named Pati Malumansoko.
Good defensive shape there from Maharlika. You see when the players like Komaki or Ott are on the ball in their penalty box, the first thing to their mind is to swarm those players with quality. And you can see Ott was up against a 3-on-1. And even a player with Ott's quality, he's not going to be able to get out of that hole. But Maharlika have to stay at it for the full 90, because this is what we were saying from that reverse fixture in their game against Taguig. All it takes is a moment against the top team to fall asleep.
Shuto. Mirbach got to collect it. Bouncing on the error, but just misses here.
I think the saving grace from Maharlika here is that Mirbach was on his weak foot, not his right foot. Nevertheless, it was close. And again, they're going to get away with a warning. De Gracia played well against Taguig, but not a moment to remember there. Angle didn't do Mirbach too many favors, in all honesty. But you could see when he was lining up that shot, a lot of people were expecting that to go in.
Balobo to resume this. Balobo was part of that loaded goalkeeper roster of Kaya years back. Became the outright #1 for Maharlika when he jumped ship. Also well known in his time, of course, back in the day with San Beda. Winning synonymous with the San Beda football program over at the NCAA. Throw and taken quickly. Ott chested it. Got to evade one. Almost made it two. Mirbach collected. Shot is denied. And met by Balobo.
Mirbach gets this either side of Kenry Balobo, it's probably a goal, but Balobo to be happy that it was right at him. Not a lot of space to generate a powerful shot. He had the 3-on-1 there against Mirbach. Still got the shot away, but straight at the goalkeeper. Again, it's a warning sign though. If you make a mistake, Julius Mirbach is gonna pounce rapidly.
Fans are going berserk online when they found out he is eligible to play for the Philippine national team. After all, that's what you want to do. You want to expand the pool of the national team constantly. Referee Chris Melkayabyab hearing none of it here in this situation, and we have pictured.
A great dummy from Yunsu Park to open up that phase of play. Referee calling a foul against, I believe that was Eric Esso. Just a bit of a problem for Esso and Angeles is that when Mike Ott wants to press and Angeles wants to press, it just leaves Esso alone a little bit against the midfielders and attackers of Maharlika.
Long ball here, looking promising. McLeod. Great touch, even if he couldn't nail it. But they can't sneak this one past Dato. But it was put on target by Kim Jin-yeon.
Great to see Maharlika switch it up. So I was talking earlier about their slow build-up, but they have the option just to go direct because of McLeod's presence physically and athletically. And he took a really good touch also just to set up an attacking situation for Maharlika. The shot in the end came from Jin-hyun Kim.
Great touch, even if the way he received it did not lead to him getting a shot, but controlling the long ball. He'll try to go for it again. This one appears to be overhit. It is going to be a Diano throw-in from deep.
A good moment for Maharlika, that chance. Just gives them the chance now to build on something. Build on an attack maybe for the last 10 minutes of this first half. You know, both of these teams would absolutely love to go into the halftime break ahead. And if it's going to be a repeat of last time these two teams met, then the team that goes ahead first is going to go take all 3 points because of how tight the margins are in this match.
Maikot has 9 goals and counting in this season. Babukar Ture tied him up because Ture himself bagged a hat-trick earlier in Diggers win versus Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. Let's also take a look at the assists category. Maikot also is at number 3 with 7 assists to his name. For Maharlika, there is Kim Jin-hyun, who has 4. He is just, or he is in that 6-way tie more or less for number 7. So he's in joint 7th place when it comes to assists. There's also Kang Bum-sok with 3 so far in this season. Let's talk about clean sheets. A bulk of Kaya's clean sheets were bagged with Freddy Cortez manning the posts. Patrick Dato has 2 already. He did make his return in the midst of the season when you refer to Patrick Dato, right before the Christmas holiday break.
Absolutely massive that he's back in for Kaya.
Counter-attack time we go. All he got is to shoot to Komaki. Opted to cut inside. Eventually hits it wide. Couldn't play to Maikot again. He is marked because of the statistics that we mentioned earlier.
Just noticing how brave Maharlika are whenever they have the chance to pour bodies forward. You know, when the game slows down and they can control their build-up, it actually looks like they send up 4 or 5 players against the back 4 of Kaya. And again, it gives them that chance just to go long, win the second ball and create a chance, or go for that build-up and find the spare man in the attack. Nevertheless, it's a very brave structure from Coach Moon Hong, but it also gives you the risk of when you lose the ball, it means you have 1 player less behind the ball. And it's a very risky thing to do against the likes of Komaki, Mierbach, Melisa, who are very fast players.
That's the numbers advantage that you would emphasize right here. Getting an advantage in a quadrant of the pitch. Yes, it's still 11 v 11, but in a tight space or in a certain area, that's where you really want to get that advantage and eventually a goal. A bit loose from Kashiwabara, but it's still with them, of course. Got to beat Eric Queso, eventually got clipped. It's a free kick it's a free kick won by Park Yun-soo.
Again, a good chance for Maharlika to do something. It would be a very ideal time to create a goal-scoring opportunity and take it. Halftime just around the corner. Again, the midfield duel is so fascinating because you have so many quality players in there. This time it's Esso who's taken advantage of. Chance for Maharlika to send another long ball towards McLeod and their center backs, or do some of these set plays that they work up in the training ground.
Park Jae-yeon gives the service. You could see it was towards the goal. Head tennis now and cleared by Maluman Soko to safety. 6 minutes remaining until additional time, and we will head to the halftime break.
It looks like Maluman Soko made the clearance but took a hit as well. Head injury, so the referee has to stop the game. Chance for a water break actually for these two teams. And yeah, some final instructions for the first half, maybe to nick a goal at an ideal time. Again, Maharlika didn't start all that well, and Kaya did have some chances, but with the way this first half is going, it might be scoreless at halftime.
Let's remember weather also a bit pleasant here, given that we are in the month of February. Right after this spell, or these few months of pleasant weather, things are going to literally heat up in the month of March. I will say it was already hot last year.
Non-stop footballing action here in the Philippines and around the world. In Asia, of course, we have the World Cup. But yeah, here in the Philippines, get to enjoy one more week, maybe even a week and a half of that cold weather before it heats up, as you said, Claro.
Off of Maluman Soko. It was collected here by Park Kunso. Shuto Komaki couldn't get it. Now it's Maharlika on the attack. Data collected.
I think what might just not really frustrate, but a room of improvement for both teams is that they really haven't tested the goalkeeper yet of either side. Dayton Balobo, unchallenged actually, still had a lot of good possession, but in terms of actual shots on target, for the goalkeeper to save, it's been mostly routine.
Time continues to tick in the first half. Kim Jin-yeon played it back to Shibabara. Mike Menzi gets it to the right with Uwano.
Very brave from Maharlika. Look at where Ferrer ends up in a striker's position, and no one really in that right back area, so Haring de Gracia is going to shift over against Mirbach. But again, that's the result of pouring a lot of bodies forward. Let's see if the risks do pay off for Maharlika. But I mean, yeah, you have to acknowledge that they do have some openings every here and then in this match against Kaya. Very different performance to how they performed against Kaya last time, because at this point they had already conceded, I believe, both goals. So it's an improvement on that mark.
Goals were in the 24th and in the 26th. Martini Ray opened things in that game. Right after Martini got that goal, there was Maikot to score and double the lead 2 minutes later. That Maharlika spell was stopped. That is why it will be Kaya now, being patient with it.
Oh!
Loose from Dato here. Kaya escaped by the skin of their teeth. Maharlika not clinical there, but it's still with them in the attacking end. Eric Esso cleans up. And eventually it becomes a Dato corner. He's trying to drive them on.
Well, that wasn't a direct chance because no shot was taken, but the biggest opening of this match and no one is able to take advantage of it. Dato so far off his line. Doesn't pay for it though. Maharlika will have...
They want that one back.
Yeah, they would definitely want that one back because that was a very big chance to punish Kaya. Talk about how Kaya punished them in the last game between these two. Really the opposite there.
It's surprising, right? Because you make a mistake at this level, you pay a price. And Kaya did not pay the price here.
Yeah, it was almost like Maharlika were just, you know, more surprised than anything else that they actually had possession for a moment there.
Less than a minute until we get additional time in this game. Goalless again here. Is there any team here looking dangerous?
I think both teams will have reasons to be happy and frustrated, but again, it's so tightly contested. Both of these teams have had their openings. Can really go either way. It's about who's going to be more clinical than the other and who's not going to fall asleep. At the moment, you can't predict which side is going to take control.
Expect them to set up a player here, as is the case. Malo Madzoko, Maharlika wanting a whistle. That's what the team in pink and white get. They already get the stop. Too close for comfort. That's why Palobo and Menzi, Mike to be precise, are furious. 3 minutes of additional time as confirmed.
Well, if there was a moment for a sucker punch in this match to score a goal, these next 3 minutes would be it. Brilliant build-up play there.
So Kaya hit the Jets and the flag is raised here for Maharlika. Kaya hit the Jets pressing. That's what we're talking about when the back opens up. Well, upon or when the ball was played, it was offside for Ferrer.
Yeah, the right back, he made all the way up there.
I thought he was a striker. You thought Kaya were on the verge of getting it also. Would have gone either way.
Yeah, the high press from Kaya and then the play out from Maharlika. But I think what was interesting there was how fluid Maharlika looked. And it's the right back in a striker's position. Got a bit too excited though. And yeah, that's why he found himself offside. But that was a promising moment nonetheless.
We've seen plenty from Kaya actually on the left wing, specifically because of Shuto Komaki. This is a corner. Will Kaya sneak one in? Or will Maharlika pounce on the counter from this corner? That's the side you have to be wary of course, in situations like these. They have runners going for the post. It came off of Kim Jin-yeon. Jan Melisa gets it back in. Off of Owano. Aaron De Gracia pushing now. Maharlika the numbers advantage. This is looking promising. And Dato gets this one. Even gets hit. Gets the stop. Gets literally hit. He's furious. The hit on Dato was not necessary at all.
Yeah, McLeod following through on Dato, but Ferrer had another massive chance to take the lead in an ideal time right before the halftime break. This might be the last play, really. And it could have been a sucker punch from Maharlika. Here's the replay. Initially, it's a 5-1-2, it looks like, from Maharlika. And first touch is good, but the shot just too close to the goalkeeper. Here's that foul. McLeod clearly kicking Dato right in the face.
That was Park Yun-so, number 19.
Yeah, it was.
Definitely not McLeod.
My apologies, both of them, with that buzz cut. But again, Maharlika, there's openings for them in this match.
That was absolutely close. Looks like we'll still see a possession here, Diego. It will be a disaster for either defense if they concede here. But hey, if you're in the attacking perspective, you get a goal. Perfect. It's with Komaki playing narrow. Played back. We're 30 seconds past the allotted 3 minutes. As they say in the announcement, it's a minimum of X minutes additional time with the updated protocol. By the way, here to end the first half between Kaya and Maharlika, we are goalless. Both teams had their fair share of chances. We'll see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and the halftime score of this match is Kaya FC-Iloilo 0 and Maharlika FC 0.
Halftime at Rizal Memorial Stadium, and we are still unable to get a clear and distinct advantage here between our two teams, FC-Iloilo and Maharlika. Both teams did carve some chances here and there, that high octane and tense ending also, but here's the stats.
Yeah, possession almost even in Kaya's favor, but the shots count a lot for both of them, both of the teams, and yeah, there were chances for both of the teams really to punish the other for making a mistake, or to, if this were a boxing match, it would almost be like it's quite even because they've had the openings, but no one can make the critical hit just yet. You do imagine though if both defenses continue to make mistakes here and there, that eventually one of the two sides are going to punish them. Last time it was Kaya who pounced on Maharlika, and last Saturday actually rather, it was Wantigig who pounced on Maharlika mistake, but it's been a different match this time around. So here were the earlier highlights. Chances for both teams. Interesting to see that the experiment of McLeod as a forward is almost paying off. He's continuing to cause problems for Kaya with nothing clinical just yet. Probably the best chance of the match was the counter-attack from Maharlika. Only two players back for Kaya and a lot forward for Maharlika. Great first touch from Ferrer, and he set himself up nice for the shot, but in the end it was just straight at Dato. Maybe he had too much time to think about that chance and couldn't take it on instinct. And that's been the first half, and that's why it's still scoreless.
Thank you for joining us, of course, right here on the social media pages of the Philippines Football League. Also give us a follow _ we are PFL _ Kaya in black, Maharlika in pink and white.
Looks like we're gonna have no substitutes from halftime, so it means that perhaps both coaches still gonna have faith in their original game plan that could change around the 60th minute or so, or earlier if something changes.
As we always say, the first 15 minutes of the second half critical, because that will be their opportunity to make adjustments, or re-establish themselves in the game.
Yeah, again, both of these teams played last weekend. Maharlika, in particular, playing a really long, near 100-minute game against One Taguig, which was closely scored. It means that a bit of fitness could be a concern for both sides. Good 15-minute break now for either side to make a recovered start. I do imagine eventually, though, that subs will become a factor. I was actually surprised, to be honest, Clara, that there was none in halftime because of the schedule both of these teams have. Maharlika, in fact, have to play Stallion next, so that could be a problem.
No whistle there. Former teammates going at it. Komaki tried to go for it, and I meant no whistle because it appeared that Melisa tripped on the ball while trying to go for it. No contact between Melisa and Mike Menzi.
Good defensive work again by Haran De Gracia, but the pass from Melisa towards Komaki was just too much in front of him and not close enough to him, and it gave Haran De Gracia the chance. You know, if Komaki's in that position, you have to give him the ball in the correct manner to his strong foot. You imagine if he takes the ball in his stride in that instance, it would have been lethal.
Here comes Otto on the left. Komaki also overlapping. We have runners going for goal. Here's the shot and a spectacular save from Balobo.
Maharlika just fell asleep. Again, they cannot do this because the margins will go in Kaya's favor if that's the case. But Melisa, he catches this nicely. But again, like the earlier chances, just too close to the goalkeeper either side. And it's probably a goal, but good to see that Kaya, for their sake, made a decent start to this half.
Great save by Kenry Balobo, the man, the legend. Shuto whips it in. It's with Toyota. Melisa. Headed to the side by Kim Jian. Throw into Kaya. Maharlika did get a spell earlier also on the attack. Shuto. You saw this over and out already.
Komaki very involved in the second half so far. Already had that chance created for Melisa, then this shot. He's just looking really to stamp his authority on this game. And a good involvement also from Mirbach. You can see he has the ability as a striker not only to run and sprint in behind, but to sort of put his back to the defender, post up, to use a sport from another term. But yeah, definitely a striker with many dimensions to his game.
Back and forth here in the midfield. Jano's able to get it to Komaki. Ferrer, I believe he has the tough task of locking him down. Mirbach up against Menzi. Cleared off. Maluman Soko. I will say he has one of the scariest builds in the league.
That's for sure.
Resembles the build of Carlisle Mitchell, who once played for Kaya also.
He does similar position. And he has that, along with his ball playing skills, definitely a good player to watch.
Other players with intimidating builds. Of course, you got A Placito, Mr. Incredible. Am I missing somebody? Toyota double teamed. Hence, it will stay with them as it came off the chest of Maikot.
Chance for Maharlika to breathe, because Kaya have started the second half in good fashion, gotten their better players involved on the ball. Maharlika, again, they showed in that first half they can create from absolutely nothing.
Don't you forget, we still have one more game today at the Rizal Memorial Stadium. Aguilas-Umak and Stallion Laguna will square off. Mirbach gets it, shoots and scores there. First blood. Kenry Balobo's reaction says it all, along with the reaction here of Kaya SC. 1-0, new fan favorite.
Well, he is making himself quite the name already in the PFL, only in his second game, but he takes this finish so well. Bit lucky that it bounced to him, but the finish, there's nothing you can doubt about that. Into the corner. No chance for Balobo. But again, the fashion in which Maharlika concede, it's them falling asleep. And Janjan Miliza gets going, makes the cross.
A similar trend from their difficult games. Oh, it went through Menzi. 2 touches. Sent it in. That was so nice. We had to see it twice.
Yeah, and the question for Muirback was, he got a hat-trick against Don Bosco Agrelli, but could he do it in a game against another top 6 rival? And second game, already a goal against a top opposition. Tell you what, a lot of Filipino fans will want him to join that team one day.
Intercepted by Maluman Soko. We've been mentioning his name a lot, but that back line working on the same page.
Yeah, Kaya, they have the second best defense in the league, only 5 goals conceded. But yeah, it's a bit of a change back line compared to their first half stalwarts. Nevertheless, even with the departure of Rota, the injury to Casambre, Yamazaki's injured as well tonight, they look solid as of now. Only 51 minutes. Still a lot of time for Maharlika to change that.
Long ball over the top. Not enough to challenge the defense. One here in the left. Here they come. It's about 2-1-6 though. They'll slow it down to get some numbers.
It's about the reaction now from Maharlika. Face a setback, lose some confidence. Can you recover yourself from that mentally tough sucker punch? Because against a big team, it's such a hard thing to do. And they were already low on confidence from the fact that they've lost against Kai before, and they lost 2 games in a row. Confidence will drop even lower now. It's up to them to lift themselves back up. It's up to the likes of Menzi, Balobo, the leaders in that team, to ramp up a charge to get that equalizer and maybe more.
You'll take contributions from anyone when your back is against the wall. Just read there easily by Tato, of course. Back and forth we go. Audi brings it up. Shuto versus Ferrer. They'll play it back now. Now they can manage the game again. Eric Esso. He already plays a big role in this team, but with what we've mentioned, there's a bit of the stepping up because he will have to do a bit more of the creating than usual, as opposed to him pulling the strings in the withdrawn position of sorts in the midfield. But this lead not safe, of course, but they are slowing it down. They're managing it, hoping to just take some momentum away and tire out the opposing team when you refer to the approach of Kaya. Ott, we're back dummied it. Intention to get it to Shuto, but Harin de Gracia was there, of course. Can't slip a ball past Harin de Gracia, of course, with his technical ability. Shuto's shot, though, will sail over.
Good spell now for Kaya. Maharlika need to recover from this. I'm starting to wonder if Coach Moon Hong is thinking about substitutions. There are subs warming up for Maharlika, but the scoreline means that Kaya are in the favorable position. Maharlika have to be careful when they're chasing the goal, not to leave too much space in behind for the counter. At the same time, Kaya have to manage this with game management. Looks like they're doing that at the moment. It's just a few mistakes here and there in the final third.
Toyota gets this one. We'll take it from distance. Clearly off.
Yeah, center back shot. But again, good defending from Toyota, and the same was done by Malaman Soko not too long ago. They're not afraid to step up, fight that duel against a midfielder or an attacker from Maharlika who drops. They're aggressive, they're front-footed, they look like really good signings for Kaya.
Expect Jorel Aristorenas to be one of the players who will enter. There were 2 players warming up specifically in the warm-up area of Maharlika. 10 minutes in. Something happened, of course, in the first 15 of the second half. You're saying that's the critical time.
I'm not surprised subs are going to come into Maharlika's play because of the fact that something needs to change. And yeah, there are going to be some tired legs out there from that first half against Kaya and one gig match. And I'm sure Coach Moonhong is also thinking about the fact that they have to play Stallion next. So he's going to have to keep them fresh as it is.
Long ball, here we come. Mirbach meets that one from Malunsoko. Shoots! And they double the lead. Tells him to come down. Cold-blooded here from Julius Mirbach.
And Mirbach is putting his stamp on this game. Two different types of goals. One where he finishes a cross or cut back, and another where he's running in behind. This is a striker that has different layers and brings different problems to his defenders that he's playing against. Balobo, a bit of a strange positioning because he was pulled wider than usual, but nonetheless, it's a good finish from Mirbach. Left-footed this time, so that's one right-footed goal, one left-footed goal. And the subs that were coming in from Maharlika are gonna come into a team that are completely deflated and down because of what's just happened. Kaya are in the driver's seat.
We can only judge a player, of course, maybe after an entire tournament or so. 2 games in for Julius Mirbach. See the attacking player that they've been looking for since the departure of Harvey Gayoso. It's only 2 games, so you could say he still has to prove himself, but gets goals in a tough game like this where you have to grit and grind. 2-0 they lead.
Yeah, and for how close this game has been, Maharlika will be furious at how easy the goals were. First one coming from a mistake. This one, it's just pace in behind the defense of Maharlika. Pure pace and power from Mirbach. Again, he is a tall striker, but he's also rapid. And because of the scoreline, it also means that he's going to have even more space now to run into. And it's up to Kai to find them.
Will it be a hat trick? The defending champions, though, will take that 3rd goal or that extra goal from anyone. Maharlika will take a lifeline or a goal from anyone also, of course. And they desperately need.
At the moment, it looks like Maharlika and Kai have played 11 times. This being the 11th. Kai have won all of those installments, and it looks like they're going to win this one also. Chance maybe yet again, though.
Here comes Shuto. Got the curl. Can we read that, though? Kaya now with 48 goals scored in this season. They overtake Wantagig, but Wantagig have 2 games on hand. But effectively, that's the most goals scored in the season so far. Kaya with 48, Wantagig with 47. Digger actually got up to 45 after scoring 12 or sending 12 past Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola.
Yeah, and when Kaya are in this state where they're confident, they're dripping with confidence, if anything, makes them so hard to play against because they're good players as it is, and they get that boost.
Melisa to Maikot. Got so much space to operate, but eventually stopped by Mike. Collision here, no whistle from the referee. But Eric Esso is furious because it becomes a throw-in to Maharlika.
Yeah, Maharlika looks stretched now. The lines between the midfield, the defense, and the attack getting wider as the game goes on. There's actually a player down for Maharlika, and it's Menzi. Probably the last player you want to lose if you're Maharlika, but again, they need the lift from somewhere because they look so down and they look so dejected the way the second half has gone. They still have 20 minutes. Sorry, my math is not doing me justice. 40 minutes. 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Third time's a charm, but they still have 30 minutes, so there is some time. If there is a next goal in this match, it has to go to Maharlika if this match isn't done and dusted yet.
Your mind deserves a break because you're on the verge of graduating from college. Of course, congratulations. Here comes Maikot now. You could say it's 2-on-3, 2-on-4. Mike threads it. Hat-trick right here, Julius Mirbach. pushes the cushion even more.
And if his first 2 goals weren't evidence already of what an exciting striker this is, this third goal, coolness personified, because he gets the ball off another mistake. I think it was Menzi who couldn't make the clearance. And once he's one-on-one against the goalkeeper, he's calm enough to go around the goalkeeper. Balobo grounded, and the finish into an open net. This striker is an exciting striker. Only 25 years old. And for those who still haven't heard, he has Filipino descent from Norway. Definitely a player and a name that will be familiar to PFL fans and maybe even Filipino football fans in general within the next few years.
A hat-trick last game, his debut for Kaya FC. A hat-trick in his second game. Julius Mirbach 3, Maharlika 0.
Probably signed too late to join the Golden Boot race, but what a striker.
Well, you never know in the PFL, of course. Plot twists here, plot twists there. Finn McDaniel actually did join his team Stallion mid-season. I mentioned his name because he is the top scorer in this league with 14. Desperation time now for Maharlika, the team in pink and white. Are they gonna get one? They shoot. And Patrick Dato says, don't you forget I'm here.
Massive boost for Dato to be back to full fitness. Or if he's not fully fit just yet because of that injury, he's very getting close now. Was out for a long time, but looked good tonight. Again, has countless appearances for the Philippines. Also have that Hyundai Cup coming up, so a lot of Filipinos on the pitch tonight will be thinking about playing their way into that squad. But at the moment, this game is all Kaya.
Who are some of the Filipinos with no caps yet and have been excelling so far? Other than Mirbach, there's been Kenji Nishoka. Add one more name or add a name to the list if anyone enters. Shuto Komaki slicing the defense. Less than 30 minutes remaining. 2-0 last time between Kaya and Maharlika. Now it's 3-0.
Clara, we were there when we commentated Maharlika's win over Stallion. You know, that was such a high for them, but since then it's looking like it's going to be 3 losses in a row, and just means that, you know, they're in a really dangerous position now, because not only are Aguilas and Stallion going to have the chance to make up ground, you also have Tuloy, who are lurking there and thereabouts.
Maharlika given a reality check here by the defending champs. And from the previous string of results that you just mentioned, do you say that is a reality check, with Kaya also having a difficult campaign in the Asian level?
Yeah, as you mentioned, that Kaya been the team that's represented the Philippines in that club competition internationally for so many years. Be hoping to remain that team, but a boost they might get for the rest of this season that no one's really talked about yet is that they only have to play in the PFL now. They don't have to juggle it with traveling abroad, traveling to New Clark City, against teams that you have to play all your best players against.
No more quote-unquote distractions.
That's right.
Because if you could live in a perfect world, it's all PFL games ideally. And then maybe you have all of your AFC games maybe once a week with no PFL. But obviously, that's not the way the cookie crumbles, of course, here. When you play international football, you have to juggle it also with your local league games. There's Tigre also with that challenge. There's also Cebu. Cebu do playing the Shopee Cup, the ASEAN level. Cho Wo Yok. That was looking promising, actually. Cut it back well.
Yeah, Wano on the end of that chance, but he was guarded very closely. And it's a good block in there.
This appears to be cramps. Only 65 minutes though. Is this shock cramps? But you expect players to go the full 90, as we know.
Substitution for Maharlika.
Daniel Romeo Opong is going to enter also as is the case with Cam Dum-Suk, Kashiwabara, and Kim Jin-yoon. Call it a day after about 1 hour of action. In is Martini Ray also. It is Martini Ray coming in for Marvin Angeles. And I will say, Marvin Angeles somewhat played that Eric Esso role this evening. We didn't mention his name much, but he was stringing things together with the midfield, the attack, the defense.
Good versatility from the midfielders of Kaya. And they had a light bench, but you know, Martini Ray is a quality player to bring on. Scored against Don Bosco. He's a good player to have in your disposal if you're Kaya.
You don't really say also that's a like-for-like change with Martini and Marvin Angeles, because Martini can play anywhere in the attacking center. Attacking mid, striker, as a false 9.
Is that the first yellow card of the game for Diano?
First one for Kaya, I recall. Maharlika did get one also early in the game.
You know, at 3-0 down, even any goal this point of the match, most likely a consolation, but nevertheless, Maharlika have to make the score look a bit more respectable because it's beginning to, you know, diminish their first half performance. Again, if you look at the scoreline without watching the rest of this game, you wouldn't have known that at halftime it was 0-0. That's how close the match was at that point. Since then, they've completely fallen off.
Confirmation, the yellow Diano. Here comes another ball in. Owano couldn't reach it. Corner here. That means it came off a defender for the defending champs. Maharlika do not want to get into a shutout defeat, as is the case. That is what happened to Valenzuela PB.
And their next game is against Stallion. Talking about Maharlika. So anything to give you confidence, even a consolation goal, just put you in a better position against that game against Stallion.
You presume, though, this result is set except for the final score. There's the Park Yun-so corner. You had a runner for Maharlika actually come from inside the goal. First time I've seen something like that. So it was outside here, according to Chris Melcayabiab. Tato thought otherwise, or tried to push his luck here to waste some time off the clock.
Some veteran moves from Tato, who is definitely a veteran.
There's the runners inside the box that we are referring to. They play this one short to Park Jae-yeon. Across an outswinger now. They were able to get the stop with Toyoda. And offline.
Yeah, Kaya are going to take every chance they get now to slow this game down. You can see Tato in no rush to take this goal kick. And the press from Maharlika is not as intense as it was in the opening half. See a little bit of slumped shoulders in that Maharlika team. They have to pick themselves up after this because, you know, that match against Stallion, they already proved is a winnable game. And, you know, if they're going to finish in the top 6, they have to beat the team in 7th, which are currently Stallion.
And with this impending result, Kaya will provisionally top the table with 30 points in 12 games. One Taguig right below with 27 points, but only 10 games played. Kaya a goal away from scoring their 50th of the season. And to add to what you said, 5 goals conceded, second. Is that the second best defense in the league? That is correct. Shuto Komaki. My God, will he join the party here? Shuto flicked it. 20 minutes plus additional time remaining right here. You're catching this one on the social media pages of the Philippines Football League. You got Kaya and Black. They lead 3-0 thanks to the hat-trick of Julius Mirbach.
From what I heard also, Mirbach, so we mentioned that he has Filipino descent. But whether or not he actually has a passport at this moment is unclear. We'll get that confirmation. But when I asked people who were close to Kaya, they're not sure just yet if it would reach a passport reclaim quite soon. But it is being worked on apparently by the Filipino mom of Julius Mierbach.
Player number 10, Jan Beliza, is replaced by player number 13.
Other Filipino Norwegians who did play in the PFL. We got Simon Lingbo. Add other names also. We make the list longer if you add national team players, of course.
And speaking about that, I found out recently that Mierbach was actually former teammates with Scott Woods when they were both in Norway. So there's a lot of Filipino footballing action in Scandinavia.
This one rolls past the touchline.
You can hear Coach Moon Hong and his bench shouting for his team to be much higher than they currently are because they're beginning to drop off really. And it's just allowing Kaya to put the foot on the ball and slow the game down to their liking.
They are running out of time and answers.
That's right, Cloud. They're running out of time. Only 20 minutes, just less than 20 minutes. And for how good Maharlika have been this season, they really feel that against the big teams, only 3 points to show for it. It doesn't give a good account of how good they would have felt they have been this season.
But it's about sustaining the effort again for the full 90. It is Eric Esso with the captain's armband. Let's recall also Lucas Del Rosario. He'd come in also. And you see these Maharlika attacks, but they aren't really able to come up with these clear-cut chances. They have possession, but not quality. Data to resume this now. 18 minutes remaining. Kaya on the verge of improving to 30 points. That is 10 wins. All of their points coming from wins. No draws. They have 2 losses already, though. They lay this one off. Eric Esso meeting it. If only we could get a picture of the frustration of Coach Moon Hong.
You could actually hear him. He was shouting, why didn't he shoot it?
Mierbach showing his capability to dribble. It's Ott now, almost joining the scoring party. That would have been the extra cherry on top.
Great save from Balobo. Ott, Mierbach just combining in the tight space with their technical ability and the shot into the far corner. Actually, a very good save from Balobo, but at the moment, that save doesn't do anything much else. Give Kaya time to run down the clock a little bit more and potentially create a goal-scoring chance.
Still 3-0 again, thanks to the hat-trick of Julius Mierbach. It was loose. He thought Lucas Del Rosario was going to meet it. They were calling for it for a cross, but these are the dangerous opportunities. Headed back here by Eric Esso.
Esso doing well against his opposite, number 25. It's been a really good performance from Esso tonight. He didn't start against Don Bosco. Player like him, you'd imagine that he always wants to play. Yeah, he played well tonight.
And an update, 10-2 is the score over Dynamic Herb. Cebu winning that one over Army.
Cebu hosting all their games. There's a chance for the community over there to support their team. I tell you what, when the big teams go to that stadium, it's going to be a great game to watch.
That place is a fortress, I will say. And Cebu reclaimed 3rd spot now. Digger go back to 4th. That's just the movement that we've been talking about, because it's a triple header here today at the Rizal Memorial Stadium, and there's a game over at the Dynamic Herb Sports Stadium in Cebu City. So their stadium is actually in Cebu City, but when you cross the street, it becomes Talisay already. There's a confusion for a moment in time, actually.
Oh, what a pass.
Shuto keeping that one on the ground. Here comes Mirbach. Maikot there to support. 2-on-2 we go. 3-on-2 now, you could say. Thought he ran out of space, but Balobo got his glove to it. And Mirbach now appears to be shaken up a bit.
Well, that is the confidence level of Mirbach at the moment. Takes a shot from an impossible angle. And even then, he had Balobo at full stretch. I do have to say though, Maharlika, another sub window used. They're starting to look like they're running on an empty gas tank. Wano now going off. Again, these players will likely feature against Stallion, game that's coming up for Maharlika. At the moment, it's all Kaya who...
King Miyagi in for Ivan Wano. That's a like-for-like change. Anuman Soko got his head to that despite of him hitting the ground. Things working the way of Maharlika in that attack, but I spoke too soon.
Talk about that neck strength from Manuman Soko. How can you even hit the head or hit that header from that angle? But actually, Maharlika, they had a chance here. It was 3-on-2 for a moment. There was that header from Manuman Soko, but again, this is the type of scenario Maharlika have to take more advantage of, and the cross nowhere near its target. Gives Kaya another chance to run the clock down.
Unforced there. A mistake on their own. Or unable to put the ball in the designated area. Time continues to tick. Yes, don't forget, it is Wednesday.
Oof.
As it's given away. Maharlika able to clean up at the back. Let's look at our weekend games also here, but first and foremost, Tokomaki. You say that's a sitter he missed.
It's probably the easiest chance that Kaya had tonight. Somehow it's not in.
Here's a change. Sherwin Basindanan enters. And you have Brandon Zambrano and Joven Bedic donning the 6 and 7 jerseys. Right here for FC Iloilo.
And is it going to be a rest for Julius Mirbach? Not that he needs it, but he has made his stamp on this game. Next,
you're up 3-0. You want to pull some of your guns out?
Exactly right. They have that luxury now. And yeah, Kaya's next game is against Tuloy. It's a favorable game for them. They're entering some really good form now, Kaya FC Iloilo.
There you go. Oh, Mirbach Tiano out. And you've got Brandon Zambrano, Joven Bedic, Sherwin Basindanan entering.
Is replaced by player number 6, Brandon Zambrano Lopez. And player number 12, Martiano, is replaced by player number 24, Sherwin Basindana.
Chance for all the starters to get some rest. Game's not going to start just yet, though. I think Dato might need some treatment.
That is correct. Taking time off the clock here, given that they lead. But let's run through our fixtures list for the weekend. This Saturday, we've got Wantagig and Gareli to open things at 4. At 7, you have Manila Digger, who are going to square off with Philippine Army. Then on Sunday, February 15, as you said, Kaya and Tuloy, they will open things at 4 p.m. followed by Stallion versus Maharlika. That's at 7 p.m. It is a double header that will take place on Saturday and Sunday. But on Sunday, there will also be a game at the Dynamic Borromeo Sports Complex. It will be Cebu versus Valenzuela PB-Mendiola. Zambrano. Not sure if he can make this man there. Unlikely though if he cannot make a person like Haren Di Gracia. They'll slow down in the midfield with King Miyagi. 12-0 win earlier again for Manila Digger. Now it is closing in on a 3-0 W for Kaya over Maharlika. But continue to stay with us this evening. We have Aguilas and Stallion.
And that would be a great game. That would be a heated game, especially because of how the last one went. Goalkeeper goal in the PFL for the first time. A lot of movement possibly within the table.
Less than 10 minutes remaining now. They clogged the goalkeeper box. And the foul here that is called, it's against Daniel Lopong.
Clean sheet nearly there for Kaya. So that would mean that in 2026, from 3 games, they're 10 minutes away from making it 3 clean sheets. Again, second best defense in the league for a reason.
As they say, it ain't over till it's over. The trailing team will always lurk there in hopes of getting a consolation goal. Brandon Zambrano, they are pushing him all the way back. Aristorena poked it out. Maluman Zocodo, just a ball winner here.
Yeah, tonight was a good test for Maluman Soko and Toyoda against a better opposition, and they've passed that test.
Great distribution by Dato. He does not want to slow it down. He wants it forward. But dig not in the same tune though as Martini Ray. Is that Martini Ray or Lucas Del Rosario? Sorry. It was Joven Bidik's neighbor in Sharon Busandanan who got him that ball.
This performance has really been a classic Kaya performance. A type of performance that's gotten them to those championships on so many occasions past few years. You know, if their team that begins to really pick up a lot of pace for round 2 and round 3, you know, they're going to be an unstoppable force.
Gunning for a 3-peat.
Kaya happy now just to sit back and do some defending. They've earned the luxury to do that with the scoreline, with the hat-trick from year back, for those of you who missed it. And what a player he is turning out to be, and what a signing he is turning out to be.
He is on the bench. Sorry for that. I keep saying 3-peat, but it's 4 they're gunning for. It got hard to count. My apologies. I mentioned it also last game, 3-peat.
Yeah, they have that 4-peat.
It's 4. Look, I did remember something was off there with what I was saying. But that's how many titles they have now, just piling up.
They're gunning for that 4-peat. Also got that last edition of the Copa.
So they won it in 22 and 23. They won it in that 14-game 2024 season. And they won it in the 24-25 season. So that is 3. They want to make it 4. Just help me out with my math. That's right.
I believe that's right.
It's not my math last time. I'm sorry.
Right, that's how much they've won past few years. Such a great footballing institution with a great academy as well. Community back in their home base.
Toyota also put in the shift right here today. This result will be made official in a bit. Shoot Kumaki calling for it also. They are pushing that back line down. Lucas Del Rosario. Shooter got it. Flicks it back. Zambrano took a touch. Gotta credit Menzi for the block.
Nice fluid attacking there. Yeah, Maharlika just second best to every duel and challenge that they go into at the moment. And it's allowing Kaya just to have fun. Really, that shot was traveling in. Good block from Menzi. And again, Kaya are not gonna rush to take this corner. Run a few more seconds down. It's been the perfect evening for Kaya.
Let's talk about clean sheets also, but it's Milius Chupic of Wantagig who leads everyone in this tournament so far with 7. But assists also Mark Hartman of Wantagig with 12. Juan Galeano Trujillo has 10. Heading into this game, Mike Ott had 7. Manzoko got a touch to it. Would have liked to join the score sheet there. Off we go on the attack. They have to step on the brakes. Eric Queso helping out here with the back. Eric Queso again, the focal point here in the midfield, but it's cheaply given away. Here they come. Kangbom Sok. Rattled off Brandon Zambrano. That's Eric Queso being that 6 for them. Lucas Del Rosario. Joven Badic is calling for it though over at the center. Just trying to blow by here. Physicality as we eventually get a whistle. When you figure in a physical matchup with Nicolas Ferrer, you are going to come in at second.
Again, with the result almost in the bag, it makes you think, you know, when Maharlika had those chances in the first half, you know, Ferrer 1-on-1 against Dato. If they take that chance, it's a completely different game, but it's only an if at this point because Kaya took their chances and Maharlika didn't, and that's why simply the scoreline reads the way it does.
Even when this game started, we were mentioning teams have to be clinical with their chances. Even if it's at the start of the game, can't take those for granted. Sharon Basindanan playing makeshift right back. Sent that ball out. It is a corner as we have less than 2 minutes remaining until additional time.
And great to see minutes for Basindanan. Another one of those UAAP graduates. Great to see a lot of UAAP players making the jump to the professional scene. And it's a trend that hopefully continues.
Here's the Joel Restorena's corner. Sends that one out. Frustration there with his own attempt. You have UAP players here and there, of course, in the PFL. Don't forget about NCAA players, particularly the ones associated with Mendiola. Dato just taking a sweet time again, given the circumstances. Second game on this Wednesday triple header. A hat trick for Julius Mirbach again.
Yeah, Mirbach will get all the plaudits, but it's been good performances for Kaya all around. Komaki especially has been a handful.
You can see Shuto wants a goal for the road though to show for it. Here comes Joven Badic. Takes a hit. It's Badic who's having to calm down Park Jae-yeon. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, clear foul. I'm not sure what he's protesting about, but
it was Badic who had to calm down Park Jae-yeon.
Probably sums up their night. Second best to that duel.
A number of plays did sum up their time. 5 minutes of additional time. It's Michael Barajas, fourth official, just confirmed to us. And we got the announcement from announcer David Umol. That ball was essentially goal bound at the near post. It's sent out by Kampong Sok. Let's see how Shuto will handle this. Or are they keen on getting another one in? And also remember, Sports Tribe, the official match ball of the PFL. We had a whistle as Maluman Soko was going to send that one in. Quite a year for Philippine football. There's the Asian Cup, of course, for the women's national team. There is one more qualifying game for the Philippine men's national team. They have to win that. That is in March.
I believe so.
They'll be traveling to Tajikistan. There's the Hyundai Cup also. Well, here comes Lucas Del Rosario. Inches away from making it 4. The Hyundai Cup is slated to be a bit earlier than usual in the calendar year. It's going to take place in about August, September. Similar opponents for the Philippines: Myanmar, Thailand, Laos.
You'll be hoping for a good showing in that tournament. Again, the last one was a really good campaign. And I'm interested to see PFL players that are eligible for that squad, see the way they perform in the second round. For sure, they will try to play themselves into that squad.
It's with Martini Ray. Lucas Del Rosario brought that into traffic though. Toyota is playing the safe option. He put in Joven Bidik in situations like these. Not this situation that I was referring to, but in situations where you want to at least keep the game under control and preserve a scoreline.
Yeah, and Claire, you said the word their control, and for the second half, that's been the key word of this Kaya performance. Absolutely dominating this game.
I had no idea what Park Cheon was trying to do. Tried to give Joven a stare down, failed. Joven Bidik having none of it.
Probably the last player you'd intimidate in the PFL.
There's one more player in my mind, actually. I forgot who. We were mentioning him also. Not Maluman Zoka, but from the previous game. Here they come. A chance for consolation. There you go. 3-1. Too little, too late, though, but they get a goal.
A great goal from Harin de Gracia. And we marked him as... Sorry, I believe that's Kintaro Miyagi. Mistook the 24 for 27. Great goal from him. Cuts inside. Oh no, that is Harin de Gracia. My apologies, but great goal nonetheless. Unfortunately, nothing's gonna change the scoreline at this point.
He does it off a side overload and charges forward. Classic thing that he would do actually with Tuloy.
That's right.
Goal for Maharlika FC.
Lucas Del Rosario
Player number 27.
couldn't go through.
Dignacia.
There's the consolation for Maharlika, and they spoiled the clean sheet of the defending champions who are looking to make it a 4-peat.
Yeah, and if there's any small silver lining from this match, it's that goal from De Gracia. And he performed well also against the gig. Definitely a good player.
I recall something with Maharlika. As they try to take it now once more, they missed though, inches off. That would have brought the game alive actually. If Cho Ho-Hyuk got to score, he would have put the game within striking distance.
Yeah, probably the loudest we've heard from the Maharlika dugout in the second half.
Even in the grandstand.
Yeah, just speaking on Harin de Gracia, another good product of the Tuloy program. You could see his intelligence there when he took that goal.
Player is shown. We're past the 5th minute. Maharlika taking the chances that they have. Will they get something here, or is it too little too late? Tigrasha again. He'll try to work his magic. Kaya ball here, says referee Crismel Kayabyab.
They'll probably do it over the 5 minutes, but there was that goal, of course. Good goal, really, but I mean, this match was sealed from way before.
Result done and dusted. Too little, too late for Maharlika. They got to come up with a scare. Things would have taken an absolute twist if they got to make that shot also earlier. But it's Kaya behind the hat-trick of Julius Mirbach. Eric Casso put in the work midfield. He had to step up and take a bit of that extra load as opposed to his usual that we talk about. It's Kaya in black sealing the win. Eric Casso and Tate, of course, gutted because they did not get the clean sheet. There you go. We still have games in the weekend, as we mentioned. We still have one more game today in this Wednesday triple header at the Rizal Memorial Stadium. This is Clara Manzana alongside Diego Cordero. We'll sign off from this game, but we are going to take this to the pitch because we have our post-game interview. And don't you forget, we have Stallion, Laguna and Aguilas-Umak who will be squaring off in a bit. Stay with us.
Triple header. It will be between Aguilas-Umak FC and Stallion Laguna FC. Kickoff is at around 8:30 in the evening.
Julius, congratulations. Second game, second hat-trick. How have you found the Philippine Football League so far?
Oh, it's been quality. I was expecting it to be good and there to be a lot of intensity, and you know, it's a totally different league than in Norway and Europe, but it's been very good.
Only second game, but you've settled with your Kaya team already. How have they been so far?
Oh, the team has been brilliant. They've helped me in every aspect, every practice. They helped me, and in the break now, I missed a couple chances, and everyone's helping me. You know, hey, next one. So the team is brilliant, and the coaching staff also is very good.
And last, do you have any message for the fans of Kaya?
Oh no, as always, it's just thank you for showing out, and we really appreciate the support every game. So, thanks. Thank you.
Third and final match of this Saturday triple header is a big one. Stallion Laguna taking on Aguilas-Umak FC. A chance to make a statement in this first round of the Philippines Football League. Who will walk away the victors? We will find out momentarily. Perez, the main man on the sideline as always, as we take a look at his starting 11 outing against one Taguig. Will things change here? Certainly the lineup is very different to get underway. We're talking about the changes for Aguilas. As we can see, Ibrahim Adamu, their leading scorer, to go. Now here we go. Amita launching that one into the right side. Finn McDaniel goes for goal and into the arms of Shiraoka. For McDaniel. Makes the connection. It's a loose pass. Chance for Aguilas to pounce. Can they make them pay? Pickering. Great cross. Just beyond. Schrock under pressure. Vasquez. McDaniel closed down quickly. He's pulled the trigger there. Has had a quiet spell in the last 10 minutes or so. Setting it up, Kedman! It's the opener! The assist master puts it on a plate for Michael Kedman Jr. to slot in. Stallion ahead 1-0.
You just cannot leave that man unmarked. If you give that space to Trujillo, he will certainly exploit it.
Aguilas looking for a quick response. Cross sent in. Pickering outnumbered. Opportunity. Bounces up and over. Your assessment so far as we take a look at the big score here. Stallion Laguna with that all-important go-ahead. And what a pass from Trujillo! Player from Timor-Leste to take this one, Mozinho. It's a good ball into the box, and real chance here for the Aguilas, and they turned it in at the far post. Richard Dalaroc Jr. has equalized. Here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium, Kedman Jr.'s opener canceled out. Pickering through. Can he score? Lifted it over Landreth, but Matthew Nieres was there.
Your squad would come handy because later on when fatigue starts kicking in, you really have to keep this tempo up. Otherwise, whoever gives up first might open up opportunities for the other.
Kedman Jr. brought down. The ball kicked away by Ruben Thiram. He's going to get booked here. Let's have a look at it here. Just caught napping. Kedman Jr. nipped in. You can see his hands all over. Finn McDaniel fires this one just over.
There was enough power in that for the keeper to really just stare, but
it's been highly entertaining with so much quality on display.
Not as much as the opportunities being shown by Trujillo.
One last question.
It certainly adds up to the danger, and sometimes the ball just gets stuck in one particular area, and that's what we're kind of seeing right now. Stallion just keeping it on this side.
Meanwhile, Ricky Sendra restarts the play. Stefan Schrock puts it in a dangerous spot. And Shiraoka taking charge.
Favor, hopefully.
Sendra threading the needle, and that's a heavy, heavy tackle. Knocked on. Villarreal dealing with the danger. That's a great pass. Trujillo is through. Opportunity for Stallion, and it's just wide from the Mexican. Into the box it goes. Hancock gets his head to it. It was Schrock caught. Schrock gets to it. Lifts it. Goes over on a few occasions, but hasn't really troubled Shiraoka in goal. McDaniel hits the wall. Benefit of really being able to, oh wow.
Yeah, he was.
It's a penalty.
He was grasping at the elbow right there.
McDaniel buries it. Stallion with the go-ahead.
And that was what they have been waiting for. The pressure finally overflowing and tipping the scale over to their side. And it all happened because of an unnatural position of an elbow given by Hancock, who has been doing quite a good job defensively.
Possessed. Over to Aaron Vasquez. It's a great pass into the box. And Ivanovsky. Danger. And Aguilas can break. Drop of the shoulder. Amita under pressure gets it back. Adamu finds a target. Opportunity.
The pain.
Play restarted. And that might do it. No.
I thought that was the final whistle.
It's a foul.
Everybody involved in this attack.
Could there be some late drama here? Deep delivery. Shiraoka gets his head to it. And it's in the back of the net. Unbelievable. Oh no. Flag is raised. Oh no.
Wow. And I thought that was in right there, but looks like, I think it was Shiraoka who was called offside, and now everybody's unhappy.
Crazy scenes here at the end. Shiraoka.
No, that was...
Oh, he is offside.
Yes.
That might actually be a good call.
Goodness me.
This is the angle to have a look. Shiraoka peels away. He's onside here. But the man is behind, as you can see. It's a good call. Now, he may not have touched it, but he's certainly playing a part. He was right in front of the keeper. Oh no, it's given. Oh, it's given. Wow, it looks like the assistant referee, Dak Cheng, has also been red carded. Very late on, again, points on the table, taken away from Stallion Laguna, what looked like a sure thing.
And it's on to our main match of the day right here, this January 17, 2026 at the Rizal Memorial Stadium. It's your 2025-2026 Philippines Football League action. Aguilas and Manila Digger, and these are, you could say, favorites to make it to the top 6 again. We'll elaborate further why, of course, respect business afterwards. That's my speculation, but here's the team lineup of Coach Bing.
As always, for that first 11, just a couple of tweaks here and there, back position. As we all know, the players like Schaffner still recovering from injury at the moment.
They had an opportunity to pile the pressure on the other teams as this game was just kicked off. Jarvis was just on a different level when he also played for Ateneo in the UAP. As Diario gets to a collision, and the early yellow is given up here to Osman Guy. Pushing and shoving already here. The social media team of Aguilas. They use Cartalarag for their tongue twister social media game. As the header is just wide here. Are set to play a home game right here against Tewa United. I'm excited to find out if it is going to be here or maybe New Clark City. Shot taken here. Flag is raised though for Sekou Cisse. He wants that one back even if it was offside because he only rattled the crossbar. Palpalatok to Tomoki. Barsanilla could not stop that from getting to Amita. But that is eventually stopped by Jordan Jarvis. Interesting setup right here. You have a line of Manila Digger players. Nishoka sends it in, out swinger. They got ahead to it, but it was cleared. Took these certain movements from basketball inbound plays. Up for grabs, and amidst the chaos, Shiraoka lost it.
Could be Pickering. Ball given from Nishioka. First connects with the Manila Digger player. Were able to keep it in the air and in a dangerous area. Shiraoka got his hands to it, but he was sandwiched in between a Manila Digger player. First half. As you mentioned, it is the first game back after a long time of no matches for both these teams.
Right, change in personnel as Sekou Cisse kicked off the second half now. Ready, babad na babad sila.
You must say that 2025 has been a good year for Manila Digger. Can they carry it over?
Too close for comfort.
Onko not only to dispossess Talarok, but also to continue on the possession, and they're on the attack.
And they get to blow by. What the? Sekou Cisse is unable to connect. As time carries on over the course of the game. Flag is raised here though, unfortunately. Well, there's a superb stop from Boubacar Diallo, driving the traffic. Some clear pulling there from Munsworth. Shot taken. Offside is the call as that went wide of the back post. Played here now. Ibrahim Adamu. When he blasted, Omar Enji is on the way now. Thought about charging out, but Noy Filonco got it to Troy Limbo.
The ball now on the attack again.
Flicked it back. Mane shoots. Came off. Sekou, the rebound. Couldn't capitalize. How often does he get beaten in situations like that? Off to Sekou Cisse. Flag stays down. Takes a touch. Shoots! It would have been a highlight if he got to convert. And the full-time whistle just like that. The frustration, particularly with Manila Digger. And Kenji Nishoka with a shake of his head.
You could say that Manila Digger would be the more frustrated team among the two squads.
It is on to the big one today right here. Maharlika and Stallion Laguna to bring you match number 48 in your Philippines Football League 2025-2026 season. We are coming to you from the historic Rizal Memorial Stadium in Manila. A big thank you for joining us. Caro Manzano here alongside Diego Cordero. Here we go. Let's get to it again. The starting 11.
Dikit-dikit sila sa table eh. And that might mean there's more incentive in this one season.
And a look at our game changers in January. After that, we'll have the second round. And then that's when the top 6 teams will be put in a group of their own for the championship round. See, or scoring in back-to-back games, it's all up to him. Shraki under pressure. Takes a number of tumbles. Count. Congratulations to them, of course, for advancing. And Shraki, a bit of a slide. Dini Barley hit the ground of back-to-back losses. Now's the time for him to get a win and secure 6.
Ooh.
And they bag an early one here. It's past Landreth. And we're seeing that it's it Mike Menzi? Or was it off the free kick? But they are going to take this. No doubt about that. Let's take a look at our quad vision replay.
Well, just as I was saying that they could take advantage of a set piece, they do. It's really messy from Stallion's backline. They just get thrown off by the initial header, which came from Owano, it looked like. Concentration.
Here comes the corner kick. Shraki couldn't get it. Tried to take it high. It went to the gloves of Balobo. Play against the very team again, wherein he got his AFC appearances. Manieras giving us a hard challenge or a hard tackle. Right. Shraki couldn't offer himself as an option. They tried to get it to Finn quickly. From left to right now. Trying to drop something on the attack. Domsok did shift wing. Trying to take on Nieras. Ken Pride also there to support. And the clearance there from Villarreal. Ferrer Jr. trying to go for it. But he is not in the starting 11, just to clarify that thought. Here comes Kedman.
Oh!
Henry Balobo gives us a highlight. Sent it over. He's not celebrating that one. And the reason why, of course, is because we're only on level terms. Balobo wanted a call, but he was caught out of position.
Well, for those of you not in the stadium, there are so many shouts of handball coming from the Maharlika contingent.
Was loose. Kedman will collect. Trying to get it to Finn now. Flag stays down. It went to Manieras. Thought about squaring it, but the opposing number 3 in Bumsok Kang is going to connect.
Maharlika, a team that want to play possession style, they play with the ball on the ground predominantly. I think he saved the penalty from Janjan Meliza of Kaya. He's a really talented and young goalkeeper.
Well, they want to translate that to wins and performances in the table. Sometimes there's that hard luck, as we know, for any individual. Unable to translate any performances into results as Shraki takes a hit from behind. A player with caps or appearances for the Philippines. A slip past the wall, but as it ricocheted, that killed the power. And taking on his man. Got it to Kedman. Clever here. Shraki somehow gets it from Dine Barle. Who is last touch? Assistant referee.
Player goes down and he's still down.
Sandra gets this from the man also donning the number 6 jersey, Waito Galiana Trujillo. He'll cross it as expected. Shraki though, this takes a bounce and is out. Niara's got it to Shraki, slithering through. Kedman, will it be another one or will he assist? Up against Ferrer Jr. Here's the signal. Aurelio Raza read that well, of course. Niara's got the clearance, but it went to an opposing man in Yongsuk Kang. Dodong Villarreal, shaky here. Lost it, gave it over to Opong. Owano, denied by Landred, follow up. And the keeper able to come up with a double save.
Well, we were talking earlier about his clean sheet count and the fact that he's been such a good addition to Stallion, and it's because of his shot stopping.
Halftime at the Rizal Memorial Stadium, and we are level at 1-1 here. Mike Menzi gave us that early goal. Supported the women's side also in the same role. The women's team of Stallion did advance to the knockout stages of the AFC Women's Champions League.
Last couple minutes or so from Stallion. Just need a little bit more penetration in their final third. Maharlika on the break though.
Here they come. Yongsuk Kang over to Owano. Squared it. And they bury it. Daniel Romeo Opong makes it 2-1. And we are just 11 minutes into the second half.
Maharlika bench ecstatic. But what about that goal? Transition. That's been the aim of the game so far for them. And this is the perfect transition.
Just
third and final match of this Saturday triple header is a big one. Stallion Laguna taking on Aguilas-Umak FC. A chance to make a statement in this first round of the Philippines Football League. Who will walk away the victors? We will find out momentarily. Perez, the main man on the sideline as always, as we take a look at his starting 11 outing against One Taguig. Will things change here? Certainly the lineup is very different to get underway. We're talking about the changes for Aguilas. As we can see, Ibrahim Adamu, their leading scorer, to go. Now here we go. Amita launching that one into the right side. Finn McDaniel goes for goal and into the arms of Shiraoka. For McDaniel makes the connection. It's a loose pass. Chance for Aguilas to pounce. Can they make them pay? Pickering. Great cross. Just beyond. Schrock under pressure. Vasquez. McDaniel closed down quickly. He's pulled the trigger there. Has had a quiet spell in the last 10 minutes or so. Setting it up, Kedman! It's the opener! The assist master puts it on a plate for Michael Kedman Jr. to slot in. Stallion ahead 1-0.
You just cannot leave that man unmarked. If you give that space to Trujillo, he will certainly exploit it.
Aguilas looking for a quick response. Cross sent in. Pickering outnumbered. Opportunity. Bounces up and over. Your assessment so far as we take a look at the big score here. Stallion Laguna with that all-important go-ahead. And what a pass from Trujillo! The player from Timor-Leste to take this one, Mozinho. It's a good ball into the box, a real chance here for the Aguilas, and they turned it in at the far post. Richard Dalaroc Jr. has equalized. Here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium, Kedman Jr.'s opener canceled out. Pickering through. Can he score? Lifted it over Landreth, but Matthew Nieres.
Let's cap off the night with a matchup that screams we're not yet done, as Aguilas-Umak FC looks to settle the score against Stallion Laguna FC in their second matchup here at the 2025 Philippines or 2025-26 Philippines Football League. This is Jamer De La Cruz on call with Natasha Alcaraz dito. Tasha, this is going to be an exciting match, number 100 here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium. What are we looking for in terms of this game between the Aguilas and Stallion?
Expect that this is definitely gonna be a heated matchup between Aguilas and Stallion. During the first round that these two teams went against each other, it was a 2-all draw, but a lot of things that happened in that matchup, and both teams, number 5 for Aguilas, number 7 for Stallion, they know that these are the matches that you have to win against the teams that are in that same position as you, because when it comes down to the wire towards the end, these are the games that you're going to look back on, and these are the games that are going to count to make sure that you finish in the top 6 for the championship round.
Looking at that season standings so far, Maharlika FC in 6th. If you look into Aguilas-Umak FC and Stallion Laguna FC, only 3 points are separating these two sides, but still Stallion Laguna FC have a game at hand for themselves, but it hasn't been plenty for Coach Ernie Nieres' side, as the last time that they have played was way back in November, wherein they lost to Maharlika 3-1.
And when you see that red line over there, it's such a glaring mark, but Stallion with a win today can jump over that line, kick Maharlika out of the picture, and be in the top 6. As we've mentioned, the first time that these two teams went against each other, it was a feisty matchup. It was Stallions that took the lead early. It was a goal care of Kedman, a player that is no longer in the squad for Stallion Laguna. And in that first matchup where they did go against each other, he had a goal, and he was the one who won the penalty inside. No, it was a handball, but he's been one of the players that were really the ones to watch. A great new signing for them, but now not in the picture. They got that second goal in the second half as well. A penalty in favor of Stallion, and it was Finn McDaniel who was able to convert. And for the side of Aguilas, Richard Talarok steps up to the plate from a corner, being able to finish. And the second goal, the controversial goal from a goalkeeper of Shiraoka. So it was a 2-all in that first matchup, that first round for these two teams. And a closer look at Kedman, one of the plenty players that are no longer with Stallion Laguna. We don't have enough time to mention every single player for both Stallion and Aguilas. But a couple of those key losses, Michael Kedman, Stefan Schrock, and also 3 players that have jumped ship from Stallion to the side of Aguilas-Umak. You have the likes of Dodong Villarreal, Kalukaran, who will be playing and starting in the matchup later today, as well as Justin Peña.
So we're talking about the players' movement in terms of the Philippines Football League from one side to the other. 3 players coming from the stable of Stallion Laguna FC towards Aguilas-Umak FC. But as you've mentioned, it was a tight 2-2 draw between these two sides. As we take a look at the starting lineups, first off for Aguilas-Umak FC, you have the usual suspects out there in Talarok, Charles Pickering, who knows Stallion Laguna so well during his playing days with Coach Ernie Nieras. And we're looking at Timoshi Shiraoka out here, the goal scorer, like what you've mentioned, the controversial goal scorer of the late equalizer in that 2-2 draw against Stallion Laguna. What would you expecting from Shiraoka this time around?
Well, if you could do it twice, what a perfect way for Aguilas. But more importantly, he will be tested with in between the sticks. For sure, Stallion have a vendetta against them. They feel that they were robbed of the 3 points. Rightfully so, that goal was offside. But of course, for the side of Aguilas, it was a confidence boost that at the end of the day, they got the draw, a crucial draw there. And they're also coming from a big draw against Manila Digger. When you take a look at this lineup, Boubacar Diallo, who played fantastic against the side of Manila Digger, that really kept them 0-0 in that matchup, will be tested again today. An interesting side for Aguilas-Umak, it was baptismal by fire with Townsend, Unsworth as the center back in their last matchup. But today, it's going to be Hiruta, another new signing for the side of Aguilas-Umak. The backline will be of Kalukaran on the left, as we mentioned earlier, coming from Stallion, now playing for Aguilas, Palpalatok on the right. Tete, another new signing for Aguilas-Umak, will play the defensive midfielder role alongside Kum. Bongolan will be on the left, Richard Talarok will be on the right. Pickering and Adamu will be the players up on top that will be connecting. Of course, Adamu has 6 goals to his name, the top scorer for the side of Aguilas, while Pickering has 3 assists to his name as well. So these players will definitely be tested. And let's see if the set-piece prowess of the side of Aguilas could really make a difference in this matchup once again. 2 of their goals the first time they went against each other were through set-piece opportunities. And so let's see how they plan to play against Stallion, despite also the shuffle in their lineup.
Well, Coach Oliver Kalina opting to go for a 4-3-3 formation in this game. But let's listen in to Coach Oliver Kalina.
Actually signed a few new players. We also lost a few players, unfortunately, especially the locals. That's what's kind of our concern right now. But I think overall, we improved the team from the first half of the season. We have to. We have no choice. We can't afford to lose any more matches if we want to qualify. Okay, so that's our objective, is to keep improving, and hopefully we'll be able to do good tonight.
Well, let's use that as a precursor towards what we're going to be talking about, Stallion Laguna FC, as Coach Ernie Nieras looking to make amends of the 2-2 draw that they've had against Aguilas-Umak FC. Talking about Stallion Laguna this time around, we have noticed a massive shakeup in terms of the squad that they've had, but they really have they really bolstered their lineup this time around, and we have Usman Baji coming in to the side of Coach Ernie Nieras, and more importantly, you have Yusuf Butt, one of the most decorated, if we may say, goalkeeper coming from South Asia with the Pakistan national team, who will be in the starting lineups. Yusuf Butt is one of the players that we're going to watch out for in this game. Talk us through what we're trying to figure out with Yusuf out here.
Of course, as you've mentioned, Yusuf, but new signing for the side of Stallion Laguna FC. One of the most interesting signings that they have, as you've mentioned, he is currently in the roster of the national team for Pakistan. He already has 31 appearances for the national team. He has experience. He was born in Denmark, played his football in Denmark as well, and now jumping and playing for Stallion Laguna. This is a great pickup. Landreth played fantastic throughout the first round matches for Stallion, but to be able to get a big player with that following and national team experience and also just bolster the side for Stallion Laguna. A couple of interesting signups as well is Usman Baji, who will be starting today, a French center back. And for their first 11, Yusuf Butt will be the goalkeeper of choice. The back line will be Aaron Vasquez, Usman Baji, and the center back alongside Kenneth Pride. And on the right is Nico Macmillan. The midfield trio will be of Denzel Vasquez, Isa Gaku, another new signing, and the return of Abe Placito to the side of Stallion Laguna. Magson Dorado will play up on top alongside Finn McDaniel and Juan Galeana Trujillo. And when you think of Finn McDaniel and Juan Galeana Trujillo, these two players, the numbers are just crazy. Finn McDaniel, 14 goals already to his name, and Juan Trujillo with 10 assists to his name. So they will definitely be crucial players for the matchup later today.
Well, we've heard it from Coach Ernie Nieras on how they're going to take on Aguilas-Umak FC in this game. Let's take some time to listen in to Coach Bing Colina of the Aguilas-Umak FC.
This match is very very close until last minute, I know, because Stallion is a very strong team also, and we just give a challenge for them. And for our team, we prepare well. We'll just play our normal game and have fun also.
That was Coach Bing Colina of Aguilas-Umak FC. So both teams ready in the tunnel. Looking forward for this game. Once again, a settle must be scored in the second round of this matchup between Aguilas-Umak FC and Stallion Laguna FC. Let's wait for the players to walk into the pitch.
We've all been waiting for. Let us welcome the teams of Aguilas-Umak Football Club and Stallion Laguna Football Club.
Number 4 of 4 for this crazy Wednesday. Title contenders for the 2025-2026 season of your Philippines Football League. As we'll have the team captains PB-Mendiola from Stallion Laguna FC and Richard Talarok from Aguilas-Umak FC in center field. We have John Mike Basinang with the whistle in the middle of the field, assisted by Paul Galicia, Aldous Mirafuentes, and our fourth official will be Ryan Flores, as well as our match commissioner is Mr. Robin Allen Kainglet.
When you think about these two teams for this matchup about to happen, you feel somewhat of the same story for both sides. The only thing constant between Aguilas and Stallion at the moment is actually change. A lot of changes on the pitch, especially for the side of Aguilas, top to bottom, even with the head coach. You've had 3 coaches in 7 months, and that was the first 11 for Aguilas-Umak. Shuffle in the midfield, and a change in the center back, and a fourth side of Stallion Laguna FC. A debut for Joseph Bud, Osman Baji, Isagaku, alongside Abe Placito, a return for him for Stallion Laguna.
Substitutes for both sides out here on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Isa Dalo is someone we'll be looking for as well from the bench of Aguilas-Umak FC. We have plenty of players to look out for. I think we could just retract our thoughts about the retirement of Javi Cosculluela, as he's listed as a substitute goalkeeper for Coach Ernie Nieres' side. But one thing to look out for is Mr. Safe Hands for Stallion Laguna FC. During the 2018 South Asian Cup, Yusuf Butt was named Safe Hands for helping Pakistan to reach the semifinals of the said tournament. And now he's playing straight here in the Philippines Football League with Stallion Laguna FC. So we'll have Aguilas-Umak FC to kick things off, wearing all white. And in the contrast, we have Stallion Laguna FC with black and pink, playing from left to right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat as Aguilas-Umak FC and Stallion Laguna FC kick things off in the final game here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium. So far, it's been a goal fest here in RMS. We've had 12 goals to nil in favor of Manila Digger FC earlier against Valenzuela PB-Mendiola, followed by a 3-1 win for FC-Iloilo against Maharlika FC, and down over to Cebu, winning 10 goals to 2 against Philippine Army.
And of course, you save the best for last. This is the main event. Aguilas-Umak FC taking on Stallion Laguna FC. Both teams in dire need of a win to really boost their confidence. The last time that Stallion Laguna played was in November 29. First match again after 2 months of no games for their side. And for the side of Aguilas, they did just play a few weeks ago. Got the draw versus Manila Digger. So defensively able to set up on a great note. Can they do it again? And this time around, find the back of the net.
Well, it's going to be interesting for Stallion, of course, not having any games since November of last year, or end of November last year. So they have some rust to shake off. Whereas for Aguilas-Umak FC, they've already been tested this year with a draw against Manila Digger FC. One of the other contenders in this season's competition. Manila Digger FC, of course, have been the representative of the Philippines in the AFC Challenge League, who will be having their knockout stages in March. So let's see how things will pan out here. The second matchup of Stallion and Umak, as Aguilas now winning the ball. Pass to the middle. Ooh, great defense coming in from Ken Pride, making sure that Aguilas wouldn't be able to pull off the trigger from there.
Also spot on defending from Stallion Laguna. It's that physical battle there between Placito and Cuom got the better of him. A chance averted from a Stallion. Now it's a third turn on the opposite end.
Finn McDaniel with the delivery from the free kick headed away by Aguilas-Umak FC. Stallion trying to thread the needle, but the defense is there to cover. They'll go back to Yusuf Butt. Pride have been tested earlier on by Charles Pickering. So far, so good in the first 3 minutes for Stallion as they try to move up. Macmillan takes it back to Ken Pride. Back to Yusuf. Easy movements right now for Stallion. Good passing as they move on the right side with Macmillan. Moving forward now for Placito. We're used to seeing him at the back, but make no mistake, Abe Placito knows how to move forward as well for Stallion Laguna as they win themselves the first corner of the match.
That's right, Placito has been a versatile player for the side of Stallion. Didn't feature in that first round, but during the window, gets back with Stallion Laguna again.
Trujillo with the delivery, headed in. And Aguilas-Umak FC will clear things out. Last touch, Aguilas says John Mike Basinang, and it's going to be a throw-in for Stallion Laguna FC. Trujillo lurking on that right side, waiting for that throw-in from Macmillan. Trujillo trying to get it past Bongolan, just unable to do so. Now it's going to be a goal kick after a deflection from Big Abe Placito. There goes down for Aguilas as Baji getting entangled with team captain Talarok.
If you're Stallion Laguna, last game that they had, they lost 3-1 against Maharlika. You have to sit with that defeat for 2 months and change. So you can tell that they're hungry to get back on that win column. For Aguilas, they debuted their new players in their first game against the Digger last Jan 17. But you know that they haven't figured out the right formula yet, or their preferred 11. They've made a total of 6 changes on that starting 11, including Hiruta for Unsworth. And in this matchup, you notice, no Amita, Depola, Tumaki, and Isa Diallo. So a lot of changes in the midfield and their attacking players. This time around, Adamu and Pickering both get the start.
With that, Aguilas moving forward with Pickering on the left side. Delivery inside the box. That's going to be cleared out by Vasquez. High boot is going to be called on the number 55, Richard Tete. Stallion win themselves a free kick. But talking about how Coach Oliver Kalina has been shuffling the cards for Aguilas-Umak FC, a man of his caliber who had plenty of stints with top-tier teams in the Philippines Football League, including FC-Iloilo in the past. That's something that he's gonna get used to, trying to juggle amongst the players that he have on his side. You have quality players in Cartalarok, Nano Amita, and you also have a couple of signings that are not yet playing for this game in Villarreal and Justin Peña. So you're right in saying that they're still trying to find the right mix, but they have to do it as quickly as possible because the battle for the top 6 is intensifying as we speak.
That's right. A win, a draw, any game result can easily change how standings looks like. That's how tough the competition has been, especially with number 1 to number 7. The movement there has been very fluid in terms of who sits on top of the throne and who sits just right underneath at number 6 mark. It is also a big test for Caloocaran on the left back for Aguilas, playing against your former team.
Aguilas trying to move forward with Pickering once again. Talarok towered by the defense of Stallion Laguna FC, who will opt to find Dorado on that left flank. Caloocaran, as you've mentioned, been a part of the Ascal's development team in during the pandemic times, but wait for that thought as Trujillo goes for the chip. But the goalkeeper says no. Shiraoka knows that some business hasn't been settled between the two of them yet.
What quick movements from Stallion to give the ball right behind that defensive line. Trujillo gets to it. The intention was there, the execution just not quite.
What a goal would that have been if that went over Shiraoka's hands. But no dice at that moment. Stallion trying to make something out of this possession from the back. Move to the right side with Macmillan. Now to the middle with Isagaku. So far, Stallion Laguna testing the waters, trying to see where that pocket of space will exploit itself. Now Macmillan on the right, looking for that outswinger. Headed away by the defense. They'll have to wait for that chance to go back once more. Ball goes out in favor of the white shirts. Not taking that throw in quickly. So they opt to take it back all the way to Shiraoka. Good pressure coming from Stallion Laguna FC. Flag is raised. And that's going to be offside, I think, for
There's going to be a foul call
foul
on one of the attacking players of Stallion, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be on Maxon Dorado. Just a late challenge on Shiraoka. He wanted to press the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper had the ball on his feet, but Shiraoka released the ball before the impact of Dorado on him.
Shiraoka has been getting that bit of a physical challenge from Dorado.
And you know there's no love for Shiraoka from the Stallion team. You best believe that.
I can even see Finn McDaniel having a couple of words as well on Shiraoka earlier on while he was trying to set up for the free kick. Macmillan gathers for Stallion Laguna FC. Placito on the turn, finding Trujillo on the right side. This is where he's going to try to exploit the defense. Hurling ball in, but not enough power to get to McDaniel.
That was good work from Placito, finding Trujillo, who was on side down that right flank. Tried to give that space behind that defensive line, but Shiraoka had that covered.
there goes down for Stallion Laguna FC. That was Isagaku having a challenge coming from David Combe. Stallion played quickly. Dorado looking for that overlap. Unable to do so. Still with Dorado. Into the middle now for Placito. Finding Macmillan on the right. Trujillo once again. Takes it back to Macmillan. Pressure stays on, but a foul is called. Very physical challenge there, and a yellow card for David Combe.
The first booking of the day, or this matchup between Aguilas and Stallion. To Combe on his challenge on Vasquez. I'm trying to remember where exactly I read about, I'm not sure if it was from PFL Bible or PH Transfers, that Aguilas have around 34 yellow cards. And so when you think about the number of games that they've played so far, 10 games, they average 3.1 per match.
Those are high numbers of yellow cards, if you ask me. But a free kick now is going to be headed away by Aguilas. Again, the physicality is there, but no foul is called as Aguilas-Umak FC moving forward. David Combe taking on the back line of Stallion Laguna FC, but nobody there for him as Ken Pride gathers for Stallion Laguna. Stallion now moving on the left side once again. Here's Max Dorado. Try to wriggle his way past the defender. Palatok. Great coverage there. Ball will bounce towards the path of Macmillan. And easy does it for JV Caloocaran as it clears the ball out. Stoppage and play, giving us some time to talk about JV, the young man who Stallion Laguna has built from the ground up, coming in from the Ascos development team during the pandemic, moving over to Stallion Laguna FC. You could say that Stallion Laguna has been his second home. Now moving over to Aguilas-Umak FC is the perfect time for him to show what he's learned under the wings of Coach Ernie Nieras. Aguilas now on the counter. 4 against 4 with the number 4 Talarok on the right side. Good coverage once again by the defense of Stallion Laguna FC, and they will have themselves a counter attack of their own, started by Dorado on the left side, threading the ball to the middle, but unable to find Galeana in the process.
How quickly this game has been. Back-to-back action. Two teams very quick in transition. But no one really testing the goalkeeper. They dance around the attacking third. No shots or shots on target, really.
We've talked about this game being the battle of the keepers. So far, none of them has been tested that quite well in the first 15 minutes of the game. Usually that's the part where both sides will feel each other out, try to see where the pockets of spaces are. For Stallion, they're trying to exploit the right side with Macmillan and Trujillo. Isagaku with the shot. Oh, what a shot. Even the save, matching it by Shiraoka. We talked about threats on the goalkeepers. That's the first one coming in from Stallion.
Gaku takes that way out. Deflects on the player of Aguilas. And Shiraoka makes a big save to keep things 0-0, but a corner for Stallion to continue on the attack.
Outstretched arms for Shiraoka. Here's the delivery inside the box, headed in. But Isagaku unable to convert from close range.
Getting a closer look at the signings of Stallion Laguna. It's Gaku who had that first chance. And Baji, the center back that they've had, it's been clean at the back with him. Gets ahead to it from the corner. Just couldn't send that on target.
Shiraoka sending that one out only as far as the defense. Usman Baji. Tussle for the ball, and the referee calls foul on the number 55, Richard Tete, getting too physical with Abe Placito. Threaded ball, but the defense again covering well for Aguilas-Umak FC. The glaring question now for them is for how long they're going to be able to hold the fort against Stallion. Macmillan with a throw in. Challenge by Kung. Last touch, black shirt, says the referee. So it'll be a throw in for Aguilas.
Macmillan has also been a key signing for the side of Stallion Laguna. He came into the picture at the start of the season. He's been taking up that right back position. Also very crucial when they do attack in numbers.
Aguilas now with a chance. Isagaku just chesting it down for Yusuf. Major Talarok trying to exploit that pocket of space on the right side with the cross. But unable to do so. Now Stallion looking to play from the back, as they could feel a sense of pressure coming in from Aguilas-Umak FC right now.
And you feel both teams take quite a while to really just build up the chemistry, as we've mentioned. A lot of changes, a lot of new signings.
Tussle for the ball means possession for Stallion Laguna FC. Again, chemistry is going to be key for both sides out here. We know how active that revolving doors of the PFL is. And it's making its presence felt with these two sides having plenty of signings in the transfer window.
By my count, they have 12 players out and 10 new players for Stallion Laguna.
There we go. So it's almost an entire lineup as Stallion winning themselves a corner.
But what a play from the throw-in. Able to find some space inside the box. For their efforts, another corner in favor for Stallion Laguna.
Finn McDaniel with the delivery. An out swinger. Trying to find bodies in the middle of the pitch, but unable to do so. Aguilas-Umak FC trying to start that counter-attack, but was thwarted right away by the new signing, Usman Baji.
That was quick movement from Baji. The speed that he had, the diagonal run to get the ball back, pass it all the way to the goalkeeper. Chance missed for Stallion Laguna. As the ball just sailed through everyone before finding an Aguilas defender on the opposite end.
Placito now at the back. Macmillan with a pass through for Big Abe. Looking for that cross. Dorado unable to make something out of it. Yusuf Butt out of his box. But as he's usually called in Pakistan, safe hands, or should we say, safe header out there from Yusuf.
And just the composure from Yusuf Butt to just head that one to a defender, able to diffuse the pressure right away. And most importantly, to keep the possession as well.
Seeing a bit of change here for Stallion. You've seen Abe Placito sliding back for them. He's playing more of a positionless football right now as Trujillo on the right side. He's going to be covered by Calocaran. Ball rolls out in favor of Stallion Laguna FC. Macmillan to the right side they go with Vasquez. Flag is up. It's going to be a foul called against Aguilas-Umak FC and another free kick to exploit for Stallion.
And Denzel Vasquez able to shield the ball. Was facing the opposite way already. Able to win a free kick in a dangerous area. Chance for Stallion to take advantage of the set piece opportunity.
Daniel with the delivery. Heads not in for Stallion, but they still have possession with Dorado. Macmillan now on the left side, but great tackle there. Keeping that out for a throw-in. Was it Ikumi Hiruta making sure that Macmillan wouldn't go for the turn. Halfway point of the first half, and Stallion Laguna on the attacking side right now. Macmillan to Dorado. Two players covering Dorado. Looking for the cross. Daniel leaves it for Placito, but that's been cleared only as far as Gaku. Chance to reset for Stallion Laguna. Long ball forward, looking for Trujillo. Punched away by Shiraoka. Pressure stays on as Trujillo chasing that ball for Stallion. There goes down, play goes on. Great turn from the number 79, David Kum. Or rather, there was Ibrahim Adamu.
Feel the physicality as well heating up in this matchup. Even on those challenges, on those 50-50s. Nobody holding back. You know that everything is on the line. Draw is not enough, especially for the side of Stallion, to break through to the championship round.
Placito now with the ball for Stallion. David Kum was walking on a tight rope as he went in for the challenge on Placito earlier on. He's already on a yellow card. More of that could be sending off for him. Trujillo with a chance on goal, and it's in! First blood drawn for Stallion Laguna FC, courtesy of player number 11, Juan Diego Galeana Trujillo.
And a fantastic finish from Juan Galeana. And that pass from the opposite end, just finding him, the touch. That was from Dorado, setting it up right behind the head of the defender. The best touch that you could get from Trujillo to set himself up to take the shot, goes near post. Shiroka could not get there in time, and Stallion Laguna get the lead. And you feel rightfully so, they've created more of the chances the first 25-27 minutes of this matchup. They've been testing the waters, lurking around in that attacking third. And if you rewind it just a few minutes back as well, they were giving those balls, finding one right behind the defender. And this time around, they do it perfectly to get the go-ahead goal.
Great touch there from Galeana Trujillo, but an even better serving from Dorado as he finds Trujillo all alone inside the box. It's 1-0 in favor of Stallion Laguna FC. Let's just hope that these two sides haven't been given this script in their first round matchup, as it's looking like the same with Stallion scoring first within the 20-minute mark. This time it's on the 28th minute for Trujillo. Aguilas-Umak FC hoping to get that equalizer, but a Placito, or rather that was Pride, taking that ball away. Placido now takes it back to Ken Pride. Isa Gaku having some time to control the ball themselves for Stallion Laguna. Baji calming things down at the back for Stallion Laguna FC. After the first few minutes, the opening salvo of this game, Aguilas having a hard time trying to find that chance to challenge Yusuf Butt on goal. Meanwhile, Coach Ernie Nieres' side getting comfortable with the ball. Almost a good delivery there from Ken Pride to the open man, Trujillo.
Stallion Laguna finding those gaps, the spaces in between. Just couldn't nail the pass on that occasion. Macmillan has been feisty.
Caloocaran looking for Pickering. Damo goes down. Play goes on, says the referee. It's like Adamo and Isagaku collided there. Vasquez takes it back to Usman Baji. Baji with the delivery up front, headed out by Bongolan. So another throw into boot for Stallion. Trujillo, deft touch once again. Another chance for Stallion Laguna. On the right side for Vasquez, trying to find Trujillo with a short ball, but unable to do so. Now counter-attack time for Aguilas-Umak FC. Applause from the crowd, as I think a staff from Aguilas-Umak FC, who we've heard have been trying to bark instructions from the stands to the players of Aguilas-Umak FC.
decent crowd has been showing up here at the Rizal Memorial Football Stadium. And we're inviting everyone out there. You can, if you are able, come on down to Rizal, catch the games live. We had a triple header today. And one game that was played in Cebu as well. Earlier, Digger won 12-0 against Mendiola. Kaya FC took the victory 3-1 versus Maharlika.
Don't look now as Aguilas-Umak FC with a chance themselves. Pickering on the right side. Opts to bring it down to Talarok. Still Talarok. Now a chance from the back. Coom. Keeping it in play, and the ball goes out now for a goal kick for Stallion Laguna FC. Talked about the crowd that we have here at the Rizal Memorial Stadium, and for those watching at your homes, if you want to catch some action in this Valentine's Day, we have a couple of games here on Saturday, the Rizal Memorial Football Stadium. It's the Taguig FC taking on Don Bosco Garelli United at 4 p.m. and then Manila Digger FC against Philippine Army at 7 p.m. So may makaka-date sa Valentine's Day, kung gusto nyong i-introduce ang football sa kanila, pwede nyo silang dalhin dito sa Rizal Memorial Stadium. Kung hindi naman kayo makapunta, catch us on YouTube, and you can watch us in YouTube or in Facebook.
And if you can't make it on Valentine's Day, meron pa din naman sa Feb 15. So back-to-back, we're gonna have our weekends full again with PFL action.
So that's Feb 15 fixtures. You have a triple header there, Kaya versus Tuloy. Then you have Cebu against Valenzuela, PB-Mendiola, and the nightcap between Stallion Laguna and Maharlika FC will be happening on Sunday. Back to live action as a foul is called against Aguilas-Umak FC. Vasquez taken down. Yusuf trying to find a teammate up front. Dorado chesting it down, being challenged by Tete, who wins the ball, but there is a foul against Tete.
It's also good to see Dorado getting that assist for the side of Stallion. As you all know, during the first few matches, is it the first or second match of Stallion Laguna against Manila Digger, he did suffer that cut on his head. He needed stitches. He was out for quite some time. It took a while for him to get back on that first 11. It was the first match, rather. It was the first match of the season.
On the counter-attack again, Trujillo trying to exploit that right side. Mistake here. Abe Placito wins the ball for Stallion. Goes down. No foul, says the referee. He will try to win the ball again. Now it's been cleared out. Was opting for a pass, but Tete just clearing it out for a throw-in. Less than 10 minutes remaining in the first half, and so far it's been Stallion Laguna FC finding the back of the net thanks to Trujillo in the 28th minute of the game, as Coom on the left side trying to maneuver his way past two players. There's going to be a foul on the number 26, Ken Pride.
Closer look at Coom, one of the players who really has been starting the attacks for the side of Aguilas. This time around, wins him an opportunity. Just just at the edge of the attacking third. You can never count Aguilas out, especially on set-piece opportunities. Last time these two teams met, both of Aguilas' goals came from set pieces.
A set piece to boot for Aguilas-Umak FC with Brian Palpalatok. Looking for bodies inside the box. Good delivery in, headed away. Tete with a touch, blocked by Vasquez. Dorado gathers for Stallion Laguna FC. Now it goes back to Aguilas. Too strong of a touch for Kung. It's out for another throw-in for the black shirts. Macmillan looking for that long ball for Finn McDaniel. Unable to find him there. Palpalatok. Macmillan with the interception. Placito brings it down for Macmillan. Threading the ball for Dorado on the left. The coverage is there for Talarok, but at the expense of a corner.
Talarok running at full speed, making sure to get there first before Dorado. Touch too heavy, went out. Now it's a corner in favor of Stallion Laguna. The corners have been adding up for Stallion.
Fit with another delivery, but a collision among Placito and Shiraoka means a free kick for the white shirts.
As we all know, with this Aguilas-Umak side, they are a revamped squad. Before the start of this season, there are only 2 holdovers, if I'm not mistaken. The Talarok brothers. So they revamped for the 2025-2026 season. And during this window, they're also one of the more active teams. Feel that they were building some momentum with their signings. The likes of Hancock, Roventeran, Kaka. But now all these players are gone. It's back to the drawing board. We asked one of Dak Cheng earlier about the new signings. I told him we noticed a lot of their signings are actually very young players. Some of them only 18 years old, the likes of Doreen Eswaran, Joshua Jordan, Kyle Cosenza, Trey King. They said that they want to build for a long-term program.
Speaking about building up, Stallion Laguna FC tried to build another goal up there, but unable to find the target as Dorado sends that out. But I think there's a deflection on Shiraoka. Means another corner for Stallion Laguna FC.
Feel Shiraoka not happy with the defense at the moment. Just allowing Stallion to take up so much space, time and chances.
Delivery from McDaniel. Dorado heads it back in. Trujillo trying to go for that acrobatic shot, but unable to find one as it goes back for a goal kick.
It's been shaky defensively for the side of Aguilas. Marking just hasn't been there. And even from the last corner opportunity, first, second, and third ball all went to a Stallion player.
Three minutes remaining in the first half. So far, your thoughts on how Stallion Laguna has been playing against Aguilas?
Feel that they doing better of the two squads. They had their chances. They got the goal. They've been on the attacking end, creating that more chances. Take a look first at that foul and the yellow card given there. Holding hands lang sila eh. And that was a card for Aaron Vasquez, fourth side of Stallion Laguna.
Di ba parang maaga pa para ayain ng date si Richard Talarok with that holding hands?
Or that he gets a yellow card and just happened right in front of the referee as well. But yeah, Stallion Laguna with more of the chances. A lot of times in the attacking third. Aguilas now with a chance to even things out. They've been seldom on the attack, but if they're clinical, they can get an equalizer.
So you have JV Kalukaran on top of the ball for this free kick. Delivery headed away by A. Placito. The pressure stays on with the throw-in. And from my vantage point, I think Richard Talarok is being attended to by their physio. Mukhang may nilagay na band-aid dito sa kilay ni Talarok. The action continues for Stallion Laguna FC. Pass wasn't there for Vasquez. They try to chase the ball. Shiroka clearing that one out. Only as far as Macmillan, who now moves forward through pass for Trujillo on the right with the cross. Able to find a teammate. Shiroka trying to prevent a corner, but he will kick that out for a corner kick for Stallion Laguna.
You gotta give it to Macmillan again. So quick on winning back possession for Stallion Laguna and to quickly turn that into an attack. Trujillo with a delivery inside the box. It was an important header from the defense of Aguilas.
Looping ball from McDaniel, trying to find Baji on the right. Only concedes a goal kick.
There will be a minimum of 2 minutes of additional time.
2 minutes to be added on here in this first half. It's been a nail-biting first 45 minutes so far between these two sides. Stallion Laguna hoping to take that 1-0 lead towards halftime. And Aguilas looking for that counter and that equalizer, but unable to find the target or even a pass inside the box.
And you have to give it to the defensive line of Stallion Laguna. Vasquez, Baji, Pride, and Macmillan. They've made it that much harder for Aguilas to really take any chances. They've closed them down and made it a comfortable first half so far for Joseph Butt.
Well, the backline's job is to make things easy for their goalkeeper. They're doing that right. A Placito now on the right side for Dorado. Pass to the middle for Placito. Finn McDaniel unable to get the touch in. It stays on for Stallion Laguna. Possibly the last chance of the half.
One thing that Stallion have really been capitalizing on is winning the ball back from the edge of the defensive third of Aguilas. And quickly turning those into threatening attacks.
Aguilas clearing the ball once again. Talarok sending that forward, headed back by Vasquez. Last chance salute for Stallion Laguna. The opening half of this matchup. Good defense once again. Aguilas on the other side now. Counter attack. Usman Baji making his presence felt And that's going to be it for the first half of action between Aguilas-Umak FC and Stallion Laguna FC. Stallion taking a 1-0 lead into halftime. Your thoughts so far in the match, Tasha?
You think of Usman Baji, literally even through that last one, he's been so clean at the back. He's been timing those challenges perfectly, winning the ball back. It's been a dominant performance for Stallion Laguna in this first half. Galiana Trujillo gets the goal. It was an assist from Dorado, finding him on the opposite flank. And a well-deserved 1-0 advantage coming into the half. But of course, any game, just like in football, nothing is final until the final whistle. And if you know Aguilas-Umak FC, you can never count them out.
Well, Stallion Laguna FC will be happy to take this 1-0 lead at the half. We'll be back from a short break. And for now, let's calm things down here. The matchup between Aguilas-Umak FC and Stallion Laguna FC. First 45 minutes are in the books for this nail-biting match between Aguilas-Umak FC and Stallion Laguna FC. So far, the difference between these two sides is Juan Diego Galeana Trujillo with a goal on the 28th minute, giving Stallion Laguna FC the much-needed lead against Aguilas-Umak FC. It's been eventful. Tasha, we can look into the stats so far in this game, and you could see how Stallion Laguna FC wants to get that edge against Aguilas-Umak with 13 shots on goal, 9 of them being on target. Goes to show how much pressure they're putting on against Aguilas.
That's right. You take a look at the fact that they have 5 corners as well, though they haven't been able to really get to the back of the net from those corners, but it just says how dominant they've been on the attacking third, creating chances, creating trouble for a very shaky back line of Aguilas. They've had 56% of possession as well, as compared to Aguilas-Umak, 44% possession. They've had 3 on a target from 7 shots that they've had. 5 fouls for Aguilas, 6 for Stallion, and a yellow card that was given to Quom. And if I'm not mistaken, there was 1 yellow card as well given to Vasquez for the side of Stallion Laguna.
Well, that really says a lot in terms of the first half between these two sides. As we take a quick glance of what happened in the first half, it's been eventful. Stallion Laguna FC trying to unlock one Galeana Trujillo on the right side earlier on. First attempt on goal, chipping that over the goalkeeper, but unable to get that on the back of the net. Long distance strike earlier on, and the goal coming in from Trujillo. What a pass though from Dorado to complete that play.
They continued on the attack. Dorado tried to go for that near post. Eventually, Shiroka makes a save. Tried to go for that far post as well to Baji. Dorado gets ahead to it. One gets that last touch, but it sailed outwards. As you mentioned, fantastic assist from Dorado. Gives it perfectly for Juan Galeana Trujillo. Just right behind that last defender. The ball dips perfectly beyond the reach of the header of the defensive player of Aguilas. And the touch of Galeana to put it down. Set himself up to take it in near post. Spell the difference so far between these two squads. But if you know or you've watched games in the PFL, and especially in the first round of matches, Stallion Laguna do not have a problem finding the back of the net. This will be the real test this second half, is to make sure that Aguilas don't find the back of their net. It's usually been the heartbreaking story for the side of Stallion Laguna. They've been letting in those late goals, 90 plus minutes, and that's how they lost points against the like of Manila Digger, Aguilas, and Cebu as well. And so the test will really be their consistency throughout this matchup. They started strong. Can they end strong?
Well, that's one of the questions Stallion Laguna would have to answer brightly in this second half, as it's been a cliche that defense win games. In terms of football, whenever you get the goal in, it's your job to make sure to protect that lead of yours. If you can add more to it, better. But if you cannot find the back of the net, it's important to make sure that you keep the opposing side away from the goalkeeper. And even though they have Yusuf Butt as a decorated goalkeeper himself, they still have to make sure that they protect the goal mouth and not allow Aguilas-Umak FC to come back in this game if they want to grab all 3 points.
Of course, if you're Aguilas-Umak, how do you shake off that first half? It was a lackluster performance all around the pitch. But we've seen them when they're locked in, especially getting that big draw against Manila Digger just a few weeks ago. The test will be how they bounce back in this second half.
Bounce back ability, something that they have to find within themselves for Aguilas-Umak FC as we start the second half with Stallion Laguna attacking from right to left. Dorado covered there by Palpalatok. It's out for another corner. You've talked about the first match between these two sides. Goals coming in from set pieces. By my count, Stallion Laguna FC already has 6 corners to themselves. And so far, they're trying to test Shiraoka. Not that much, as Aguilas able to clear the ball out for a throw-in.
And they've been tighter defensively from the first corner in the second half. Milan charged with a delivery from the opposite end. Looks like he's going for that long throw.
Besito unable to get his head to it. Vasquez trying to win the ball for Stallion. Now it's been cleared out. Talarok chasing that ball, but the size of Usman Baji is enough to keep him in check. Vasquez finds Macmillan on the right. Trey King, the substitute at the half, came in for Emilio Bongolan. Coach Bincolina trying to shuffle the cards at the half here. Palatok, the long ball forward to Kum, who goes down. Play will go to the side of Stallion Laguna.
As I mentioned earlier, Trey King, one of the young signings for the side of Aguilas-Umak. He's had experience with the Philippine Youth National Team, U16 if I'm not mistaken. He's only 18 years old. And so a chance for this young player to really break out into the Philippine League. He's also had experience playing in Australia.
And interestingly enough, that substitution by Coach Bincolina isn't a like for like, as he came on for a defender in Bongolan. So more of an attacking mindset for Coach Bing. They'll have to wait as a foul is called against Adamu for a free kick.
That moment, if you match up the signings of Stallion Laguna and Aguilas-Umak, you feel that the likes of Usman Baji has been such a standout in that first half performance.
Now Aguilas unable to make something out of the counter-attack earlier. Dorado chasing that ball. Cleared away. Teta takes it back. Adamu. Baji, battle of the sizes out here, and the foul against Adamu. We're talking about the things that Aguilas-Umak FC have to remind themselves to get a goal back against Stallion Laguna if they want to level things out here. They could possibly look back on the record that they have against Stallion Laguna FC. They're currently 2 wins and 2 draws in all of their 4 meetings in the past. That last matchup in November, still something that they're banking on. They were able to take a point away from Stallion Laguna FC at the death, courtesy of their goalkeeper. Stallion now on the attack. A Placido on the right side. He will leave that out for a throw. Another deflection, this time coming from, I think that was Trey King. So it'll be a corner for Stallion Laguna FC. Trujillo will be the one to deliver this inside the box. The boys in black and pink. An outswinger, good one. Headed away. Chance gone begging once more for Stallion.
Aguilas able to deal with the initial danger, but the second ball fell to Placido. You think of the physicality of these two teams as well. You feel that Stallion have been getting the better of Aguilas. When Aguilas do get those challenges, they tend to turn into fouls in favor for Stallion as well.
Talarok receives the ball from Shiroka. Outswinger of a ball. Goes out for a goal kick. But if you're Aguilas-Umak FC, you'd welcome these chances to come your side.
It's the closest that we've seen Aguilas in the second half. It's a great ball from Talarok. He also had the time and space.
Aguilas right now trying to make use of the ball from the left side. Trey King takes it back to Caloocaran. Is being challenged by Kuya Juan. So free kick is called in favor of JV and Aguilas-Umak FC. Trying to send a long ball forward. Vasquez judging that well to dispossess Aguilas. Caloocaran heads it out towards the path of Abe Placito, is being challenged by King. Composure in full display for Stallion Laguna FC as they were able to usher that pressure out and reset from the back with Yusuf Butt. Vasquez trying to stay on his feet as challenge keeps on coming from Aguilas.
Stallion now initiating that high press. Flustering. Back line of Aguilas. And we mentioned earlier, 12 players out for Stallion, 10 in. And very similar as well with Aguilas. By my count, which I know is incomplete, they have 8 players that were taken out. And they have around 7 signings that I know of at the moment. As we all know, the window is still open. And from what I heard, more are still coming in.
Even with other teams, transfer window is still wide open, and plenty of teams in the PFL are making the moves as they try to solidify their places for the championship round. We're talking about those at the top. We've seen FC-Iloilo making good use of their new signing earlier, who had a hat-trick.
Julius Mirbach is definitely a breath of fresh air for them. Good signing. Of course, for this matchup, you feel that both these teams, Aguilas and Stallion, they're very similar. They love to make those gambles.
Trujillo trying to get that ball in. Just unable to find the teammate. Caloocaran clears it out for King. Intercepted by Ken Pride. Now on the right side. Movement for Stallion Laguna. Shot taken by Finn McDaniel. Covered by 3 players. Vasquez or Ken Pride on the ball. Trujillo with a shot. Shiroka with a save. Dorado looking for that second chance for Stallion. Rod Vasquez stepped late for that pass. Able to go for the turn, but they have McMillan on the right. He's taking on King. Millen with the cross, and Talarok heads it out for a corner.
Stallion Laguna again knocking on the doors, able to keep the ball in the attacking third in that 6-yard box for long periods of time. Defense has been busy. Shiroka makes a big save. Closer look at Coach Ernie Nieras, head coach of Stallion Laguna. It's in charge of them, especially with this transition period that they're having. And so far, new signings looking good.
Trujillo now with the delivery from the corner. Shiroka punches it out. Isagaku against Trey King.
For the side of Aguilas, of course. feels like a completely new or clean slate, including, of course, Coach Bing Colina, who was only took on the job or was just announced a few weeks back before the start of this year. Before that, it was Coach Frank Muescan, who was in charge of Aguilas.
Substitution for Aguilas-Umak FC. Player number 7, Charles Pickering.
So Coach Bingolina making another change for his side as Charles Pickering checks out for Seth Anthony Ganas. Talked about Coach Bing coming in weeks before this matchup for Aguilas-Umak FC. From one coach who had an AFC experience to another, Aguilas looking to make use of that revamp for their push for the top 6. Dorado forced to track it all the way back to Yusuf as they reset the play. Placito gets it back to Macmillan. Back to Placito they go. Looping ball for Trujillo to make use. Calocaran able to find that run from Ken Pride. Or rather, that was Denzel Vasquez.
Aguilas able to get out of the initial danger, but a throw in again for Stallion.
Right from the substitution, Ganas winning the ball for Aguilas-Umak FC. Richard Talarok on the right side, looking for that threaded pass to the number 19, Adamu. Adamu with the ball again. Now moving forward, player is down for Stallion. The play continues. Not anymore, as they will kick that out for a throw.
Baji looks to be in a lot of pain. That challenge that happened earlier.
I think there was a collision of shin guards between Talarok and Baji.
Talarok just sweeping and hitting the shin of Baji. I feel that a foul should have been called in that occasion. Talarok didn't get the ball. Completely got the man. Eventually now, Baji on his feet.
After getting some treatment, Baji will have to make his way to the halfway line due to protocols, but we'll also see substitution here for Stallion Laguna FC. Kuichi Belgira is coming in for Rod Aaron Vasquez.
His replacement player number 22, Koichi Belgira.
We have young players watching this game between Aguilas-Umak FC and Stallion Laguna FC. And you've noticed the challenge between Talarok and Baji. It's one reminder that shin guards are still very important in this game, because in the modern day football, we can see as small as like
Palit na ng palit yung mga shin guards ng mga tao ngayon.
Yung mga players ngayon, pero nakita natin yung shin guard ni Baji, yung normal size pa rin, but he still felt that challenge. Speaking of challenges, we have another free kick here in favor of Aguilas-Umak FC.
For the substitution of Stallion Laguna, it's like-for-like substitution for on the left-hand side. Aaron Vasquez is out and Kuichi Belgira comes in. Feel a little the substitution could also be because Aaron Vasquez did get that booking in the first half. They want to be more on that safer side.
Delivery inside the box for Aguilas, but the header is not in for Aguilas-Umak FC. Goal kick taken short, Placito. Here's Dorado finding Belgira on the left side. Threaded pass to the middle, unable to find Denzel Vasquez, but the play continues for Stallion as Isagaku gets the ball. Foul is going to be called on Aguilas-Umak FC.
That was just a challenge from Hiruta on to Gaku. We know how speedy Gaku could be. We've seen him take chances once he's gotten away with a little bit of space. So Hiruta just not allowing the transition to happen up on top. Slowing the play down.
Isagaku is going to be back up to his feet. As it was a strong challenge from Hiruta. 4 minutes past the hour mark. The scoreline stays at 1-0 in favor of Stallion Laguna FC. We've seen a couple of players hitting the deck, checking out and checking back into this match. As for Aguilas-Umak FC, still trying to knock on doors of Stallion Laguna. But a free kick to boot right now for Finn McDaniel and Stallion Laguna FC. Player goes down inside the box. The play continues as Aguilas-Umak FC looking to clear this ball out. Adamu finding Trey King on the left. Looking for that forward pass. Still not connecting. Another long ball forward this time, looking for Coom. It'll be stopped by the offside flag.
So far, Stallion have been neat and tidy at the back. Created a couple of more chances in the second half as well. You've seen adjustments being made by the Aguila side as well, especially on the likes on the Placito.
Baji calming things down for Belgira earlier on. Dorado not using that overlap for Belgira. Now he uses that pass, and Belgira trying to thread the needle but unable to do so. They have a corner, or rather a goal kick goes to the side of Aguilas-Umak FC.
If Belgira got away with that, that would have been a double nutmeg and a corner in favor for them.
Miscommunication here in the back line of Aguilas-Umak FC. Ball goes out of the pitch, says the assistant referee, so we'll have a corner once more for Stallion.
So eventually they do get the corner, rewarded for putting on that high press on the back line of Aguilas. They're playing it short from the back. So when Stallion initiated the press, forcing errors.
Trujillo with the delivery for Baji there, who tried to go for the bicycle kick, but unable to find the pedals of that bicycle. Talarok against Belgira. Talarok keeps it momentarily as Isagaku wins it now for Stallion. Threaded pass looking for Dorado. Giving chase was Hiruta. Now taking it back to Shiraoka. Tete. Now with David Kuom, who's moving forward for Aguilas.
He has the time. No one really closing him down.
Through ball. Inside the box, goes past King. Trujillo challenging King on the left side. Looking for that deflection. Referee says it's a corner for Aguilas-Umak FC.
Good moments from Trey King. Just really making something out of nothing to win that corner in favor of Aguilas. Closer look at the birthday boy, Evanovsky. We'll see in just a few if he will get some playing time. But cherry on top, who wouldn't want to play on their birthday?
Of course. Most of the time, these players get the traditional beating from their teammates during their birthdays. And it's different on a match day as they're looking for the playing time. Foul is going to be called against Aguilas-Umak FC.
And Placito has been everywhere on the pitch for Stallion. They make those attacks up there. And even on those defensive headers, getting to the ball first. He looks refreshed from his 6-month break with Stallion Laguna. Also want to give a shout out to one of our fellow commentators, Paulo Del Rosario, who is watching right now this matchup between Aguilas and Stallion. Our lucky charm for the Filipinas.
He's been the golden voice for our golden Filipinas during the Southeast Asian Games. So shout out to PDR. Grabe, all of the games that he called, including that final. We'll take that gold medal in any way.
That's just our way of plugging that back in again. Guys, ang saya ng December 2025 dahil nanalo yung Philippine women's national team in the Southeast Asian Games. Brought home the first gold medal in football for the Philippines. Kahit Feb na, nafe-feel ko pa rin yung saya every time you think about the fact na we got one against Vietnam.
And it's kind of a boost for our Filipinos who will be having their AFC or Women's Asian Cup campaign in March in the land down under. But before that, the birthday boy is coming in. Christian Ivanovsky checks in for Juan Galeana Trujillo, as well as player number 45, Ebene, will be coming in for Max Dorado.
So it's a debut for Ebene Mokota for the side of Stallion Laguna up on top, replacing Dorado. So 2 players out, the assist and the goal scorer. And in their place is Mokota and Ivanovsky.
"71 minutes into this game, still 1-0 in favor of Stallion Laguna FC. Good pass inside the box, a shot. Good block there from King. Another opportunity for Stallion. This time, Trey King momentarily prevents the goal for Stallion.
For Stallion Laguna, of course, you want to add that cushion to give you that better chance, especially towards that last 20 minutes of the matchup.
Ivanovsky with his first touches of the ball, looking for that birthday goal of his. He'll have to wait as Koichi Belgira sets things up with the number 45, Ebene. Good cross to Macmillan. Now here's Ivanovsky outside of the boot looking for Finn McDaniel, but not connecting in that passage of play.
First touch from Ebene Mokota as well. Seeing him able to switch things so sharply from the left to the right flank so quickly.
Casito, who's playing positionless football for the entire match, doing everything he can to help Stallion Laguna keep this 1-0 advantage or even add to it, as Ivanovsky have some space on the right. Good pass inside. Ebene with a shot blocked by the defense. Aguilas-Umak FC breathes a sigh of relief. They're asking for a foul there on Ebene Mokota, now given by the referee.
That was the closest Stallions have been in the second half to double up that lead. It looked like it was going in. Ivanovsky, and the deflection going in the path of Ebene. He just hits it towards the goalkeeper. Shiroka makes that save. Wasn't planted, but from his movement from left to right, able to make that save. Big moment from Shiraoka to keep things close.
Normally at this point in time, with about 17 or 16 minutes left to play, you would hear Coach Ernie Nieras down the touchline barking orders to his boys on the field. But this time around, seems like he feels happy with how the boys are playing for Stallion Laguna FC.
Feel that they are in the driver's seat so far. With this matchup between them and Aguilas. Aguilas trying to find their way in the attacking third. They know that things just haven't really been clicking for them. They're going to make a triple substitution to help change their fate in the last 15 minutes of this match. You know how important these substitutions are. And especially if your substitutes can create an instant impact to change the way things are going. So 3 changes made. Tete, Cuom, and Palpalatok are all out. And in their place, it's going to be Cosenza, a debut for him, as well as for Akinibi. And Yamamoto gets the start as well.
So another shuffling of the deck for Coach Bincolina. Another substitution here. I think this is the 4th one in this sequence. Rather, the 3rd in this window of substitutions. So we're back in action with Talarok leaving that out or having a deflection for a throw-in. This is where things are going to get interesting, more interesting in this game. Final quarter of the 90, 1-0 in favor of Stallion Laguna, and Coach Bincolina having plenty of substitutions, looking for the right mix of players to get that equalizer for them.
And if you're a substitute coming in for Aguilas, this is definitely your chance to state your case, to get the start in the next game, to have that impact. As we've said, a lot of shuffling all around the deck for the side of Aguilas. They are testing out all their new players, trying to find the right fit and chemistry.
Izagaku got plenty of bodies trying to shake him down.
So Placito at the moment getting a card Gotta confirm from what Gaku, his technical ability with close range, able to beat the defenders in those 1v1 situation. He's been getting a lot of those fouls. It's been harder and harder for Aguilas to dispossess him without giving away a foul. Two of the players have really stood out as well, Macmillan and Gaku, when it comes to the transition.
That's a confirmation of the yellow card there from the substitute, Kira Yamamoto. Just seconds into the game. Already getting a yellow card. Aguilas-Umak FC fans pleading their case as there may have been some time wasting on the side of Stallion Laguna, but the fourth official says, calm down, we're gonna add that all up at the end of the game. Things have already changed in the modern day football. Kung dati gumagana yung time wasting tactics, ngayon hindi na, dahil idinadagdag nila yung minutes na nawawala into the additional time, as commotion here with Aguilas-Umak FC winning a free kick at a dangerous spot. Koichi Belgira is the culprit.
Koichi Belgira just body slams Hiruta, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that was Kira Yamamoto, the substitute, who got the yellow card seconds into the game, or his game.
But an instant impact nonetheless to win that set piece opportunity in a dangerous area.
Here's Yamamoto scaling the wall, tries to go under, but not on target.
Was sneaky from Yamamoto. But in the end, not even on target.
He predicted that the wall will jump. They did, but just unable to find that corner of the goal, allowing Yusuf Butt to kick this out for the goal kick. Isagaku winning it for Stallion. Placito goes down. Foul is called once again in favor of Stallion Laguna.
So we'll wait for the confirmation. As you mentioned a while ago, Yamamoto with his first touch or first instance already with a yellow card. And Placito also getting a yellow as well.
So free kick for Finn McDaniel and Stallion Laguna FC. Placito trying to find his teammate. Brings it down for a Bennett, but Yamamoto is there, alert for the possibility. Belgira sliding effort and getting that touch to kick it out for a throw-in.
Yamamoto has been a firecracker since he's been introduced. Been involved in a lot of the plays. Let's see if that injection of life is just exactly what Aguilas needs to rally the team, to get an equalizer in the last 10 minutes of this matchup. Still a lot of time to play. Anything can happen, especially when Stallion and Aguilas are playing. Anything can happen until that final whistle.
Bennett moving forward, good through ball, finding Finn McDaniel, overcooks it. The league's top goal scorer, primed for that goal, but just overcooks the shot.
And what a pass from Okota. Sets it perfectly for McDaniel. But Shiroka comes out, makes himself big. But Daniel misses a golden opportunity to double up the lead. You feel that it's 2 times already that Stallion could have had a lead in this game to double up the goals. But yet now have to settle with just this 1-0, a very slim advantage.
Isa Gaku's day is done. Have had plenty of contributions to the cause that's called the Stallion Laguna FC. Coming into his place is a veteran as well for Stallion, Enrique Sendra. Not a stranger to the action here in the Philippines Football League. He's back in familiar colors out here. Aguilas clears it out. Baji finding Placito for that forward pass, unable to do so. Belgira wins it back. Ebene Mokuta, long ball forward. Is that going to Finn or is it going to Christian? Shiroka says, I got it. The player is down for Aguilas. I think that's JV Kalukaran.
I feel it's nothing more but just cramps for him. He's had to do a lot. Taking on that left side, the right attacking side of Stallion Laguna. He had to deal with Dorado all throughout that first 60 minutes. And Mukuta, who came in, Ebene, also proving a lot of danger alongside Ivanovsky.
It's been a tall order for JV Kalukaran to go up against the team that shaped him to who he is right now. Might have conceded that goal in the first half. But in the eyes of Coach Ernie Nieras, he'll be happy to see his young boy flourishing here in the Philippines Football League, even with another team.
That's right. And you feel that when he was playing with Stallion Laguna, he couldn't really break it into that first 11. Barely got minutes playing. And so a chance for him to really get those minutes in, build his confidence as a player, playing for Aguilas-Umak.
Confidence is rising right now for Stallion Laguna as Ivanovsky makes a run down the right side. The defense once again of Aguilas-Umak FC, keeping them in check. Throw in favor of Stallion. Ebene finds Sendra. Kuichi Belgira looking for the next pass. Here's Ebene. On the turn. Last touch. Aguilas. So another throw in for Stallion. Just about 5 minutes remaining and some change here in this game. Karim Akinibi unable to find a teammate. Ball goes out of play again in favor of Stallion.
Stallion looking to be the better team in transition as well. They do lose the ball. They're quick to close down the Aguilas players, force them to make a lot of errors.
Ivanovsky unable to find his teammate there. Placito sliding down to win that ball. Sendra, midfield general for Stallion, finding Ivanovsky on the right, taking on JV Kalukaran. Macmillan dispossessed by Trey King. On the counter-attack are the white shirts. Adamu on the left side, trying to break past Baji, but unable to do so. Now it's counter-attack time for Stallion. I was halted by JV, who gets a yellow card on the challenge on the number 24, Denzel Vasquez.
And Baji on defense for Stallion Laguna, just making it look so easy. It was 2v2, dispossesses the attacking player continues on his stride to make that pass up on top. It's been nothing short but finesse and quality in the back. Great add-on for Stallion Laguna. It's definitely something that they've been missing, or that's what they want from the players that they sign. I feel that this time around, they've got it with the likes of Baji. They want players with an instant impact.
And Banovsky once again on the right side, causing troubles for Aguilas-Umak FC. They concede another corner.
Stallion have been dangerous on the flanks, on the left or on the right. Able to connect up on top, make those passes. And I think I've lost count of the number of corners that Stallion have been given.
So Ivanovsky to take this one. Short. Cleared away by Yamamoto. .90 remaining in the second half. Of course, we'll have additional time here. Belgira sends the defender the other way. Now Ganas moving forward. Here's substitute Rima Kibini. Able to get to the ball. Go back for another throw in for Stallion.
I feel that the attack of Aguilas just hasn't been as threatening.
Stallion moving forward with Bene Makuta on the left. Long ball forward looking for Ivanovsky, but Shiraoka is there to cover. Looking to start the counter for Trey King and the Aguilas. Being forced to go back to Caloocaran.
Take a look at the last few games of Stallion Laguna. End of last year, they've been fluctuating. They lost to Kaya, won big against Army, drew Aguilas, won big against Girelli, and then lost to Maharlika. So they're definitely gonna want to get back on that win column.
We've heard 5 minutes to be added on this game. It's crunch time for Aguilas-Umak FC if they want to equalize in this game. Are we up for another theatrical finish between these two sides? Vanovsky threading the ball to Ebene. Taken down by Adamu. Free kick. A dangerous spot for Stallion.
Time ticks down. Of course, you have Daniel will be set on to put on the delivery. Last 4 minutes. Long one for Stallion and a short one for Aguilas.
Good fit on top of that ball. It feels like this is within striking territory for Finn McDaniel. He will go for it! Oh, what a screamer that is for Finn McDaniel.
And Finn McDaniel puts the final nail on the coffin. Doubles up the lead, makes it comfortable. A fantastic set piece delivery. Finds the back of the net. Had the power, had the precision. Makes it 2-0 in favor of Stallion Laguna.
If we're not mistaken with the count, that's goal number 15 for Finn McDaniel as he extends the lead at the top goal scorers list.
You'd have to feel that he was quiet through open play throughout this game. Had 1 or 2 chances at most. But on the set piece opportunity, bit of distance from there. Able to turn that into pure magic. Getting the goal for Stallion Laguna. Just a cherry on top. And to show everyone that we're learning from our mistakes. We don't just start strong now. Starting 2026, na may New Year's resolution na sila to end strong as well.
Coach Ernieras hoping to put those nightmares past them. We're no longer the side who concedes late. We score late as well to put the icing on top of that delicious cake. We still have about a minute remaining here to keep a clean sheet against Aguilas-Umak FC.
Say it's a big improvement for Stallion Laguna. If you compare these two teams in their first round matchup, 2-2. Now with just less than a minute to play. Comfortable 2-0 for Stallion Laguna. As we mentioned, Joseph Butt has not really been tested with his shot-stopping ability. As compared to Shiraoka, on the other hand, who's had to do a lot today. The scoreline could have been much more. To make this matchup respectable.
So last ditch effort here for Aguilas-Umak FC to put a blemish on that clean sheet of Yusuf Butt. So a corner for Yamamoto. Possibly the last chance of the game. Damu. Deflection on another Stallion Laguna FC player means another corner for the boys in white.
This could be the last chance of the game as well.
Just a cross, nobody there for Aguilas. Oh. That's unnecessary. From the number 18, I think that was Diallo. Game's almost put to bed, but he's still sliding recklessly.
That was a horrible challenge from Diallo. You feel that should have been a red card. He clips Sandra nowhere near the ball. You can tell that was just pure frustration. Look, he completely went for the player, disregarding the ball. And a challenge like that should get a red card. If he gets away with a yellow, he'd be very lucky.
It's a late challenge from Diallo. It was already, from our vantage point, that looks like a challenge from the back. for Diallo on Sendra, but that only gets him a yellow card. Either John Mike Basinang is being very lenient out here.
Of course, when you're down 2-0, frustration adds up, and a bit of head loss from Diallo.
So John Mike Basinang brandished the yellow card on Diallo, but he's being given his marching orders there. So I think John Mike Basinang changed that yellow into a red.
So there we get the confirmation at the end of the matchup. Diallo gets the red card.
Despite that late game tackle from Diallo, it's all smiles this time around for Stallion Laguna FC as they close out this game against Aguilas-Umak FC. 2-0. First half was eventful for Juan Galeana Trujillo, scoring on the 28th minute. And then Finn McDaniel putting the icing on the cake with a rocket of a strike from a free kick in the 91st minute. Your thoughts overall on this game, Tasha?
Been an absolute dominant performance from Stallion Laguna, and a game to forget for Aguilas-Umak, who couldn't continue on the great defensive performance they had from the Manila Digger matchup on to this Stallion Laguna. It's a bright start, most especially for the new signings for the team. Baji, Gaku, and also the likes of Ebene. But at the end of the day, it's the usual suspects who found the back of the net. The top player with assists, Juan Galeana Trujillo, gets a goal. Finn McDaniel makes it 15 and puts a gap between him and the rest of the pack for the top goal scorer for the PFL this season. A great performance and a great start for Stallion Laguna.
That's a perfect way to cap this Wednesday quadruple header night off from the Rizal Memorial Stadium alongside my partner Tasha Quiroz Tato. This is Jamer De La Cruz. Thanking you all for catching this game between the Aguilas-Umak FC and Stallion Laguna FC, winning 2-0 in the 2025-2026 Philippines Football League. We are PFL.
2025-26 season. See you and good night. We are PFL.
Yes? Yes, first game. Yes. Yes, good. J'ai fait en gros, on a une bonne équipe, on a fait un bon match. Je suis venu pour les aider. Je vais faire de mon mieux chaque match. Je vais faire de mon mieux. Et voilà, on a fait un bon match. Et on s'est préparé pendant un mois. Et voilà. Yeah, thank you so much.
Looking back at tonight's match, what are your plans on moving forward given the results?
Did you go?
Looking back at tonight's match, what are your plans moving forward given the results?
Qu'est-ce qu'on a fait dans le match là pour gagner tout T'es sûr qu'il a dit ça? What did you say? What did you say? Repeat please.
What are your plans given the results tonight on moving forward?
Voilà, j'ai rien compris. Kevin, viens s'il te plaît, viens. Voilà, cousin.
Là, je parle pas anglais. I don't speak English.
Sois pas traducteur, s'il te plaît.
They're French.
You Arnold. Viens, fais traducteur, viens.
Me too, I don't speak English.
Viens.
Moi aussi.
Yeah.
Vas-y, speak. He speak English and French. Yeah, speak.
Looking back at tonight's match, what are your plans?
Regarder le match que vous avez fait ce soir-ci-là, quel est ce que tu peux conseiller?
Le ressenti sur mon match. Ok, en gros, tu dis, viens. Tu dis que le ressenti du match, on a fait un bon match. On s'est préparé pendant un mois. On a tous fait les efforts ensemble. On a une bonne équipe. On est une famille. Et voilà, on a fait un bon match. Et voilà.
Okay, you were saying that we have been working for one month already, and then we did it well, and then we are looking to go forward. We have a good team, so we start our new year with a win. So we are going to the next level with next win again. So we are very excited. Yeah, it's very excited to be here in the Philippines. And
Lastly, any message to the fans?
Oh, un message pour le public, pour les fans.
Pour les fans quoi, philippins?
Ouais.
Dis-lui, en gros, en France, il y a beaucoup de gens qui me regardent en France. Dis-leur, je remercie tous les gens qui me regardent en France, ma famille, mes amis, et les supporters de Stallion et les Philippins qui viennent au stade pour regarder les matchs et voilà, leur donner du spectacle.
Okay.
Et voilà.
So
je remercie toute ma famille, voilà.
Okay, he's saying that he has many fans in France, so who are watching the game, and then it's very excited for them to watch him here in the Philippines, and then also he say thank you for the Philippine fans and the management, also the team management who came here to watch the game. So he's very excited to be here.
Once again, congratulations on your win tonight. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you so much. Sorry.